Alright, hey guys, it's Kevin again, and we are now here for the second part of the catch-up review for 2024. I already did one talking about the summer films that I didn't get a chance to do, like, a full review for. This is going to be the rest of them, pretty much. Or, not necessarily the rest of them. There's some that you've already seen that, like, I am putting out, in terms of, like, putting them out as individual reviews. Like, I did one for Wicked, I did the Gladiator 2, Moana 2 one. But aside from those, this is basically everything else that I was planning to do individual reviews for. Now, the one thing I will say right off the bat is that I do not want this video to be nearly as long as the last one. That video was supposed to come out, like, months ago. I filmed it back in the beginning of November. I know it's so hard to tell. It's not like I'm wearing an I voted sticker or anything, and stressing about the what the results of the election are going to be like through the first like 40-ish minutes of that video. Definitely not obvious at all. But no, in all seriousness, I don't want this. That video was meant to come out that month. I was only supposed to be that long, but there were other complications, and it didn't get done until literally, like, about a week or so ago. And so now we're kind of at a point where it's like, well, this is, like, the last, like, full week of the year. So I really want to do what I can to make sure this video does not run nearly as long. And so as a result, like, while I have a lot to say about these movies, I'm gonna try to not talk as much about some of them, just so this can be a bit more condensed, just so I can, get this video done in a more timely manner. There's, like, 20 films I'm gonna talk about. I'm gonna try to go through them as quickly as I can, but also in a way that feels concise, in a way that feels like I'm, covering every aspect and things like that, just not going as in-depth as I maybe would. So if you feel like I'm kind of rushing through things, that is why. Either way, though, excited to talk about these. I have a lot to say about a good majority of these films, so let's just get into it and, get to the first movie here. Okay, so the first movie we are talking about here is Beetlejuice, and this was one that I was very excited for. The first Beetlejuice, I think, is really just one of Tim Burton's best films. It's just so creative and fun and zany, and I was just really hoping this film would recapture that. And yeah, honestly, I think this film does more than enough to really recapture that magic that Burton once had. If there's one thing, I think the thing I can praise the most about this film is that it really does feel like this is Tim Burton's comeback. He's really been kind of sleepwalking throughout the majority of his, last, recent films, and, I don't want to say he's been on, like, autopilot or anything, but it hasn't really felt like he's had the same passion, he's had that same sort of energy that he's had for other movies, and it feels like this is very much that return to form for him. It really does feel like this is the movie he needed to make to just kind of remind us of just how wacky of a director he can really be, because this film really does retain all of that, the sort of gothic nature, but also, like I said, this, like, very just off-the-walls type humor. He just does a really great job with here. But what I also appreciate about this movie is that while, yes, it is this legacy sequel of sorts, it is in no way a similar film to the first one. This does not feel like a rehash. This does not feel like we are just telling the same story. He really is trying to do something different here. He is making a concerted effort to dive deeper into, like, the world of, like, the afterlife and things like that, and I think he does a really good job with that. It does feel like this is something that he generally wanted to do. This does not feel like something where Warner Brothers came and said, hey, Beetlejuice is a really, popular IP, we need you to make a sequel. No, it really does feel like Tim Burton has wanted to make this movie, and it's because, well, we've heard that he does, and you really do feel that throughout this film. What I think this movie does a really good job with is that it really is trying to dive a lot deeper into certain elements. Like I said, a considerable portion of this movie actually does take place in the afterlife, and it is so creatively done. Like, the different things he comes up with, how there's, like, this, like, whole process for how to end up in there, and how you end up as, how you stay how, when you die, where you end up going, and how that all, we saw that briefly in the first movie, but this film goes a lot deeper into that, and it is some of the most fun sequences in the entire film. There's this one scene especially involving a ticket, and I thought just the way they handled that was just really cleverly done. So I really enjoyed what he ended up doing there. But then also finding ways to, focus on these characters that we know and make them feel like they have a purpose in this movie. Like Lydia, for example, her whole arc in this movie is a very interesting one. She is someone who has kind of let go of a lot of the more paranormal aspects of her life. She is now kind of, she's on this show where she's pretending to be this medium of sorts, but it's pretty much all a hoax. And, she is engaged to this guy where it seems like it's kind of legitimate. And, it seems like there is a connection there, but as a result, she doesn't have the strongest relationship with her daughter. The two of them are kind of strained. You don't really feel like the connection is as strong as it needs to be. Her daughter is constantly wanting to, venture out, and she has this very, adventurous type attitude, and she wants to kind of get away from everything, and, you kind of see that there is, like I said, some issues going on with that relationship, but also I think the way they use the death of Lydia's father to really try to bring these two back together. I think that part of the film is very well done. There's some really good scenes between the two of them, and I really did enjoy their interactions throughout this film. But then the way they get Beetlejuice back into the fold was not exactly how I was expecting them to do it. There actually is a good reasoning for why he needs to come back, and it really does end up working very well. And I mean, Michael Keaton just has not missed a step as this character. It literally does feel like he played this character just a couple years ago. This does not feel like it has been so long since he has played this character. He really just steps right back into it and really just reminds you just how much fun that he can really be. You can really feel like Keaton wanted to play this character again, and it really does show here. I mean, he is just as ridiculous and just as just zany as you expect this character to be, and I thought that he was just such a delight throughout this entire film. If they end up doing a Beetlejuice 3, which I could very well see them doing, this movie did very well, as long as Keaton is involved, I will definitely be excited. I think all the performances here are fantastic. There isn't a single actor here that doesn't seem like they know exactly the kind of movie that they're in. I think everyone's doing a really great job. Winona Ryder is a lot of fun here. She does a good job of stepping back into Lydia as a character. Jenna Ortega is a fantastic addition. When she was cast in this film, that is exactly the type of actor that we need for this. And I mean, she does a really good job. This is not Wednesday. This character is not super dark and, very sadistic or anything like that. She's not this super nihilistic character, but she is a character that has a little bit of baggage attached to her. And I found her character to be very compelling. I think this is a character that, Ortega really does handle very well. And I think that, again, we're just reminded of how great of an actress that she can really be. But I gotta say, Catherine O'Hara might be the standout of this entire movie for me, because her character, what she is doing in this film, the way she is kind of going about the death of her husband, but also trying to process everything else that's going on. I mean, she is absolutely hysterical in this film. She was great in the first movie, but here she is given so much more to do, and she has some of the funniest moments within this entire film. There is a direction they go with her in particular that just had me so baffled in the best way possible. It was such a left turn, but but for a movie like this, it really does work just because of how much they really committed to the idea of it and what they really decided to do. I just thought that she was just so much fun in this role. It really felt like she was the person that was most excited to come back. Obviously Michael Keaton was excited to come back, but it feels like Catherine O'Hara was almost just as excited because she gets to play this character again and show a very different side of Delia that we just haven't really seen before, and I really did enjoy getting to see that. Willem Dafoe also very good here. I think he was a really fun addition. I really enjoyed the character that he played here. So there really is just a lot that really works. The utilization of practical effects as well is great in this movie. I really just love the different locations. Like I said, the different look of the afterlife and things like that. The movie really plays around with, what we can really do visually that we couldn't do in the first film, and it is just absolutely stunning to look at. I think that the production design is generally some of the best of the entire year, and I think that's definitely something that should be, credited, that should be praised when it comes to this film. So there really is just a lot of things that work really well. I enjoyed the score here a lot, so a lot of things just work really well in this movie. I think the one thing that does hold it back and keeps it from being this like amazing sequel is really just the writing of this movie, which, look, like I said, I enjoy the main plot here. I think that there is a lot going on, but I think that the main plot is a pretty solid one. But the problem is, there's about like 5 or 6 storylines going on in this film, and there just is a little bit too much that's happening. Particularly, I would say the first like 40 to 50 minutes of this movie is really like a lot to it really feels very convoluted. We're constantly cutting back and forth to these different storylines, and a part of me feels like it wasn't exactly the most necessary to do that, because while we are focusing on this storyline with Lydia and Astrid and the two of them trying to like reconnect and them trying to, you know, move forward in their, you know, in their relationship, and Lydia also constantly having these premonitions about Beetlejuice and how this is really starting to affect her feeling like he is back and nobody really believing her. We also have this other story of Beetlejuice in the afterlife, and it kind of felt like the only reason this was here was so Beetlejuice could have like a lot more screen time in this film. Something that people have complained about in the first movie is that Beetlejuice doesn't show up until the last like 20 minutes of that film, so I understand that. But a part of me also feels like this section of the movie wasn't necessary to have. I think that they could have introduced this a little bit later on. I think that they didn't need to constantly cut back and forth, because it does kind of feel like we're watching 2 different movies for a little bit. But then you have other plot lines going on here. Like Willem Dafoe is playing this like cop of sorts. He is this cop of the afterlife who basically is trying to make sure like everything is going the way that it's supposed to. He's a lot of fun in the movie, but he feels like such a you know, he just feels like he is constantly like not as prevalent as a character as he really should be. His storyline, I think, is a very fun one. He's really great when he's in here, especially because he's playing this guy that used to be this actor of sorts, and so he's constantly trying to figure out you know, he's constantly kind of channeling that throughout the movie, and I thought that that was like a really funny recurring gag. But his character just doesn't really get enough to do, and when they eventually integrate him into the main storyline, it just felt a little bit rushed to me. It felt like they were just trying to force him in there, and it didn't really end up working, so I thought that ended up suffering. There's also a side plot with Astrid, with her and this guy that she likes, and I was like, oh my god, I don't really understand the point of this. But then, the one thing I will give that storyline is they did actually give it a bit more of a purpose. There's a direction they went with it, and I was like, okay, I'm fine with that storyline, you don't need to cut that out. But then there's this other storyline involving Monica Bellucci. And look, Monica Bellucci, I really do enjoy in this film. There is this great introduction with her that I thought, oh my god, we are in for something really special. You know, you have this whole sequence of her basically like, you know, basically like putting herself back together. I can't really get into how exactly they do it, but it's one of the best sequences in the entire movie. And I was like really excited to see what her character was going to do, and then she doesn't really do much of anything. We hear about her briefly. She has like some sort of score to settle with Beetlejuice. She's like a past like lover of his or whatever. But there's never really any scenes between the two. We never really get an explanation of what really happened there. There's like a quick little thing. There's like a quick explanation that Beetlejuice gives in a admittedly funny, like humorous sequence, and they play around with aesthetically like a very different style. They play around with styles like very well in that sequence. But the problem is, like, by the end of the movie, her character just doesn't really amount to much of anything, and I really just found myself questioning like why she really was here. This is probably the one thing to me that feels the most obvious, like, well, that's Tim Burton's wife and he likes her, so he put her in the movie. And you know what? That's great, but I just feel like if you're going to do that, you need to give her character a bit more of a narrative purpose, and by the end of the film, she really does feel like that's the thing that could be cut out of this movie. And if you cut her out of this movie, the movie probably doesn't really change all that much, and it sucks to say that, because like I said, she has this great introduction into the movie, but past that she doesn't really do much of anything. In fact, we barely see her after that scene. So yeah, that was like the one thing that definitely does bring this film down. I do think it can get just a little bit too messy. It does kind of feel like there's just a little bit too much going on at points, but really other than that, I mean, this film was just so much fun to watch. I also appreciated the way they handled the nostalgia in this movie, because yes, there are winks and nods to that first film, but what I appreciate is that they are always doing something different with it. Like, for example, we do have a similar sequence in this to the, famous Deo scene in the second movie, but they do so much more with it in this film, and it's probably one of the highlights of the movie for me. Dare I say, I think it might be even stronger than the sequence in the first movie with just how far they end up going with it. And I think that was something I also was very impressed by. There's no point in this movie where it feels like we are referencing this thing and it feels forced. It actually felt like they found a way to seamlessly integrate it into the narrative to where it felt a lot more organic. It felt like, okay, this is something this character would say, this is something that they would harken back to. I thought it made sense the way they did all of that. So ultimately, I just found Beetlejuice to be a lot of fun. I think this movie does a really good job of taking stuff that worked in the first movie, but really just doing something different here. You have a lot of characters, and like I said, the movie can feel kind of convoluted at points. There are some storylines that I really did want more from. Lydia's journey also, that's something that I wish the movie dived a little bit deeper into. Like, her struggle with grief and things like that is not really touched upon as much in this film as it should be. Justin Theroux's character as well, I wasn't really huge on. He's good in the film, but like, I wasn't really huge on his character, and sometimes, like I said, the movie does seem like it's having a hard time figuring out what it really wants to focus on. But once it does really get into the groove of things, it really does establish itself as just a really fun and zany sequel. It leans so much more into the campy nature that you're expecting, but also goes in some really just creative and exciting directions that make me really hopeful for Tim Burton moving forward. Like, I'm really hoping this is the film that kind of just reignites his passion as a director, because it never has felt more alive than it has at this moment. I'm happy this film was such a big success for him, both critically and commercially, so I really hope moving forward he's able to kind of just like get that juice back, because we know that he is a very talented director, and when he's able to, really lean into, when he has the right type of vision, he really can be one of the most exciting of his kind. So I really just hope this is the start of that. Overall, I just had a lot of fun with this film, and I'm going to give Beetlejuice overall a B. Alright, so the next one we're talking about is kind of one that I feel like has been kind of forgotten, and it's kind of easy to see why, and that is The Front Room, which is, of course, an A24 horror movie, but not really in the way that you would expect it to be. You watch the trailer for this film, and you think that it's going to be this, like, really serious, like, very eerie sort of, like, possession film. Maybe there's like, some demonic presence or something like that. Like, you have this character, and she is basically forced to house her mother-in-law, even though she wants really kind of nothing to do with her, but she always kind of tries to see the good in her, and there's something off about her mother-in-law, and you're kind of wondering what's going on there, and you think maybe there's a demonic presence, and that's not what this movie is. Like, really at all. I mean, probably one of the most misleading trailers I have ever seen A24 put out, because this movie is so much more wild and surprisingly funny from that. This is way more of this, like, very just, like, dark comedy with a lot of weird bodily fluid type humor that I wasn't expecting. But I mean, let's get into the things that work here, because there's things that work and there's things that really don't. The things that do work in this movie really are the two central performances. Brandy Norwood, I think, does do a really good job here. I think that, this is definitely a much better return for her than, like, Best Christmas Ever last year. I didn't think she was bad in that movie or anything, but, like, I didn't really feel like that was a great, like, showcase for her acting wise. This is definitely a much better showing. I really enjoyed what she did in this film. You can see that Belinda is a kind of character that's, like, always trying to do the right thing. She always wants to believe that, like, she tries to see the good in everyone. She tries to do what she can to maintain this level of, like, respect and decency, and I think that Brandy does a good job of having this character be basically like the sort of like the she's sort of the straight man to everybody. There's a lot of just wacky hijinks going on in this film, and she's kind of the one that is the most grounded, and I think that she adds layers to this character that otherwise wouldn't be there. But it also is a surprisingly much more, like, calmer performance. This is not a performance that is a very, like, showy one. This is a lot more restrained, and that's something I wasn't really expecting from her, but I do think it was overall a pretty impressive performance. I think particularly towards the end of the movie, I think she has some really great work. But make no mistake, this movie would not work even slightly if it wasn't for just how great Kathryn Hunter is in this film, and a performance that I think is going to divide a lot of people because she is really going for it here. I mean, she is every bit as just... I mean, listen, we all have that family member that, like, we just can't stand, and we constantly just, like, don't want to mention them, and just the mere mention of them just really upsets us, and, you know, anytime they're interacting with the family, it's like we don't want anything to do with them, but... Hunter takes that to the extreme here, playing the most obnoxious, annoying, constantly just needy, older lady that you could really expect. She is every bit as disgusting. She has basically no, manners or anything. She has no, like, consideration whatsoever. She's, like, constantly antagonizing Brandy's character and Belinda in this film, and she is just so much fun to watch. I really enjoyed the performance that she was giving. I think that she was just really putting her all into it, and it really impressed me really impressed me from the other films I've seen from her as an actor, because she's someone who normally, like, has this very, like, recognizable, like, growly type voice, and it feels like she's kind of playing the same character, but this is, like, wildly different from anything else she's done before, and I was honestly very impressed by just how committed she was to this performance, and I think it really is, like, the main thing that really does stick out about this film. I think the two actors really do work very well together. I think that they definitely do have some really decent chemistry, and I was impressed by... So I think that those two performances work really well. There is a lot of potential when it comes to the story. There is clearly a lot this movie is trying to say about, like, overbearing parents and sort of, you know, like, cursed families and things like that, and I think all of that is really interesting. I also appreciate the fact this movie, like I said, takes itself a lot less seriously than I expected to. I like that this movie kind of seems to know what it is, and I say seems to, you'll understand why I said seems to in a little bit, but I did appreciate that. I like that this film wasn't just, like, super dark and things like that. It was very different from what we expect from A24, and I think it did help this film stick out just a little bit more. I do think there are some pretty effective sequences that I thought actually did work pretty well, and the score I actually really did enjoy in this movie. It kind of helped bring the vibe that the movie was going for, and I thought that worked out. Other than that, that's kind of it. Everything else about this film for me is kind of a mixed bag, and look, I guess I'll just jump right into it. The directing in this film I was very let down by. This is Robert Eggers' brothers, and I'm not going to say that, like, they don't have talent within them, because I do think they have somewhat of a future. I just don't feel like they had a fully well-realized vision of what they wanted this movie to be. A lot of this film feels like this is the first draft of what they want this movie to be. There are moments here that, like I said, it's a lot more comedic. It's a lot more ridiculous than you expect. The movie is practically a B-movie at points, but then there are moments where it feels like the movie is trying to take itself a bit more seriously, and it just doesn't feel like they establish the tone as well as they need to. The movie is clearly trying to be a lot more over the top, and I think it really does work in those moments, but anytime the movie tries to get more serious, it really doesn't work, because the movie is not done enough to really establish that, and I think that really was hurting the film. But primarily what hurts this movie really is the script. The script is really just not very good here at all. It really is, like, the main thing that I was very let down by with this film, because here's the thing. I think the premise of this movie is one that absolutely can work. You have this relative that, you know, Belinda has never seen before, never really heard much about. Her husband really wants nothing to do with, but she is someone who, because of the fact that, like, she hasn't heard about her, you know, and she knows that, like, her husband has died recently, she's willing to like let her stay at her house, and as the movie goes on, she starts to just become a lot more agitated, but she tries to stay as calm as she possibly can. And I think that that is an interesting premise, but the movie really doesn't do enough with it. There are moments in this movie where it is literally just like this elongated montage of Catherine Hunter's character like shitting all over the place or not being able to control her like bathroom habits, and that's a significant portion of this movie, and that gets old very quickly. There is a huge fixation this film has on that, and I think the idea again was like, let's see how far she can really go to like piss her off and see if she can really crack, but that never really goes anywhere, so that didn't really work for me. I really wish the movie just leaned more into who this woman really was, because I don't really feel like we get a chance to really know her. She doesn't feel terrible enough to me in this movie. She kind of just seems like this annoying old lady, where I really think the movie could have leaned a bit more heavily into some of the ideas it does present. You see in the trailer, there are moments of her like being very openly racist to Belinda. It really only happens like 2 times in the movie, and it's not really delved into any further than that. There are moments where like we find out a little bit more about her past, but again, it doesn't really go much of anywhere. Anytime it feels like the movie is heading in a more sort of sinister direction, it feels like it almost pulls back from that. It doesn't want to go, it doesn't really want to dive headfirst into a lot more like complex themes, and I feel like that really was a disservice to the film, so that really didn't work out for me. But then Andrew Burnap's character is kind of a pathetic loser in this movie, and like, I get it, his character is someone who has clearly harbored a lot of resentment towards his mother, but the problem is the movie never really dives into that. It feels like it is so it feels like it is such an afterthought in this movie. We constantly hear about things that were said, but we never really get into the depth of it. There aren't any scenes that these two really share that all that much together, and I felt like that was another thing that the movie just could have leaned a lot more into. You could have had this whole story of her trying to get him to take her side, and he doesn't really want to, but then maybe he ends up leaning into it, and the movie just doesn't really end up doing that. Instead, they do this really tired storyline where like Belinda is trying to get him to believe all the disgusting things his mother is doing, and he just doesn't believe her for whatever reason, and I just didn't buy it. He starts off the movie wanting nothing to do with her. Why is he so willing to believe her? They never really show the relationship that they had. I think the movie could have dived a lot deeper into the resentment he has towards her, or something that she did to him. I think there was so much more you could have done with that concept, and by the end of the movie, I really just felt so unsatisfied with the direction they were going in. It felt like finally the film was starting to get somewhere, and then it just kind of ends. So yeah, the whole film just feels like a wasted opportunity in just so many areas. Belinda also as a character just feels so underwritten to me in this movie. There are moments that we hear a lot about her like struggling with work and things like that, and the movie never really dives that much into it aside from like a couple moments. So again, it all feels very surface level, which is so weird for a movie like this. You would have thought this film would have taken a lot more chances and taken a lot more risks, but aside from, like I said, a lot of the just like really gross moments, it really doesn't do that. It really does feel like the film is holding back. And I can't figure out if it's because Max and other Egger's brother, whose name is escaping me, vision on this film just wasn't as clear as it wanted to be, or if they were just kind of skittish to like fully go for it, and it felt like they were kind of like handcuffed by doing so. I don't know if there was someone that was like holding them back, but it's A24, so I doubt that that's the case. So again, just very puzzling all around. I feel like there was just so much more they could have done with this film, and they just didn't really recognize the opportunity that they had to just, again, if you're gonna do something like this, just go nuts, go as wacky as possible, and I feel like they really do hold back in just so many areas. So yeah, overall, I was pretty let down by this one. I really thought that this was gonna be a lot more effective. I thought this was gonna get a lot more. I feel like this was a film that was going to do a lot more with its initial premise than it really did, but by the end, it just really kind of left me feeling cold. So yeah, C+ for The Front Room. Definitely has some good ideas, but overall, really did not do all that much for me. All right, the next one we're talking about here is His Three Daughters. And look, in terms of like Netflix movies for this year, I don't think this has been a particularly strong year, especially in like the awards front. But I gotta say, it's kind of crazy for me that like the one movie that is kind of getting shut out of any awards conversations is, in my opinion, probably their best one they've done this year. If I had to pick the Netflix movie that I feel like this is the one that deserves the most awards, it probably is His Three Daughters. And there's like a lot of reasons for that, but a big one really is just how great these three actresses really are. I mean, these are three amazing actresses. We know how good Carrie Coon and Elizabeth Olsen and Natasha Lyonne are, but I think what works really well in this movie is just the raw emotions that each one of these characters have. They're all kind of dealing with the, this issue with they're all kind of dealing with their, with this situation with their father dying in different ways, and it really does give them a chance to really showcase their acting chops. Particularly Natasha Lyonne is phenomenal in this movie. What really works about her character is that she's kind of the black sheep of the family. She's constantly disregarded. There's a lot of things she did in her childhood. There's a lot of animosity between her and Carrie Coon's character in particular, and she's really struggling with that, but she also is reacting to this death in a much different way than the other two are, and so she kind of feels like an outsider, and I just thought that she gave such an incredible performance in this film. What I love about Leone is that she normally is playing these characters that are a lot more like sarcastic, and this character is a lot different than that. Yes, she definitely does have some moments that are a little bit funny, but this is way more of this like more dramatic performance for her, and it's easily some of her best work to date. I was very impressed by her performance in this film. Carrie Coon also very good in this movie. I really did enjoy her character, and just the way that she is trying to handle everything. She always tries to be like the one in charge, but you see that she kind of has this complex of sorts that kind of is this issue for her, and you kind of see her struggling with that a bit. And then Elizabeth Olsen, I thought, also gave a really strong performance in this movie because she is the youngest of the three sisters, and she doesn't really have as much of a relationship with Natasha Lyonne's character as Carrie Coon does, and so because of that, she feels like she is kind of out, she is kind of the one dealing with a lot of the chaos. She is the one trying to kind of keep everybody calm, keep things in order, but you also see that she also is dealing with her own struggles at home when it comes to her family, and so I thought all three of these actors did a really great job. They work really well together, particularly the end of this movie. I mean, they have some really, and I think, it works really well in that way. Immediately, I think there's going to be complaints, and there have been complaints levied against this film, accusing it of just feeling like a stage play, and yes, I think when the movie started off, I definitely did get that vibe, but it's one that I really did find myself getting used to because I just got really engrossed in this story. I wanted to see how these three women were going to be able to deal with this situation, seeing them sort of unpack a lot of the unresolved feelings they have towards each other. I thought that worked out really well, and also just seeing the different the different paths that they've all kind of taken within their life. I think that, the movie, they did a really good job of that. The supporting performances also are really good here. Javon Adepo, in particular, is fantastic in this movie. He doesn't have a lot of screen time, but there is one moment where he has this monologue where he just kind of lets Carrie Coon's character have it, and I was just so impressed by what he ended up doing. It added a whole new layer to the movie that I think otherwise wouldn't have been there. It's one of the most memorable scenes in the entire film, and I thought that they did a really good job with that. And again, I think what this movie has to say about grief, but also the inevitability of grief. These characters know that their father is not in a great place, but they're constantly trying to prolong the inevitable. They know that he probably isn't going to make it through this, and they want to make sure that they are all present. They want to make sure that it happens in the best way possible, but they also want to try to prepare for it in the best way they can, and you really see how hard it is for them to keep things together. And I think the movie does a really good job of just, the impending doom that is coming for all three of these characters and how they are really dealing with that. And, you see throughout the movie the efforts they try to make to prevent this from happening, but how much more dire the situation does become. I thought that they did a really good job of that, but also finding ways to add in a sense of levity. There are some generally funny moments in this movie that I wasn't really expecting that I thought actually did work really well here. So yeah, there's a lot that works really well. I think the cinematography also is really good in this movie. Again, despite the fact it can feel like a stage play at points, the cinematography is really what makes this film feel as like cinematic as it is. I was able to see this movie in theaters, and I thought that it worked. It honestly worked really well. There were a lot of scenes that I just found to be very striking and just really did stick with me. I really did enjoy the score in this movie as well. It's very minimal, but whenever it's there, I think it works really well. But the third act of this movie, I think, is really what just brings everything together so incredibly well. There's a direction they take that really did just take my breath away and honestly did have me pretty misty-eyed by the end of it. I was just really impressed by the way they ended up telling this story. So, yeah, overall, I mean, this film kind of did everything that I was hoping that it would. I think the only thing that does bring it down for me is that while we do dive a bit deeper into all three of these characters, I would have liked just a little bit more time spent on a couple things. Carrie Coon's character in particular, I would have liked some more time spent on her character. There's some aspects of some other storylines that I wish they would have focused a bit more on, but really, other than that, I mean, this movie did pretty much exactly what I wanted it to do. I really wish that it was being talked about more, but you know, they dump things on Netflix, and it's talked about for a couple weeks, and then it just like quietly ends up being forgotten, and that's really the issue with streaming films. I've said this a multitude of times, and it continues to be an issue, and, you know, Netflix clearly doesn't want to do anything about it. They had an opportunity with Glass Onion. I thought, okay, they're moving in the right direction, but since then, they really have not capitalized on these films that they want to be big awards contenders. They want this, you know, they clearly wanted this movie to be something big, but when you don't really promote it, when you don't really do a good job of letting people know that it's out there, and then when it comes out, you don't really do much with it, it's not really going to make as much of a splash as you want to, and I think it's unfortunate because, like I said, I think this film is just really powerful. It's really going to end up speaking to a lot of people. Anyone that's lost, like, a parent within their life, I think a lot of people are going to find themselves relating this, but also ones that have had to depend on their siblings or have had issues with their siblings and are trying to kind of work through that. I think that's something else that people are going to really find themselves really relating to in this movie. Overall, I just found this to be just such a effective film. With three fantastic performances, a really well-written script, and some very effective moments. This is by far, I think, just one of the most overlooked films of the entire year. So I am going to give his Three Daughters overall an A-. Alright, so next up we're going to talk about Transformers 1, another movie that I feel like was kind of done a bit dirty, because if I'm being honest with you, I wasn't really that excited for this movie. I didn't feel like the marketing was very good. It kind of just seemed like Transformers, but done as like a buddy comedy, and that did not interest me whatsoever. It just seemed really just phony and stupid, and I just wasn't interested in what was going on. And it just seemed very throwaway. It didn't really seem like there was effort put into it. But then you watch the movie, and to my surprise, not only is this film far better than I think it had any right to be, it actually might be the best Transformers movie we have had to date, and that's pretty insane to think about. But, I mean, there really is just so much that works so well about there, and there really is a lot of different elements for that, but I think the first thing to really talk about is the fact that for the first time in the entire series, they finally recognize that the thing that works about Transformers are, well, the Transformers. We don't need all these human characters that we don't really feel that connected to. Like, I rewatched the first movie before this, and it's a fine movie, but it's so bombarded by all these different human characters that most of them are just very one note and I don't care about, and they're just kind of here to like spout exposition and make the film feel a lot more like overcomplicated than it is. And this film wisely recognizes that you don't really need that. It is way more, we finally get a film that is squarely focused on just seeing the Autobots, but in a very different phase of their life. We are seeing an Optimus Prime in this film that is not really where that is way more in the early stages. He is not in this top position. He is trying to kind of, work his way through that, and I think that works really well. But also to see Megatron as someone who isn't a villain, he actually is friends with Optimus, I thought worked really well. Their whole dynamic in this movie is so fascinating to watch, because you know exactly what is going to happen. You know there's going to be a time when Megatron does end up turning towards darkness, but it's all about but the thing is the movie does such a great job of latching you onto their friendship that you almost do kind of forget about it. You get so latched onto the two of them, and I think that that was something that I was just really impressed by in this movie, is how well they do in getting you to care about the friendship that these two really end up forming and what really ends up driving them apart. And I thought that was just a really interesting sort of angle. But for a while, you're kind of wondering, okay, where is this really going to go? It seems like we're heading in this direction where there's this race of sorts that Optimus Prime, or in this film, Orion Pax's character, is kind of involving himself in. There is this mystery of sorts also going on involving this like energy that they don't have, and we're trying to figure out what's really going on. You're kind of wondering, like, what is this all really going to lead to? And what Josh Cooley does such a great job with in this movie is making you think this is going to be a little bit more lighthearted, a little bit more of just like this like fun, joyous movie, but then eventually taking this turn and making the film so much more dark and going in this direction that feels a lot more sophisticated than really anything we've seen in a a Transformers movie. And after it goes to that point, you have this realization. You're like, holy shit, wait, this movie is so much more integral than I really did expect it to be. And it really is due to Josh Cooley's directing here, and the way he really does, give you this sense of patience, where it's like you really are waiting to see what this is all going to lead to. And I thought that was just really impressive when the movie got to the point, and you find out this revelation of sorts. Holy shit, the film just becomes so much more exciting from there, and really just went in just such an unexpected direction that really just had me so locked in from that point, and was really interested to see what they were going to do. And I can't really spoil, what direction this movie goes into, but like I said, it really does become a much more impactful Transformers film than you do expect. And when it comes to the relation between Orion and D16, otherwise known as Megatron, you really do find yourself, that is really the point where you recognize how invested you are. And when the movie gets to that point where these two characters become what we know them to be, you really do find yourself buying into it. And it feels so much more earned. And it feels like we have so much more such a deeper understanding of the relationship between these two characters and why the conflict that has escalated has gotten to the point that it has. And I think the movie does a really good job with that. And like, yes, a lot of prequels can feel very forced, but again, I think what this movie does really well is really kind of get you to understand what caused all of this. Because I've always kind of had that question of like, why is this happening? Why do these two characters have this dislike towards each other? Why is there always this back and forth there? Well, this movie really gets you to understand that, and I thought that they just did a really good job. The animation also is incredible in this movie. The look of Cybertron in particular has really never looked better. I mean, I think just the world building and the different locations all these characters go to are really well handled, but it's the action sequences that really impress me here. They're so fluid and vibrant, and they have this very like colorful type, texture to it. I mean, I was just really impressed by when it came to the animation in this movie. The third act in particular is just so incredibly riveting, and a lot of that is due to the animation. But the voice cast also, I gotta praise here, because I think when the voice cast was initially announced, there was a lot of hesitation where it's like, really, Chris Hemsworth as Optimus Prime? But he does more than enough, I think, to really sell you as that character. Yes, this is not the Optimus Prime that we're used to, but by the end of the movie, I really did find myself buying into it. And honestly, if they wanted to another one, which unfortunately I don't think they're going to, because like I said, this movie unfortunately really underperformed. A lot of people have not really seen this movie. A lot of people, I feel like, have just kind of forgotten about this movie, but he is so good as this character. I would definitely be down to see more. But Brian Tyree Henry, man, oh my god, I feel like every single time I see this guy on screen, he finds a way to blow me away in a way that he finds a way to still just impress the hell out of me and do something different that I haven't seen from him before as an actor. And that's really when you know you are watching one of the best actors out there. I think generally he is one of the best actors, and I think his performance as Megatron just really gives me a deeper appreciation for that character. It makes that character feel so much more interesting, so much more layered, and you really do find yourself latching on to him, but especially when he turns towards, when he gets to the point you expect him to be. I mean, he is just phenomenal as this character, and I just really am bummed that this film underperformed as much as it did, because I really would just love to see more of him as this character. I think he really understands who D16 really is. He adds so many more layers to this character that he otherwise wouldn't have had. And again, I think what works so well in this movie are the different ideologies that both of these characters do have. Early on, you kind of do see that, but you understand why they are at first drawn to each other and how that situation continues to overcomplicate itself throughout the movie. Again, it feels very easy to buy into. It's something you can really understand throughout this movie, and I think that was something that just worked really well. But I think that Tyree Henry's performance also just really sells it here, and I was very impressed by what he did. But I also gotta credit Keegan-Michael Key in this movie, who is playing the most obnoxious and annoying version of Bumblebee we've ever seen to date, that really gets you to understand why this character usually doesn't speak. You will completely understand it at the end, after watching this movie, and I think that is something they did really well here. They took something as simple as, this thing that people have always been kind of annoyed by, like, why doesn't Bumblebee speak, and actually get you to kind of understand it, and really having just some really great comedic relief in this movie. I thought he was just a lot of fun here. John Hamm also very good as this mentor figure that all of them look up to. I thought he was really great in this movie. All the voice cast, like I said, is really phenomenal here. Like I said, I think and then the pacing of this movie also is really well done. I really just found myself so locked in throughout this entire movie, and just really excited to see what direction the film was going to go in. And again, once it gets to that third act, I mean, it is absolutely just nail-biting in terms of the different directions they end up going in, and that alone, I think, is really what makes it stick out from the other Transformers movie, because yes, we're used to seeing all these big, action set pieces, but in here, it just feels so much more purposeful. It feels like there's so much more emotion going on that hasn't been in the other films, and so I think that's really what helps stick out here. Overall, I mean, this film just did so much more than I expected to. It presents very different versions of characters that we've come to know, and really get you to understand them in a much deeper way. Some incredible animation, some absolutely fantastic voice performances, and a third act that, again, I think is one that is just really going to stick with you. Transformers 1 honestly might just be the best Transformers movie we have yet, and it really is a shame that the film underperformed as much as it did, because I really do think it is a movie that could have really opened up a really interesting and exciting new franchise for this property. I feel like they've really struggled to figure out what to do with these with this IP, and I feel like they finally got a handle on it, and unfortunately, I don't think it's going to amount to much of anything, and it's really unfortunate, because I think this might just be the best one we have had to date. But overall, I really love this one. A- for Transformers 1. This film just did so much more for me than I ever could have imagined. Okay, so the next one is another one where I just really wish I could have done a full review for, because this is generally one of my favorite films of the entire year, and that is The Substance, which, right off the bat, can I just say, the fact that this movie is becoming a legitimate Oscar contender is just not something I ever would have expected, especially just considering how just wild and gnarly of a film this really is. You could not have told me when I first watched this movie that, yeah, this movie actually might get nominated for Best Picture, but I am so fucking happy that that is the reality we're living in, because it is by far one of the most inventive and just original horror films that I think I've ever seen. I mean, essentially, the whole film is kind of this allegory for, unrealistic beauty standards on women and how they're constantly treated as sex objects, and then they are pushed out by the industry at an older age, and how that is constantly, and the insecurity that is constantly festering within them, and this like self-loathing that they end up developing as a result, and how it causes them to feel like there is something wrong with them when in reality there isn't, and they have this, and it makes them feel so much more insecure as a result. The way the movie ends up kind of using this whole narrative of, this idea of the substance and it being this, better version of yourself is such a genius idea, especially when you consider the main character that we're following in this movie of Elizabeth Sparkle, who, once was this, well-revered actress of sorts, and just because of aging, she's kind of faded out. And as a result, she's become a lot more depressed. She doesn't really have much going on in her life. She's very, secluded, and it's because she doesn't really allow herself to enjoy anything. She puts so much emphasis on the way people view her and her image and how much that matters to her. And I think that is something that is just so well handled in this movie. You really find yourself early on in this movie really sympathizing with this character, and despite the fact that she thinks that, this whole thing is going to help her, you see how much this starts to make you see how much this starts to make her both emotionally and physically deteriorate. Again, I think it's just such incredible storytelling. The beginning of this movie, they do a really good job of also establishing her character. It starts off with this billboard of sorts, and seeing the different reactions to it, and that scene alone just does a really good job of getting you to understand the mindset of her character and what she's constantly dealing with, and how she's being disregarded, how people are just kind of counting her out, all just because of her age. And I think all of that is just really well communicated in this movie. I think anyone that is, been in Elizabeth's shoes, I think are really going to find themselves relating to that, but also anyone who feels this deep insecurity and this self-loathing of themselves, I think is also, really going to find themselves latching onto this movie in many different ways. And I think that scene alone is a perfect example of that. But Coralie Farjah, is just such a fantastic director. Just generally one of the most interesting visionaries working today when it comes to horror. I think she just has such a knack for telling these very human stories, but finding these really twisted and these very twisted and psychological ideas to really find a way to, incorporate those themes. I think is just really well handled here. I love her last movie, Revenge, but she really just shows a capability to herself that I didn't even know that she had, and I was just really so blown away by the way she decided to go about this film. It also has to be said that the performances in this movie are just extraordinary. Demi Moore, holy shit, I feel like this is the role that she was always born to play, but she was never able to attain. There's kind of this, meta narrative with her being this actress that people see in the 80s and didn't really take her that seriously, and now she's finally getting her moment. I feel like that's a big reason why she is getting the nomination, but also should be getting the nomination because she is phenomenal in this movie. Everyone's talked about the mirror scene, and yeah, it's really great stuff. This scene where she is, contemplating whether or not to go out on this date, and she keeps applying more makeup to herself to make herself look more young and attractive because, again, she puts so much emphasis on her appearance. But even, I think, quiet, and I think that scene is a perfect encapsulation of who her character really is. But even scenes, later in the film when she starts to become a lot more, when you start to see how much that this whole, this whole device is affecting her throughout the movie. I think she just does some really incredible work, and I was just so impressed by her performance, just adding so many interesting layers to this character and all the complexity of her that you really just find yourself latching onto. And then Margaret Qualley also very good here. She's definitely a lot more youthful, a lot more naive. She's making a lot more careless decisions, but she really represents the more young and careless side of Elizabeth very well. While yes, she's playing Sue, and Sue on the surface is a different character from Elizabeth, you kind of do feel like these two are kind of the same in that way. They represent very similar side. They have a lot of similarities to each other. And that really is where the movie gets a lot more interesting, is when you realize that, yes, while these two are very different, there also are a lot of similarities there. And as the film goes on, you start to become a lot more aware of that. And I think that works out really well in this movie. I think there's just so much that this film does so incredibly well. Dennis Quaid also, look, I've not been a big fan of him lately. I think he's been making some really weird career choices, and I just have not really been big on him. But this is the kind of movie he needs to do more, because his portrayal of Harvey as this just, like, really nasty and disgusting, like, executive who is, like, so predatory towards women openly, I think he is just doing such incredible work as this character. Yes, it is not subtle at all, but it absolutely should not be. And I think the way that he, goes about playing this character, it still feels somewhat believable. Yes, there is this, like, fantastical, while the reality of this film is definitely somewhat fantastical, the way he portrays this character, it's, like, actually pretty easy to buy into, where it's like, yeah, I think a character like that would exist within this world. A character like this does exist in Hollywood. We know of executives that are like this, and I think Quaid, really just does a great job at playing a very heightened version of that, but one that you really do find yourself buying into. And I think he does a really good job at playing this character who is causing both of these women so much, turmoil and misery. And I thought all of that was very well done. But it's the lengths that this movie really goes to, that's what really ends up sticking with you. I mean, the way the film starts off, it's pretty gradual, and you don't really start to recognize, like, the full effects of what's going on. But once the film starts to delve into body horror territory, oh my god, this movie takes you on a wild ride that you truly are not prepared for, and I was just so blown away by just how far they end up going. You know how I just talked about how, like, the front room, it feels like those directors were, like, so afraid of, like, really just diving full force into the weirdness of that movie? This is, like, the antithesis of that, where, like, Corley Farjah is like, fuck it, I want to be as weird and bizarre as I really can. I want to gross people out. I want to do whatever I can to really get this message across. And if I have to, and throw as much gross imagery in your face as I can, but the difference with this movie is that it all feels purposeful. All the gross stuff we get in this movie, and trust me, this movie is probably one of the most disgusting I have seen in a very long time. There's not a single point in this movie where I'm like, that feels superfluous. That feels like it's just here to elicit a reaction out of you. No, it feels like the movie, it has a reason to be here. And it also feels like the film has earned that. We have gotten to a point where it feels like it makes sense that it's escalated to this level of grossness, this level of body horror, and I thought all of that was just so well done in this movie. And also, the way they go about it, I mean, again, generally very impressively handled. I think I was just so impressed by, like, the ways that they go about portraying all of these different, like, side effects and things like that. I thought were just really well done, and I don't want to get into it too much. I mean, I think a lot of people have seen this movie by now, but this really is a movie that is, like, very hard to talk about without going into spoilers, and I'm trying to do the best that I possibly can without doing so. But just know, I mean, this film is just absolutely incredible. The opening shot alone, like, really gets you to understand, like, what this movie is going to be, and I think that shot alone really kind of prepares you for the craziness that this film is willing to, it dives into as it goes along. I think, even though, yes, that ending feels like it's, like, going on in a whole other direction of weirdness and chaos, and this, like, really, like, chaotic nature, which, again, those last 20 minutes alone, I can't believe that shit is going to be nominated for an Oscar, but it's absolutely deserving of it. I think it feels justified. It feels earned. It doesn't feel like it's just coming out of nowhere, and I think they do a really good job with that. The score, also by Rafferty, is absolutely one of the best you will hear all year. It is just the kind that really just gets your blood pumping. It has this very, like, synthy but very eerie feel to it that just leaves you in this constant sense of discomfort. There's not a single second of this movie where you are feeling at ease with what's going on. You always feel like the worst possible thing could happen at any point, and I think that Rafferty's score is just a perfect example of that. The movie also, it's like 2.5 hours long. I did not feel the length once in this movie. I've seen it twice now, and I feel like it flies by both times. And I also feel like that length is very necessary because it really helps tell this story to its fullest potential. And like I said before, the ending to this movie, by no exaggeration, is generally one of the most batshit insane things I think I've ever seen. And I mean that in the most complimentary way possible, because again, I think the movie does a really great job in getting us to that point, and I really just appreciate how much Farjah is willing to go there, to these extreme places. And like I said, I think for some people it might end up being just a little bit too much, but I think the movie absolutely does the legwork to get to this point to where it only makes it feel like that much more satisfying experience, and that you're communicating the message that much better as a result. So again, just so blown away by so many things this film was able to pull off. A lot of films would try to take these big swings and it would just feel like it's coming out of left field, but this film, like the most extreme shit that it does, as disturbing, as gross, as utterly just gory and as grotesque and, nasty as it is, it feels like it earns all that. It feels like it has done more than enough to earn all of that, wild shit that ends up going on. So it really just ends up heightening the film in the best way possible. And for many, it might end up being just a little bit too much, but I feel like, again, it really just helps sum up exactly what this film is trying to sell, the message that they are trying to push. I think it is just so well executed in this movie. Ultimately, the substance was just kind of everything that I hoped it would be, but yet even more than I really could have expected. I think this film just really dives full force into what it's trying into the message that it's trying to sell. It has three incredible performances, has some absolutely stunning cinematography, as well as just some really great body horror here. It's a film that, yes, it's going to shock you, it's going to disgust you, but it's one that you truly are never going to forget. And if you are willing to, go on this wild and truly just unhinged ride that it's willing to take you on, I really think The Substance could just end up being one of the most impactful and most impressive horror films that you have seen in a very long time. It is by far one of my favorite films of the entire year, and if you haven't guessed yet, I'm absolutely going to give The Substance an A+. Alright, this next one, what the hell even is there to say about Megalopolis that hasn't been said already? I mean, this is just one of the most baffling, incoherent, confounding, absolute, kind of just honestly beyond description of a disaster of a film that I have seen in a very long time, and truly, I mean, one of the most talked about films of the entire year, and really not for the right reasons. I mean, look, everything I'm going to say about this movie, I feel like is nothing new. You've heard it from other reviewers, but yeah, I mean, this film is absolutely terrible in so many aspects. The plot it should be so straightforward. Like, you have these two characters, and, Caesar, this character, he's like this architect of sorts, and he's trying to create his vision of the future, but then he's clashing with, the mayor, played by Giancarlo Esposito, and there's, a lot of, battling between them, but there's so many other elements here that, makes it just so utterly confusing. You have, you have this love story with Natalie Emmanuel's character that's kind of this forbidden romance of sorts because she's the daughter of Cicero, and you can kind of see that being an issue. Then you got Shia LaBeouf's character in there, and there's this whole he's the cousin, but he has an uncle that is doing some really shady dealings, and he's under fire for shit, and that's going on. Then you have this plot line with Grace Vanderwaal's character, and she's this pop star, and basically they're trying to get her, she's viewed as pure and innocent and things like that, and then you kind of find out more things about her. You got Aubrey Plaza's character. I mean, there's so much going on in this movie, and none of it really fits together at all. It really does feel like this is a film that Francis Ford Coppola, and look, this is the thing I will say, is that I have massive respect for the fact that Francis Ford Coppola poured as much as he could into this film. I mean, This guy literally, like, used up all of his life savings to make this movie. You could see how important this was for him. You could see that this is his passion project. But I feel like he maybe did a little bit too much here. I feel like he was so married to the idea of this film, he just couldn't let anything go. And you can kind of see why this movie has taken so long for him to make. It's not because of the budget. It's not because of the cast. I think generally this is just kind of it kind of is just a unfilmable, like, script. Like, generally, I think that's the best way to go about it, because that's the best way to describe it, because it's just so all over the place. And like, just throughout the entire movie, I was so confused as to what was really going on. So that's really a major issue. Then you have the cast, and look, you have some amazing actors here, but the problem is, like, though you have amazing actors, virtually all of them feel like they are in different movies. I think really the only two performances that know what kind of movie that they're in are, like, surprisingly Shia LaBeouf, who, look, absolute piece of shit. You know, I don't like him at all. He did make me laugh in this movie, and it's because he knows exactly the type of film that he's in. He's, like, you know, doing the, like, most ridiculous shit in this film. He's not taking anything seriously, and it really works. Then you have Aubrey Plaza, who is giving that, like, really campy, over-the-top performance that she tends to do a very good job with, and I feel like she's the only one I can generally say, like, did a really good job in this film. Then you have, like, Adam Driver, who's doing way too much. You have someone like Giancarlo Esposito or Natalie Emmanuel, who are acting like they're in the most serious film of their lives. But then every so often, you know, you'll get, like, a really weird line reading. Like, you'll have Adam Driver talking about going back to the club, and you'll have, you know, this weird scene where basically, you know, he's asked a question, and somebody from the audience comes up to ask him a question, even though it is Jason Schwartzman's dialogue. But the audience, the person from the audience is mouthing the dialogue as if they're saying it, even though it really is just kind of a tedious effort to do, because it's not like this person is asking the question themselves. It's just such a mindfuck of an experience, and I don't mean that in a good way. Like, generally, this film is insane to wrap my head around. As I am talking about it right now, I'm just like, what the fuck even is this movie? I mean, look, I guess that there is sort of a message here about, like, technology and, like, the future and, like, the best ways to kind of, like, the best ways to, you know, be this idealist and things like that, and look at this future, and I guess there's something novel about that. The film is very well shot. Like, I cannot say in any way that the cinematography is terrible here, because I do think the movie is very well shot. There's some very good sequences here. I think the look and feel of everything, you can definitely see what he was going for. I don't want to pretend like he didn't have a vision. I feel like he definitely had an idea of what he wanted to do. Again, I just feel like his idea, he's just spent so much time on it that the film has just become this, you know, sort of like, it's sort of become the stream of consciousness that just is constantly jumping around from storyline to storyline, and I just had such a hard time even remembering half of what was really going on here. The film really, it's entertainingly bad. Like, I can't sit here and say this is one of the worst films of the year, because I admittedly did have a really good time with it. The problem is it's very inconsistent in terms of that. Every time I found myself laughing at the movie, laughing at something that would happen, like Jon Voight saying that he has, like, a raging boner, and he's using like a sword as a boner. That's literally a scene in the movie. There would be this, like, really boring monologue about, like, whatever, and that would take me out of the movie. But then you would have, like, Giancarlo Esposito, like, shouting with Adam Driver, and it's like, what the hell is going on? Or Aubrey Plaza's character, whose name is literally Wow Platinum. That's the kind of movie that you're watching, telling Adam Driver's character that he's acting anal when they just had sex, and it's like, yeah, moments like that, I'm like, what did you think was going to happen here? Like, who decided to add this dialogue? What is the point of this? Do you know what movie you're trying to make? Do you know what you're doing? Like, that's the thing. Part of me thinks that maybe Coppola knows what he's doing, and that this is just supposed to be really stupid. But then, like I said, there's a moment that is trying to be something that's, like, really insightful, and something that really ends up, giving you a lot to think about, some very thought-provoking ideas. The ending, also, the third act of this movie is so incredibly overlong. There are multiple points where I thought the movie was going to end, and it wasn't. And then the way it finally does end, it's probably the most confusing way they could have ended the film. So it also feels kind of fitting, because like I said, the whole movie is confusing in that way, and the whole film is just so much to take in that it's so alienating in that way, and I think that the ending is kind of synonymous with that. So in some ways, it's the best way to end this movie. But on the other hand, it's like, what happened? Like, how do we get here? Like, generally, that's how I was feeling throughout this entire movie, because the whole thing, it's just, again, just an absolute mess of a film all around. Like, there just stuff like that is just crazy in this film. There's just so much here that, like, generally you could do an entire, like, I could do an entire video essay just just looking at the dialogue of this movie and being like, what just trying to figure out, like, what was Coppola's idea here? What was he thinking by implementing this scene? What was the impact that he was trying to have? Did he know what this was going to do? Because in general, like, it's insane to think about. Yeah, look, it's a terrible movie. I think I've said all I really needed to about it. Again, I think it's just the definition of a film that just seems to have no idea what it really wants to be, despite the fact that, again, this is, like, his passion project. I really do think this is a movie that he just should have made years ago. Like, that's really the best, that really is, I think, the best descriptor of this film, is that I think this really is a film that, like, could have been something, like, years ago, for sure. Like, if Coppola made this when he was in his heyday, and he was this, like, really well-renowned director, which, he still is. I don't think this film has ruined his reputation in the way that others have said. He's still Francis Ford Coppola. He's made The Godfather. He's made, The Conversation, he's made Apocalypse Now, like, he's made a lot of fantastic movies that everyone, constantly will harken back to as some of the best films ever made. But the problem is, like, this is the first movie he's made in years, and it's easily the worst film of his entire career. He's also said it might be the end for him, which is not shocking considering just how much of a disaster this film was commercially. Critically as well. I mean, it's kind of all over the place. Like, some people have, like, a lot of people say it was a terrible movie, but then you have, like, a lot of, I've seen, like, a lot of top 10 lists where people have this on their list, and look, if you like this movie, like, that's great. I can't, in good conscience, say that this is a good movie, because there's just so many things that just have me completely, like, stunned beyond words, of what it's really trying to do. There are moments here that remind me of The Room, but then I remember it's a Francis Ford Coppola movie. There is, this narration from Lawrence Fishburne as well, completely unnecessary, adds virtually nothing to this film whatsoever. A lot of the time, it's just, like, these long, drawn-out, like, just diatribes about whatever, and I did not care at all about what was going on. Like I said, there are moments that do work. There are some scenes here and there where I'm like, okay, I kind of see some potential here, but every time it does, the film creeps back into just this really ridiculous territory that you just can't possibly take seriously, and then simultaneously ends up boring you in the next scene. So yeah, it's just a film that is kind of just similar to how the movie's all over the place. My thoughts are kind of just all over the place. It's a bad movie. That's really what I'm gonna say. It's a bad movie, but it's not one of the worst of the year, but it's not a film that I can say is anything close to good either. It really is just a film that I think is kind of just a from a technical perspective, there might be things that work. There are some alright performances, I guess, even though, again, a lot of them don't feel like they fit with the movie that they're in. There's some alright ideas here and there, but overall, I mean, this really is just the kind of movie that, you look back at Francis Ford Coppola, and you look at his filmography, and this is really the one that is going to stick out like a sore thumb. It feels like a movie that he was pushing to be made, but nobody else really wanted him to do it, and like I said, hats off to him for finally making the movie. I just wish that it was a film that turned out to be a lot better than it really was. So yeah, D+ for Megalopolis. Like I said, I think everyone has said everything they need to about it. It's not one of the worst films of the year, but a good movie, absolutely not. The Wild Robot is easily one of DreamWorks' best films in years, and honestly, like, it's kind of crazy, because I feel like DreamWorks has been having this really good streak lately. They had Puss in Boots, they had The Bad Guys. Last year, nothing really that great. They had a couple films here, they had a couple successes here and there, but The Wild Robot really just puts them back on top and is easily one of the best films they have done in a very long time for a multitude of reasons. I mean, one of the things that really sticks out to me about this film is just how mature it really is. And I think that's when DreamWorks is really at their best, when they are adding all of these very mature, very adult themes. A lot of this movie is mainly about motherhood and kind of the the challenging part of that, and how hard it is to, be a mother and try and kind of solidify your purpose, but yet it also is trying to say a lot about the idea of, self-identity and, not being what other people are telling you to do. Roz in this film is constantly battling with that throughout this movie. She's made to be this helper robot, and that's kind of all she is at first, but as the film goes on and she starts to care for these animals, specifically the goose that she is, kind of this, like, surrogate mother to of Brightbill, you really do see her evolve throughout this film, and her character arc is easily one of the strongest of the entire year. I really just found myself latching onto her character, especially when we start to dive into what her actual purpose is. Why was Roz actually built? It goes in some it goes in some pretty dark directions, and that was something I really applauded the film for. They don't really try to shy away from anything, and I think the film, like I said, it's a really good commentary about what our purpose really is in life, and how people constantly try to take advantage of the thing that they invented for negative intent, and never try to look at something and see it as it having its own value. And I think that's a lot of what this film is trying to communicate. The voice performances also are just absolutely incredible here. Lupita Nyong'o, once again, just gives a fantastic performance as Roz, as we expect her to, but I thought that she just did an amazing job in this film. I really enjoyed just the way she brings so much emotion to this character, and really giving you a lot to latch onto here. I think, lesser actress Roz could come across as kind of just, like, very stilted, but she finds a way to bring layers of humanity and layers of complexity that I think otherwise just wouldn't really be there. Pedro Pascal, I don't think has been talked about enough, though, and I really enjoyed his character throughout this movie. He kind of starts off, and he's kind of this scoundrel of sorts. He's not really somebody that is, he's kind of just, like, in it for himself, but you really do see the character of Fink also evolve throughout this movie as he starts to, grow a bond with Raj. You see him start to generally care about the people that he is, kind of, playing, and I really enjoyed that, his arc throughout the movie. I thought that he just did a really great job here, and I don't think, like I said, he's gotten enough credit in this movie. I thought that his performance was really good. But the other thing I really appreciate about this film is, again, what its story really is all about. The film starts off, and for a while, there isn't a lot of dialogue in this movie. You're kind of seeing Roz, and she's thrown into the woods, and, she starts off, and like I said, she's very, like, manufactured. She's very, she feels like she only has one purpose, and, it doesn't really seem like she's going to evolve much, but like I said, as she starts to kind of find her family, in a sense, you really do see her evolve into someone of her own, and I really did enjoy getting to see that. You can very much make an analogy of, like, somebody who has this one purpose, and that is all they believe in, but then they start to meet other people, and it starts to get them to change their sense of self, and you really do see that with Roz throughout this film. The animation also, I mean, DreamWorks always does a great job with their animation, but this is truly just some of the most gorgeous animation I have ever really seen them do. It's so colorful, but it also is just so entrancing to look at, and is one that is impossible to not look away from, and I thought the animation was just absolutely gorgeous here. I really just love the way this film was done. fun and things like that. All the look and feel of everything felt so tangible, and it's just some of the best animation that I've seen in a very long time. I was very impressed by what they did here. Hey, so while I was editing this video, I realized that I failed to also mention that this film is really fucking funny. I think I was just so focused on, like, how powerful it is and, you know, the emotions that it sweeps and all the different things it's trying to cover that I failed to recognize that not only is the movie very funny, but it doesn't necessarily have the type of humor that you think that it would have. Yes, there are moments that, like, have the typical humor that you'd see in, like, a film like this, but there's a lot of moments that are really relying on very dark humor about, like, death and, like, you know, hopelessness and mortality, and it wasn't something that I was really expecting them to do, but I thought it worked really well for this movie, what they were trying to cover. There's a really great gag, especially involving Catherine O'Hara's character, that I thought worked really well every time they came back to it. And it was just another one of those things where it's like they find a way to do something really unexpected that you didn't think that the film was going to do, and yet somehow it really does work. And I think that just speaks to the, you know, the impressiveness of this film. It's yet another element they just really excelled in. So that's just another thing I really wanted to highlight amongst a bevy of really fantastic elements of this film. I think the directing also, Chris Sanders, I mean, he never fails to strike the perfect balance between very fun, lighthearted moments with a very, you know, strong sense of emotion and, you know, this powerful sort of nature. He imbues that throughout every single scene of this film, and I thought that he just did just another terrific job directing a movie. I mean, look, this is the guy who did Lilo and Stitch. We really should not be surprised, but I think this is easily some of his best directing to date. Bright Bill also as a character I really enjoyed here. He goes in some directions I really was not expecting, particularly in the third act of this film. I thought they did some really great stuff, and I'm not gonna lie, as the movie gets into the third act, I really did find myself just very emotionally invested in these relationships, and really just find myself latching onto all these different characters. And like I said, some of it is even done without dialogue, which I really appreciate. His score also is just fantastic. It really just represents that sense of wonder and imagination that you are hoping from a film like this. Chris Bowers does a great job. I love the Kiss the Sky song that Maren Morris did. I think it fits very well in the movie. It doesn't feel like it's, like, jarring. It actually feels like it has a place in the film, and I think it's great to see how much that song has actually, like, you know, gone places. It's gonna get nominated for Oscars, and thank God it is, because I think it's a really damn good song for sure. I really did enjoy that part of the film. I really did enjoy its inclusion in the film. So there's just so much to love here. I think really the only thing that brings this film down for me, and what keeps it from being the masterpiece that some people have, you know, acclaimed it to be, which I will say right now, this is not even my favorite animated film of the year. I think it's a fantastic film, but we will get to that. There's another film that I think is just a little bit better, but this film is still really incredible. The only thing that does hold it back is that there is a time jump that happens, and when it occurred, I was okay with it. But it felt like there were things that happened between those moments that I really would have just liked to see. The film kind of montages through it, and I just didn't feel like we've gotten to a place where this time jump feels necessary. I felt like there were moments that I just wanted to see a little bit more, and I think they could have done a better job with it. There's also some characters that I just wish got a little bit more of screen time here. Like, Catherine O'Hara is a lot of fun in this movie, but I wish we got a little bit more with her character and things like that. But other than that, I mean, this is just such a incredible film. It's one of the best animated films of the entire year. It's absolutely going to win Best Animated Feature, and I think it's a very deserving one at that. It tells such a powerful story that I think is going to touch many generations. It's a film that I think many people are going to find themselves relating to, whether you are Bright Bill, who is kind of trying to find his place in the world, or Roz, who has, you know, had this devotion to his mother but has never really known himself outside of that, and then Roz, who is slowly evolving into someone who, you know, was meant to be this machine, slowly starting to develop actual emotions, and seeing her, you know, evolve throughout this movie. I think there's just a lot that people are going to find themselves latching onto here. It's by far one of DreamWorks' best films for sure. It really is everything that everyone has said about it. I feel like there isn't really much more to say than you haven't heard from other reviewers, so I'm just going to go ahead and give this one an A. I think this is a fantastic movie all around. I think all the praise has been, I think, while yes, it might not be my favorite animated film of the year, it is a very noteworthy one that I think we'll be talking about for many years to come. Definitely one of the best animated films to come out this decade, and really, again, just puts DreamWorks on top in a way that they haven't been in a while. I mean, they really are just killing it in terms of animated features, and I'm just really excited to see, hopefully, them start to, develop more projects like this, and less like fucking Dogman that's coming out this month, but we'll have to see. But either way, we have this film that's gonna win them an Oscar, so woo, either way, let's get to the next movie. Alright, another film that I feel like there just isn't that much to say about, because everything that could have been said has been said. Joker Folie à Deux, very big disappointment, for sure. I mean, I was very excited for this movie, and honestly, I feel like I was always on this film's side. Like, I know a lot of people were saying they don't really understand why we need this sequel. They don't really think it's gonna work. They weren't excited that it was gonna be a musical. They felt like it just wasn't really a film that was gonna work. But they just didn't really feel like it was a film that was all that necessary. But I was always on the side where it's like, well, if Todd Phillips is coming back, if Joaquin Phoenix wants to sign back on, if Lady Gaga is gonna be Harley Quinn, they definitely have, something cooking, and they have something that's going to be really good, and it's going to feel worthwhile, and unfortunately that's not the case, because really the best thing I could say about this, the best way I could describe this movie is simply unnecessary. There really is nothing about this film that feels like this is a film that we needed, that, follows up what we got in the first film, and this just does a great job of, continuing that story and furthering these characters. No, in many ways, this almost feels like a course correction of sorts, which is a very fascinating, idea to think about. Basically, the way I think about this movie is I feel like Todd Phillips, looked at the success of the first movie and he was like, okay, this is great, but I don't think people are taking away what they're supposed to from this movie. And he would be right about that. There were a lot of people, I remember when Joker came out, that were looking at Joker in a really strange way, kind of like this Christ-like figure. They were seeing it as like this underdog story, and that is not at all what that first movie was. That film is very much about someone who is constantly like disregarded, and like mental illness and things like that, and the effect that has on someone, and how it causes them to lash out and kind of just like, become this harmful figure and things like that. And that's kind of what the first movie was really supposed to be about, looking also at like the oppressed and the poor, and kind of like, again, how they're constantly just pushed aside by the rich, and how they're constantly just pushed aside in favor of like the rich. That's really what the first movie was trying to say. But I think there's a lot of people who took away a different message from that movie that it really was never trying to say, but everyone was like insisting that it was. And I feel like Phillips said, okay, let me make a movie that essentially is telling you that's not at all what this is supposed to be. That's not at all the story that we were trying to tell. And I think that's a really novel idea. The problem is, I just don't know if the story that he tells really fits with what was set up in that first movie. The way we leave Arthur Fleck at the end of that first movie, there is a lot of uncertainty about where things are really going to go. Some of it might be in his head. Some of it might have actually happened. Maybe he has become the Joker, or maybe he is just this delusional patient who has basically, just given up on any sense of reality and is fully giving into, his delusions and things like that. But this film pretty much, tells you straight out what it's supposed to be, and The problem I really do have with it is that every idea the movie has just feels so incredibly surface level and so half-baked. It really does feel like Phillips had this one idea and just felt that he needed to drill it into your head. He needed to do whatever he could to spoon feed the audience, tell them like, no, this is the movie you're supposed to be watching. This is what was happening this entire time. And it just gets very tiring after a while. There are things that do work here. I really do like some of the courtroom scenes in this movie. I like what the movie has to say about the effect that Arthur has had on certain people, how it was, whether he intended to have that effect or not. There's a great scene, especially involving Lee Gill's character, that is probably the best scene in this entire movie. Really does a great job of showing what Arthur has become versus what he was, how he has kind of become this, how he has become someone that is very apathetic to others, and, kind of just seeing how much he has devolved into this monster of sorts. I think that scene works really well, and I think it communicates what the movie, I think, could have really dived deeper into. I really wish the movie did focus more on those that were harmed by Arthur, on those that see him as this terrible person. But the film is constantly focusing on two different groups of people. You have this crowd that worships him like he is this Jesus-like figure and that he's gonna turn everything around, and they only want him to be Joker, including Harley Quinn, who we'll talk about in a little bit. Not really the Harley Quinn that you're expecting her to be. And there's that, and then you have all these doctors and things like that, and you have this, and then you have this, these people in his jail cell that are, shaming him for basically everything and are ridiculing him and are making fun of him, and it's like, I thought we were past this part of the movie. Like, why are we still repeating the same ideas that the first film had? The first film already, put him through enough. I feel like this is, there are things that happen here that just feel like they go a bit too far. One scene in particular, I was like, I really don't understand why they need to do that. I really don't think that fit in the movie at all, so I didn't really enjoy that. And Brendan Gleeson, he's good in this movie. I just think that his character is not really very well written. I was not really a fan of his inclusion in the film. I was not really a fan of what they did with him overall. I thought that his character was just one that kind of feels like he's here to stir up trouble. He's here to make Arthur's life a living hell, and I just wasn't really a big fan of him, so that didn't really work for me. And a lot of the scenes that take place in that jail cell, a lot of it just feels like padding. It feels like it's here because we need to push Arthur through, worse shit. And I just wasn't really a huge fan of that. Like I said, I think the courtroom scenes are really when this film does shine. I think there are some moments that I really did enjoy. There's some stuff with Catherine Keener's character that I thought was kind of interesting. She's kind of this lawyer that's representing him and kind of is sympathizing with him and kind of seeing him as this tragic figure. And I think there is an idea of this movie of everyone trying to tell Arthur who he's supposed to be. They are constantly trying to tell him that tell him what he is, and are telling him how he's supposed to act, how he's supposed to look. And you can see throughout this movie how this is having this effect on him and how he doesn't want to be seen this way. But again, the Arthur that we saw at the end of the movie, it doesn't really align with the Arthur that we saw here. It almost feels like a different character this time around, so I think that also doesn't really work. Let's talk about the Harley Quinn of it all, because Lady Gaga is really good in this movie. I really enjoyed her performance in this film. She is playing a far more psychedelic version of the Harley Quinn that we know. This is someone who is a lot more broken and someone who has become a lot more. She's had this tragic past of her own, and you can kind of see this bond that she forms with Arthur. The problem is, she's not in the movie enough, and her character, surprisingly, is very, very one-note. Really, all her character is that she's in love with the Joker. She wants him to be the Joker. She is essentially emboldening him to, embrace the Joker personality and, basically just do all this, debaucherous shit throughout the rest of his life, commit all these terrible crimes, and that's kind of all she really amounts to, and it's very disappointing because I feel like there was a lot of potential when it came to her character. I've even heard rumblings that, there was, at least like 20 to 30 minutes maybe cut with her. And if that's the case, like, what the fuck? Why did you get her in this movie and then just like completely just like cut her screen time in half? It's just really strange. There are many moments in this movie also where it feels like they don't know what to do with her character. Like, you'll have Arthur in a courtroom, and it's this really impactful scene, and then what is Lee doing in this movie? She's, like, walking around, like, singing pretty much, and I'll talk about that in a little bit, but, like, she's just, like, walking around aimlessly, and it doesn't, she goes to her apartment, and, like, it just doesn't really feel like they know what to do with her. It almost feels like she wasn't supposed to be in this movie initially, which is kind of baffling, considering I think that, like, the selling point of this movie was we have our version of Joker and Harley Quinn. We've never really had a full-on Joker and Harley Quinn movie, and that's not what this is. And look, I'm not saying that I want them to do that necessarily, but I was very much down to see, like, what is their version of Harley Quinn going to be like? Them reimagining her, them giving her a bit more authenticity, them giving her a bit more of depth, and they just didn't really do that. To be honest with you, I got more out of Harley Quinn in Batman Cape Crusader this year than I did in Joker Folie à Deux, and that is a, 20 minutes, episode versus a 2-hour movie. That alone should tell you just how, disappointing I was by what they decided to do with her character, which, like I said, really just didn't feel like all that much. I also just didn't really buy into the romance here. It felt very rushed. It didn't really feel like we got to a place where it's like, okay, I can see why these two characters would like each other. It feels like it's happening because it needs to. It doesn't really feel like they have done the groundwork to really get us to this point, so I don't really feel like that part of the movie worked really well. And like I said, I think, Lady Gaga does do a really good job here. I just kind of felt like her talents were kind of wasted here, which is unfortunate because I think everybody watching this movie expected that she was going to be the standout. She was going to be the best, one of the best elements of this film, and she is, but I just didn't really feel like she was given enough to do here, and I wasn't really a big fan of her performance. I mean, Joaquin Phoenix is also fantastic here. Like, he's giving a phenomenal performance in this film. There's one scene in particular where he really is trying to, embrace his full, persona, and, kind of where he kind of just, breaks down about everything that has happened to him up to this point, and I thought it was one of his strongest scenes in both films, and I think his performance, honestly, at points, is on the level of the first movie. I think he still does a fantastic job here, and it really is one of the only things that feels like it's still of similar quality to that first film. I think his performance is still definitely, one of the highlights for sure. So again, there's, for everything I like, there's something I dislike. The cinematography, that's still really good. The score, again, Hildar, Gutaner still does a good job. I've always enjoyed her as a composer. She still does a good job in this movie. That does not feel like it has changed at all. But again, it just feels like, why are we really doing this? We already know how great of a score she did in the first movie. We've already talked about how great the cinematography is and things like that. There isn't a lot that is really sticking out of this film. And then there's the musical aspect. And look, I hate to say this because you guys know, I absolutely adore musicals. Most of the time, if a movie is a musical, that alone has my interest, even if I don't know if it's going to be great. I was really excited for the Mean Girls movie this year because it was a musical, and I was like, okay, that's something a little different. It's not gonna feel just like a cheap remake, and it kind of was because they didn't know what it wanted it to be. And when it came to this film, I was like, okay, if they want this to be a musical, then there's a reason for that. This isn't just something that they are coming up with at the last second. They really have thought about, what is the best way to tell this story, do it as a musical. I was really excited to see what they were going to do. But unfortunately, I mean it when I say the musical aspect of this film might just be the worst element of this entire movie because it just feels like such an afterthought. They really just don't do a great job of finding a way to seamlessly blend this into the film. Every single time they are cutting to a musical number, it feels like it halts all sense of momentum. It starts off fine enough. For once in my life, the cover that Joaquin, the cover we get of it from Arthur Fleck, I honestly like it. I thought that it was probably one of the better parts of the movie. I thought that it did a good job of it had a good inclusion in the film. But every other song in the movie just feels like we are just here to waste time. It doesn't really feel like it has a place in the film. It's the context of the movie also, I'm like, I don't really know why you would choose this song. I don't really know how this fits in. The vocals as well, I was not a fan of. They, for some reason, decided to make their vocals to kind of like, you know, have them singing feel realistic. So a lot of the time it doesn't sound pleasant. Like, you have Arthur Fleck and he sounds very like off pitch, and then you're making Lady Gaga not sound as amazing, not utilize her voice, and you're purposefully making her like, you know, her voice a little bit more flat, and it just, I don't know, choices like that just didn't really work for me in this film. It also doesn't help that the majority of these musical numbers are almost all dream sequences, but they don't even commit to that. There are moments where they decide to do musical numbers like, you know, in the actual film, and that really is when it feels like it doesn't fit. So again, it just, I hate to say it, but it does feel like the musical aspect is something that like they just thought, maybe this could be a fun idea. You know, it doesn't really need to be here, but what if we just added this into the film? Because it just doesn't really feel like they put much effort into that part of the movie at all. So yeah, there's just a lot of things here that I found to be just very disappointing. And then, but still, even with all of that, I still was like, somewhat enjoying this movie. Like, the first 2 acts of this film, I was like, okay, I want to at least see where this goes. I was really hoping that the third act would be something worthwhile. It seemed like we were going to get to a point where it's like, oh, wait, I really like what they're trying to say here. I really think this is an interesting idea. Let's see where they go with it. And then you get to the ending of this movie, and it is easily one of the most insulting and like biggest slap in the faces of any comic book movie that I have seen in a very long time. And in some ways, like, that sounds like a really fun idea. It's like kind of like giving the middle, you know, kind of like, you know, giving the middle finger to other, you know, comic book films of its kind. But there's a way to do that and have it feel earned and have it feel like, okay, this is the story we've been telling. And then there's a way to do it that just feels like you are really trying hard to make something feel more impactful, to make something feel more to make something feel like it has a bigger importance than it really does. Because the note they decide to end this movie on, generally I was very annoyed by, and I really do feel like it kind of did ruin the entire film. I think that what they do initially, I was like, oh, that's actually a really good idea. I like what they're doing. And then they took it one step further, and I was like, no, that does not work at all. I don't understand what you're trying to say here. I don't understand why you decided to add this into the movie. There's nothing prior to the film that feels like we have been setting this up. So, yeah, overall, it kind of is just a huge mixed bag in pretty much every way imaginable. There are some good aspects here. There's some decent performances. There are some things that do kind of work in the film, but there's no point of the movie where it feels like this is necessary. This is a film that needed to be made. A lot of the time it feels like it's dragging its feet along. You have this prison setting, which a lot of the time is just there to put Arthur through worse shit than he did in the first movie. There is social commentary that just feels very surface level. Oh, also the inclusion of Harvey Dent in this movie is such a nothing burger. I don't know why he was even in here. It's like they added him into the film because we gotta put Harvey Dent in here, and not because he actually has a place in this movie. It feels like he, again, is just here so everything can feel to, you know, as this way to make things feel more impactful than they are, similar to other moments in the movie. So again, the film just falls flat in just so many areas. There's a lot of things that just feel super underwritten. There's a lot of ideas that just feel very half-baked, and it doesn't really feel like they were as well communicated. And as a whole, the movie just feels very slight. Like, that's really, honestly, like, that's not something that I expect to say, but like, the movie as a whole, it just feels so much lesser compared to that first movie. There's a lot of the time you watch the film, by the end, it feels like much didn't really happen. There are shifts that happen with characters that just don't really feel natural overall. So look, I still appreciate Todd Phillips. I like what he was trying to do with this movie, but I don't think he really did a great job at communicating those ideas. I don't really feel like the script does a good job in finding a way to tell the story that it wants to tell. There are about half a dozen plot elements that I just feel were just not very well handled here. There's a lot of things that I wanted more clarification on. The musical aspect also just feels like something that was shoehorned in. It makes the film just feel very just kind of like cobbled together. And so, yeah, overall, easily one of the biggest disappointments of the entire year. Maybe the biggest disappointment of the entire year, if I'm being honest with you. C+ for Joker Folie à Deux. I don't think this is like a disaster like everyone else did, but a film that I was really excited for, and one that I honestly thought would be a really worthwhile sequel, just ended up making me kind of shrug and just feel very disappointed at the fact that, you know, they had an idea to, they purposefully didn't want this film to have a sequel, and then finally they kind of had an idea, and it just feels like they had no discernible idea of what to really do with it in the end, and so I just found myself really underwhelmed by this overall. Alright, this next one, honestly, really kills me that this film has not really taken off. This is not really one that I hear a lot of people talking about. This is kind of a film that came and went, and it's very unfortunate because I think it's easily like one of my favorite films of the year, and that's It's What's Inside. And look, this is a film that I did something kind of rare for. You know, going into this movie, all I really knew was that this was a film that was at Sundance last year, and people were coming out and they were raving about it. And one of the big things that everyone said was, you know, avoid any trailers, avoid any marketing, don't know anything about like the game they're playing or things like that. You know, you just got to go in as blind as possible. And so I took that pretty literally. I didn't watch any trailers. I didn't even look at like a plot synopsis for this movie. I literally just went into the film, turned on Netflix, pressed play, and you know, kind of just went in as blind as I possibly could, because I really just wanted this film to, because I really just was so curious about what this was really going to be and if it was going to live up to the hype. And honestly, it was even better than what I expected. I mean, in some ways, yes, this is a horror movie. In other ways, it's not. And it is something that is fundamentally different, I think, from what you are initially expecting. I think a lot of people are going to go into this film and they're expecting one kind of movie, but you come out of the film and it's just something that feels so different, so revolutionary. It is so hard to make a movie these days and feel like I haven't really seen anything like this before, but I can generally say that about It's What's Inside. I have not really seen a movie quite like this before, because on the surface, this is basically a film, and I'm gonna try to be as careful as I can when it comes to spoilers, because one, not a lot of people have seen this movie. Two, I promise you, this is a film that is so much better going into knowing as little as possible, and like I said, I knew as little as possible going into it, and it made the film that much better. So all I'm gonna say, you have some friends, they, you know, used to be really close, they've all kind of gone their separate ways, but they are coming back together because two of them are getting married, and you know, they are at the bachelor party. They're all coming back for this like bachelor party of sorts, and you know, suddenly one of them ends up bringing this game, and it really gets them to kind of confront some things that they really haven't been thinking about. There is a lot of tension within this friend group, and a lot of these characters are not really who they say they are, and are not really doing the things that they have said that they wanted to do, and that's what makes this movie so incredibly fascinating. The way they find a way to take this game, which could have been so gimmicky, like without getting into it, the game that they play is something that could have absolutely been a gimmick, but they really find a way to do something fresh with it. And I was very impressed by the way they decided to go about it, because it really gets you a chance to examine all of these characters and where they really are in their lives. Are they really where they want to be? Even though these characters are happy, are they really happy? Did they take on the future that they said they wanted to take all those years ago? A lot of them have not seen each other since they were like teenagers coming out of high school and things like that. And so they are really unsure more about, what since, they've come out of college and things like that. So, like, they are really struggling throughout this movie, and you really do see a lot of these characters evolve and change throughout the movie, and each one of them, I thought, were fantastic. I think everyone really just does a phenomenal job here. I was really impressed by everybody's performance in this movie. I don't really think there is like one specific standout. I think everybody has a moment, and generally it is some of the most impressive performances that I have seen in any film this year. There is so much that is required of these actors, and they just really just go full throttle into, just doing all they can to bring these levels of complexity and, bring so much versatility to the character that they are playing. And again, I can't really get into how and why, but generally I was just so blown away by the acting in this movie and how well they were able to pull this concept off. But then there's so many directions that this movie goes into that I really wasn't expecting, and I think that also worked really well. But the movie also is very funny. I was laughing frequently throughout this movie. I think there were a lot of moments that, definitely they recognize the ridiculousness of some of this idea, and the film doesn't take itself too seriously, but it also knows when to take itself too seriously. There's this great balance of, like, very dark comedy, but also some very authentic, some very tense, very, somewhat emotional and authentic moments that I thought worked really well in this film, and I was very impressed by all that. But the cinematography in this movie truly is absolutely just spellbinding in this movie generally. Honestly, like, some of the best I saw in any movie this year, because again, the way that they viscerally end up showcasing what is going on with these characters is just so impressive to watch. Again, it is so hard to talk about this movie without getting into spoilers, and I'm trying my best to do it, but I'm really struggling here because there just isn't a lot that I can really say other than this really is just a must-see. Like, if I had to tell you right now, what is the one movie that, like, if you pause this video, go to Netflix and watch it immediately, it's What's Inside. This is just such a special movie that constantly keeps you guessing, that has you on the edge of your seat, that goes in so many directions that I did not expect it to at all. A fantastic score as well. Also very well edited, the way they decided to tell the story. It's also a film that, like, you have to pay attention to, and that's kind of why it sucks that it's on Netflix, because a lot of films on Netflix are designed to be, like, background films. Netflix has even said recently that they wanted to start, like, kind of dumbing down movies to, like, explain, like, character actions of people, which is one of the most idiotic conceits that I have seen idiotic decisions that I have seen from a studio that has made a lot of really insanely stupid decisions, but this probably is very much up there in some of the dumbest ones they've done, but I just really wish this got a theatrical release, because I really think this is a film that just keeps you guessing, has you on the edge of your seat, does a lot of things that you aren't expecting it to do, but also finds a way to do something with a concept that you feel like, I've seen everything that you could do with this, and turn it on its head, and really do something different, something revolutionary that I think, if the movie was a bit bigger, would really be talked about, and something that a lot of people would be, marveling at. And I think those that have seen it, like, definitely agree, but I think that, again, it's not a very big club of people that have seen, and that's what's unfortunate. So, again, it just really sucks that this film was not given the theatrical release that it really does deserve, because I really do think this film would have honestly killed it in theaters, especially with just how much people would be raving about the way they utilize this concept. But, again, really just fantastic film. I think really my only issue with it, if I had to find one thing that didn't really work for me in this movie, there are revelations we get towards the end of this film. I'm like, oh my god, that is such a genius idea. It completely, like, changes the way you look at the film. It recontextualizes so many events, and that's the kind of ending that I really do love. But what I also love is clarity. I like explanations. I like seeing a little bit more of a resolution, and unfortunately, like, right when it feels like we're about to get that, the film just kind of ends. And I was like, okay, that's a really fun ending, but I just wish there was a little bit more of an explanation, because the final reveal I don't have a problem with. but there are things that are revealed before that that I just wish we got a little bit more time to kind of dive into. I don't think it's like one of those things that like it doesn't make sense, it kills the movie. I think it definitely does make sense. It's just I really wish they gave us a little bit more time to process these moments and see what it is really meant for these characters, because I think it would have made the film that much better overall. But again, really other than that, this is just such a fantastic movie that I really just can't recommend enough. So A for It's What's Inside. Easily, I think the most overlooked film of the entire year. Really sucks that Netflix gave this the kind of just radio silence, dump it onto streaming. We released one trailer and we don't talk about it all release that it did, because I really do think this film could have been something that was really big, something that a lot of people were talking about, and it's definitely a film that I think if you've seen it, is definitely going to be one that really does end up surprising you. And really is the kind of special movie that like you watch it and you're like, wow, okay, this is really why I love movies. You found a way to take a very tired concept and really just put such a fresh and exciting new spin on it that I don't think you're going to be forgetting anytime soon. Like right now, this is one of the films that I just am constantly finding myself thinking back to. It's absolutely one of my favorites of the year, and it just really sucks that it just has not gotten the attention that it really does deserve, because it really is just that special of a film. It really is just such a incredible film that I wish so many more people were talking about. Alright, We Live in Time, I was very excited for, but also a little bit nervous about. The previous film that this director did, I was famously very excited for, one of the most anticipated of the year, and it ended up being an absolute just disastrous film on pretty much all fronts. The Goldfinch was not a fan of that movie at all. I found it so incredibly just saccharine and messy and just very dull, and didn't do a great job of telling the story that it really wanted to. And so I was very dubious about We Live in Time. I was hoping that, he could come back and make a really strong movie. And there are things I really do like about this film. I think that this is definitely a improvement upon that movie for sure in many aspects. One of which absolutely are the performances here, which, look, I'll say it right now. If Andrew Garfield and Florence Pugh were not in this movie, I don't even think I would like this film all that much, because they absolutely anchor this entire film. I think both of them just do such a great job at playing these two characters that you really do find yourself loving. They add these layers to them that I think otherwise just wouldn't be there. The characters of Tobias and Elma we'll talk about in a little bit. The performances that Pugh and Garfield give are just so incredibly authentic and raw, and you really just find yourself latching onto their relationship and really rooting for them. You really do end up really enjoying their performances here. Garfield in particular is very good in this movie. I think he has some very strong moments, and I really did enjoy what they were trying to do with him. I think Pugh also just gives another really strong performance. I mean, these are just two of the best actors in Hollywood, and really just doing a great job at continuing to show why that is in this movie, because I really just loved both of their performances here. I think they just do a really good job. I also like what this film is trying to say about the idea of relationships. A lot of this movie is about those smaller moments that we have, and really just taking those moments in and never forgetting the and never forgetting the special how special they really are, and not taking that for granted at any moment. And I think this movie does a really good job at telling this story in a very interesting way. And by the end of the movie, you do feel like we've really experienced a lot with these two characters, and I really do feel like they've done a good job at showing the those great moments that they had. Even when times are tough for these two characters, they always try to look at it in a positive light, and that's something I really did end up enjoying. And I think both these characters are really interesting. Tobias is someone who throughout this movie is really kind of struggling. He's someone who is very successful in his life, but yet he doesn't feel super satisfied at what he's this recent divorcee of sorts, and you can kind of see that he is kind of struggling in his life with what he really is trying to do. And then you have Almut, who is kind of the opposite of that, where she is someone who is very driven and wants to be the chef, but kind of feels like she has to put that on the back burner in their relationship, and you kind of see her struggle through that, and then, ends up contracting cancer, and you kind of see her, try to get back into that. And I thought, again, both of those arcs worked really well for these two characters. I also did, for the the most part, enjoy, John Crowley's directing. I thought he did a better job in this movie of, having a vision of what he really wanted to do. It does feel like he put a lot of passion into this movie, and you really do feel like this is a film that he really did care about. And those moments that are supposed to be funny, I think that he does a good job of knowing to not take this film too seriously. There are those moments that are very tender, that are very emotional, but there are just as many moments that are really funny. There's a moment in a gas station in particular that is generally one of the funniest scenes I have seen in any movie this year, and it really is due to how he ends up directing it. I think that he just does a really good job at telling the story and making this feel like this could just be a real couple. I think if you've gone through a relationship like this, any type of relationship, you will find yourself relating to something about this couple, and I think they do a really good job with that. The issue for me is really just the way they decide to tell this story, because I do think, like I said, this story is a really good one. I like what you're trying to say, again, about really just making every second count, taking in those smaller moments, but the way they decide to go about telling this story, I honestly think kind of does hurt the movie. If you don't know, the movie is told in basically a complete nonlinear structure and takes that, very seriously, to the point where the movie starts off and already these two characters are married, and then it cuts to randomly them meeting for the first time, and then it'll cut to her in childbirth, and then it'll cut to her contracting cancer, and then it's gonna cut to this. It causes the film to feel very jumbled, and the problem is the movie does not do a very good job of making each time period feel distinctive, to where there are many moments where I'm like, oh wait, we're this far in time, or is this happening earlier? Generally I found myself having a hard time keeping up with where we really are supposed to be at. The timeline in this movie is just not very well documented, because again, the film is constantly just jumping back and forth, and I really do feel like that was a disservice to this story, because there are plenty of moments that happen in between those time periods, and it just feels like we are not getting a chance to really live in this moment with these characters. For example, Tobias in this movie, like I said, he's supposed to be this divorcee of sorts, but he's supposed to be someone who's he's gone through this really bad divorce, and he's kind of struggling, and you never really feel like that is something that is that much of an issue. It always feels like that's something that's kind of on the back burner, because, well, we know what's going to happen between him and Almitz, and I feel like they just didn't really do a good job of really telling that part of the story. And the same goes for Almit. I think, there are moments with her that really do work when it comes to her being the chef of sorts and things like that. And the way they do dive into her cancer and how she really tries to not let it be this setback for her, how she tries to let it, how she tries to actually let it be this motivator of sorts, I think is a really good story. But again, a lot of it just feels kind of like we are missing moments. It feels a bit too jumbled together, and I do think it does hurt at least the first 40-50 minutes of the movie, which, to be honest with you, for the first 40 minutes of the movie, I was I don't really know if I'm gonna like this. I don't think the structure is really working for me. I think it kind of does. I think they're doing just a little bit too much with it, and it doesn't really feel like they were committing to any sort of structure here. It feels like the movie is just a collection of scenes that feel like they are just out of order. It doesn't feel like the non-linear aspect really does help this film. In many ways, I think it hurts this film. And again, I understand why they're deciding to do that, because you are, looking at a moment in time and it's making you reflect back on a previous moment. But the way it's done, again, it just feels like we cut from a scene of them in the future to them in the past, back to them in the present, back to them in the future. And it's just a really hard time and I just had a really hard time latching on to, where are we really supposed to be at? And I felt like that was kind of a distraction. I wasn't able to get as invested as I wanted to, because I don't feel like they did a great job in telling the story. But eventually, the film does kind of slow down. After the gas station scene I talked about, I think the pacing gets much better, gets demonstrably better, and I think the movie at that point really did end up working for me. And there are many moments that I thought were pretty effective here, but I just didn't feel as, I think, the problem is for me, even though I think it got better, I just never felt as emotionally attached to these characters as the film really wanted me to. I always felt like I was at a bit of a distance when it came to them. I wanted to see more more of what these two characters gone through. Tobias in particular, again, I just didn't really feel like there was enough given to his character. I felt like there are things that the film is hinting at, but I don't really feel like they dived as much into. There is a scene that happens between these two characters, and I'm like, I don't know where this is coming from. I don't feel like the movie has done a good job of setting that up. So again, there's just a lot of things here that I think the film could have done a lot better. But the things it does well, it does do very well. Like I said, I think the way it captures different moments in time, I definitely was impressed by. I think it has two fantastic performances that really do help elevate this film. It's just unfortunate that the structure of this movie, really is the way it is, because I think, again, if the movie would have been a little bit less scattered, I generally think this could have been one of the most impactful films of the entire year, but just because of the way it's done, I just can't really say that. I still can say this is a film that I did very much enjoy. I think there are many moments here that I found to be very effective, but just as a whole, it did not really give me that, like, gut punch that I really was hoping for, and I think that's what does hold the film back a bit for me, why I have a bit more, like, reservations with it. But overall, I did enjoy this one. It's, especially compared to Crowley's previous work, this is certainly a step in the right direction. I just wish that, again, the film would have just committed to a bit more of a structure, and I think that would have made the film just feel a little bit better for me. Even if it was something as simple as, like, you have these characters in the present timeline and they're like hearkening back to a moment in the past, I think it would have made it feel a little less jarring, because again, it's just randomly cutting from scene to scene. There's no like moment where it feels like, okay, this character is reflecting upon this. Maybe that's what you can infer, but again, it just feels really it just feels very abrupt, and it didn't really, and that kind of just took me out of the movie a point. So overall, B- for We Live in Time. I really was struggling when the movie ended, like, did I like it, did I not? But I think there's enough moments here that did really end up working, but I think there's enough moments that are, effective on their own that really did end up winning me over by the end. I didn't feel quite as invested as I wanted to, but with two really good performances and some really solid moments, overall, I would recommend this one. Alright, so this might be a bit of a hot take, but I honestly do think Terrifier 3, out of the three movies, and listen, I've watched this movie twice, I think out of the three we've gotten, this might just be the best of the three. And look, I understand some people have taken issue with the fact that, not a lot happens in this movie from like a plot perspective compared to the second one, and that it kind of feels like they're adding in like a lot of like different mythology and things like that. But for me, I think the best way to describe this film is refined. Everything about this just feels like not Damon Lindelof, that's a completely different director. I don't know why I almost said that. Damien Leone, there we go. Anyway, Damien Leone, just has such a grasp on what he really wants this franchise to be, and I feel like at this point, he just really has found struck the right balance between this really over-the-top and incredibly gruesome and just like absolutely just like vomit-inducing kills, which, I mean, this movie, I mean, every single kill, you had like the hacksaw kill in the first movie, you had the bedroom kill in the second movie. This movie, every kill is like that, and like, I've never seen a franchise that finds a way to up the ante in terms of kills every single subsequent entry, but they have found a way to do it here, and it makes me both really excited but also really terrified to see what they are going to do in the fourth film, because my god, the kills here are just on a whole other level, and I'll talk about that in a bit. But it finds a way to ground that with still this great sense of character depth and genuine emotion and actual, development for everybody involved. And I thought that and some actual really good social commentary, and I thought all of that was really well done here, particularly when it comes to Sienna in this movie. I mean, look, I thought that she was a great character in the second one. I thought they did a really good job of finding the perfect foil to art, somebody that is full of humanity, but someone who also is just as who is tough as nails, and is someone who can actually be a bit of a threat to him. But I think this movie, maybe her character is even better in this one, because what we see with Sienna in this movie is someone who has gone through this insurmountable amount of death and tragedy, and you see how much this has messed with her. I mean, she is constantly blaming herself for things that have happened in the second movie. There's this great scene at the dinner table, especially, that both times now I think is just really well handled the way that they did it. But you also see her trying to move past it. She is in constant fear of the fact that Art could still be alive and no one is really believing her. And look, that is a trope that we see in a lot of horror films, but here it really works because of the arc they're trying to do with Sienna. You think it's going to go in this cliche direction where essentially, no one's going to believe that Art's around, and then something's going to happen, and, it's going to be too late, but it doesn't really go in that direction at all. Instead, what this film is really trying to do is kind of do this social commentary about, like, survivor's guilt, and kind of just how much that is eating away at you, and how somebody can be seen as this victim of sorts, and how that can be sort of sensationalized and sort of how that can just kind of, change who you are as a person, and how that kind of affects you, within your home life. But the Sienna we see in this movie is also very different from the Sienna in the second film. The Sienna in the second film had a lot more hope, and I think she had a little bit more of a naivety to her. Here, I mean, she is hyper aware of everything that could happen. She is well prepared for the next time that Art is around, but she also has this much more, like, tough exterior to her that I just really enjoyed watching. She has a bit more of an edge to her in this movie that I just really enjoyed watching, particularly when it comes to her, but yet also they find a way to still give us some really, generally emotional moments with her, particularly when it comes to the character Gabby. I mean, the bond that these two form, I really did enjoy watching throughout this movie. Gabby is Sienna's cousin, who she hasn't really seen in a long time, and is really the only person that she's able to kind of make a connection with, because her, like, aunt and uncle are kind of, like, wary about her. Like, you can see that they want the best for her, but they're also worried that, like, the things that she's saying is just, like, complete bullshit, and that she's just, like, not well. But when it comes to Gabby, I mean, you really do see this genuine bond that is formed with them, and I thought it worked really well, especially because we'll talk about Jonathan in a bit, but he's not in this movie all that much. And I think Gabby, they find a way to use Gabby as a way to kind of not replace Jonathan, but kind of use her as this connection to Sienna, and also a different type of personality. Gabby is not somebody who is, naive about, Gabby is not someone that is dismissive of what Sienna's saying. In fact, she is keenly, she is very curious, and she's, like, very aware of what's going on. You kind of see that throughout this movie, and I really enjoyed their bond. They're kind of on equal footing in this movie, and I really enjoyed the way that was done here. So I thought everything they did with Sienna in this movie worked extremely well, and Lauren Lavera is just fucking phenomenal in this film. Like, the places that she goes as an actress, I was already impressed by her in the second one, but this one especially, like, just the places that she goes absolutely astounds me. She is going to lengths that you just don't normally see in a film like this, and especially a film that was so low budget. The effort that she pours into this is generally just really great to see, and she has some moments, especially towards the end of there's this one scene especially in a mall, and her kind of just, like, venting out her frustrations and kind of just, like, laying it all out, and you can tell that this is something that she has been wanting to say for the longest time now, and I thought that was easily just some of her best work today. But then the third act of the movie comes around, and she just, like, really gets to show her acting chops, and I just thought that she was phenomenal in this film. I will be in I will be in just constant supports of her work that she ends up getting. I want to see what she does after the Terrifier films, because, look, I love her work as Sienna, but what I'm hoping is that Sienna is like a bridge to really, bring her over. It's Sienna is a bridge to kind of, get her to acquire other projects, whether they be horror or whether they be something that's a little bit more on, like, the, that's a little bit, that's like a drama or a comedy, whatever it ends up being. I will be there for it, because I think she is just such a fantastic talent. So again, I think everything they do with Sienna here works really well. But then you have the art side of the film, and I really was surprised by the direction they end up going with him, because while, yes, Art is at his most, like, disgusting and his most relentless yet, I mean, they do some things with him in this movie that I think are still gonna find a way to absolutely both scare the living fuck out of you, but also shock you in ways you're not expecting. Because Art in this film really proves that there is nothing that he won't do when it comes to killing. He has no limits, he has no bounds whatsoever, and that could make for kind of a tiring villain. It's like, oh my god, we know that he's gonna do the worst thing imaginable, but yet they find a way to still make it surprising and still find a way to leave you in this sense of awe and this sense of, you know, where you're like picking your job off the floor every single time, but you're also trying so hard to look away, but yet you can't because of just how well detailed everything really is. The opening scene of this film especially, I thought the way they built up to what we ended up getting. You know what's going to happen, but the way they build up to all that was really well done. What I also like about Art is that he has a lot more of a personality in this film. Not that he didn't in the first two movies. Like, he always was, like, gleefully enjoying killing people, but here, they kind of take him in a more comedic direction that I wasn't expecting. There's some generally really funny moments with him, and I think part of that is just how much fun David Howard Thorne is having as this character, but also just getting to see Art participate in, you know, it just Art's reactions to certain moments. It was not exactly what I was expecting. He has this moment involving Santa Claus that is generally some of the hardest I've laughed at any film this year, and intentionally too. Like, I didn't expect them to have a lot of humor thrown into this movie, but I actually think it does work pretty well. So that's something else that I was pretty impressed by. And what they ended up doing also when it comes to the character of Vicky, I wasn't entirely sure how they were going to include her in this film. You know, they had her in the second one and she didn't really play that major of a role here. Here, I mean, she is basically on the same level. She is basically one of the main leads of this film. And my god, I mean, one of my issues with the first film is that the acting's not very good, but her performance was never really the problem. I always thought that she was like head and shoulders above everyone else in that movie, and Samantha Scafidi in this film just really proves how great of an actress she can be when she has the right role, because my god, what they do with her in this film, I was pretty blown away by. I mean, especially in the third act of this movie, you really get to see just how you know, commanding of a presence Scafidi really is as an actress, and I really enjoyed what she did here. And I can't really get into it. Obviously, this movie's been out for a bit, but when it comes to what they decide to do with her character, I thought it worked really well. I thought it made sense that they took her in this direction. I thought it was a good way to keep her in the film, but also find a way to add layers to Vicky as a character that they weren't able to do in the first movie, and I really did enjoy that. But my god, did they go to some really fucked up places with her character that you truly are never going to forget about. There's one scene especially that, like, oh, just thinking about it just makes me absolutely just thinking about it is just making me just wince and just think about like all the, and just like not be able to unsee the certain images and things like that. But again, I think that's what this film does very effectively, is that it finds a way to shock you, but it does it in a way that feels effective to, you know, the tone of the film. It doesn't feel jarring because everything is so heightened in that way, and I think it does very much work on that level. So again, I really enjoyed what they did with her, and I thought that, you know, they couldn't get the pale girl back in this movie because apparently the actress is too old now to where it wouldn't really work. So I think having Vicky in there instead, honestly, I think was a good way to do that. And also kind of ends up being this like mouthpiece of sorts to Art. As we know, Art doesn't talk, Vicky does. And the way they actually end up utilizing that, I thought worked really well. Like I said, particularly in the third act of this film, the way they utilized her, I was honestly very impressed by. It wasn't at all what I expect them to do with her, and I thought it worked really well, honestly. So that's something else I thought they did a good job with. The Christmas setting also. Look, this is not a movie where Christmas is just like a backdrop here. No, this is a full-on Christmas movie. In fact, you guys are gonna say I'm fucking crazy for this, and maybe I am. I actually did end up rewatching this movie on Christmas Eve because I was like, hey, this is a Christmas film, why not? It's not a happy Christmas film by any means. ending of the movie in particular, there's many scenes in this film that are definitely not Christmassy at all. But I think they actually really do get a lot of mileage out of that setting. The way they're able to kind of just throw all the nastiness and set it during Christmas. I mean, I think it actually does work really well. It doesn't feel gimmicky. It feels like it just like naturally fits in, and I thought they did a good job with that. And the way that they utilize like Santa and things like that, I thought all of that was really well done. So I actually really did enjoy the way they use the Christmas setting. And even when it comes to the kills, I think that, there's some really great ways and very creative ways that certain characters get killed. And I think that the Christmas setting is a great way to do that. It finds a way to keep things fresh and exciting. Whereas I think if you set this again, during Halloween again, it would have just felt redundant. So I think actually setting it during Christmas was definitely the right way to go. So I was definitely impressed by that. But yeah, there's a lot that I really do enjoy about this movie. And also the stakes of this film are a lot higher than I did expect. Well, yes, this is a slasher film and you know that certain characters are going to die. The ways that they decide to kill these characters really did throw me for a loop, and honestly has me really interested to see where they are going moving forward. The way this film ends, the last like 20 to 30 minutes, is one of the most heart-stopping and devastating endings I have seen to any franchise film this year. Like, generally, the places that they ended up going, I was pretty much in awe. Like, the way the movie ended, I was kind of just like in shock about, and I could not believe they actually took it to the dark places that they did. Because while yes, this film has always had these really savage kills, the way the movie ends, it feels so much more dire. It feels so much more it feels so much more sad in that way, and it's because of how well they build up all these different relationships and how they really did a great job of getting you to care about these characters. So when things happen, you actually do feel a lot more emotion towards it, which I wasn't really expecting to, but I thought they did a great job with it. The ending, I was generally like really impressed by, and I cannot wait to see where they do end up going. So there's just a lot of things that I really do love about this movie. I already talked about the kills as well. I mean, every single kill is just absolutely insane here. There is one involving a shower that you have seen in the trailer, and I can tell you right now, you have not seen the half of it. My God, the places they went with that was absolutely insane. But I kind of love it. Like I said it before with Terrifier 2, I love how detailed they are when it comes to these kills. They really do put a lot of thought into it. And while yes, I think it's definitely been too much for some people. Like, I understand the complaints for sure. For me, I'm just really impressed by the fact that, like, this is such a small movie, but yet they are able to do so much more with it. They put so much more thought, so much more creativity in how are we going to decimate these characters? How are we going to literally rip them to shreds? How are we going to find a way to do that? It just feels like there's a lot more thought put into it than other slasher films, and that's something that I continue to be impressed by when it comes to the Terrifier films, and that really is no exception here. Every kill is just exceptional in this film, and I think they're among some of the best kills I've seen in any movie this year. So again, there's just a lot to really love here. The film also just feels so much bigger in terms of the cinematography. You can really tell that they have a lot more of a budget to this film, and you really do see that on display with what they decide to do and the way they decide to tie in certain ideas. So I think all that works really well. Really, my only issues with this movie, I think the only thing that does bring it down is that there are a couple elements to this film that I just did not feel all that satisfied by. There is a subplot going on in this movie involving Jonathan's college friend and this girlfriend that he has that's like super into like conspiracy theories and podcasts, and she's kind of, it's supposed to be this commentary about clearly like exploiting tragedies and trying to make them about yourself and making yourself look like, this victim of sorts and things like that, and trying to insert yourself in a situation that has nothing into other people's tragedies, and how people continually, use that as a way to create a platform for themselves. And I thought there was some really effective stuff they were doing there. I was like, okay, I actually really like what they're trying to do. I think that the way they are the way that they are shedding lights on this subject is actually really well done. My issue is that it doesn't really end up going much of anywhere. By the time we get to, the moment where it seems like but by the time it seems like it's gonna go somewhere, like I said, there's this really great scene with Sienna involving this subplot. It just kind of ends, and I found myself a little bit unsatisfied. I was like, no, I wish we got at least like another scene, and then you could end it there. Like, I think that would have been a much better way to wrap things up. They kind of make it seem like it's going to be like a more prominent part of the film than it is, and again, they kind of just end it there, and that left me a little bit disappointed. So that was one of the things that just didn't quite work for me. And then the only other issue I have is Jonathan as a character, who, look, I really like Jonathan a lot. I think that, the way that the stuff they do with him in this movie is very effective. There's one scene especially involving this panic attack that he has, and it's one of the most effective scenes in the film in terms of emotion. I think that, Jonathan continues to be a really good character, but I also think that, Elliot Fulham's performance has only gotten better in this movie. I enjoyed him in the second film, but I think he's even better here. He's given a little bit more to do, acting-wise, and I think that he really does end up delivering, and I'm excited to see what he ends up doing down the road. But in terms of his character, I just felt I felt a little bit underwhelmed by the way they decided to include him, because it just felt like they didn't really give him as much as I expected. I thought he was going to have a bit more of a prominent role in this movie, and he's way more of a supporting character than I expect him to be, and I just felt like there was more that they could have. There was a little bit more meat to chew when it came to his character that I just felt they could have dived a bit into, so it just felt like there was some untapped potential there. But really, other than that, I mean, I am just so impressed by what this film is able to do. I think, again, Damien Leone just really has understood the formula at this point, but also has found ways to twist it in such a way that still that found a way to still have me surprised, that still had me intrigued to see where they're going to go. There's a lot of things he introduces towards the end of this movie especially, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they end up doing with that moving forward. So yeah, overall, I mean, I think this is easily just the best of the three Terrifier films we've gotten. It does a great job of blending the gruesome kills with the more emotionally hard-hitting moments. Some fantastic performance. I mean, David Howard Thorne continues to be fantastic, but Lauren Levera really just steps up to the plate, and I think honestly is rivaling him at this point in terms of performances. I just really love what they end up doing. The kills feel so much bigger. Every single one, it still finds a way to make you feel just as uncomfortable, but also feel this, it somehow still feels somewhat riveting and keep you invested in, and it's still, keep you just impressed at how far they end up going with it. Yes, I can understand if this one has lost some people with just how far it ends up going in terms of the violence and in terms of some of the mythology, but for me, I think this one just struck the perfect balance and really did everything that I was hoping it would. Aside from a couple issues, like, I just really ended up enjoying this film, so A- for Terrifier 3. Like I said, I can understand if some people thought that they might have taken things a bit too far here, but I just thought the way they blended everything was really well done, and the way it ends especially has me eagerly awaiting to see what Terrifier 4 is really going to bring to the table, because I am just so impressed by how they have continued to evolve this series with each entry, within this franchise. Alright, so Saturday Night is a film that I feel like has just kind of gone under the radar, which is unfortunate, because I really did feel like this was going to be like a really big awards player, but I guess I can kind of understand it. Look, my thoughts on this one, I think this is a very effective film in what it is trying to do. I think especially the way that Jason Reitman just captures this sense of chaos and this level of uncertainty all throughout the movie. You are constantly on edge, not knowing, even though you know very, very well that this is going to work, this show is going to be a success, he still finds a way to keep you riveted throughout, and I think it's just because of the atmosphere and the mood that he has throughout this movie, like I said, just making you feel very uneasy, and I think that that works really well. But I also think this movie does a really good job of just showing how Saturday Night Live got to where where it really was, showing how doomed to fail this show really was. I mean, this was not a show that was picked up by a network because they thought that this was going to be the big hit that it was. No, they thought that this was going to be like a laughing stock of sorts. They expected for this to be a show where they were just going to switch over to something else. And so you see the many issues that are plaguing all these different characters. You have, like, for example, Chevy Chase, who very well played, by the way, by Corey Michael Smith, gives a very, very good performance in this movie. There's a lot of great performance here, but I think his is definitely one of the best, and you kind of see him, struggle in this film because he's got a bit of an ego, and there's a lot of tension going on. There's a lot of people who find that they can't really work with him, but he kind of wants to be, like, front and center of everything, and so you see him kind of dealing with that. You have, Dylan O'Brien, who's playing Dan Aykroyd, and he has some issues with Chase, and you kind of see this like back and forth between them that I thought was very interesting to watch throughout the movie. And Dylan O'Brien also like really does a great job of transforming into Aykroyd. Like, even though yes, it's not the most like unrecognizable performance, like he got the voice down, he has the cadence down, like he does a really good job of just representing Aykroyd. It didn't feel like his other performances, and I was very impressed by that. You have like Lamone Morris's character of Garrett Morris, who is kind of struggling because he feels like he is kind of being outshined by other talent, and you kind of see him try to do that while also try to, represent black people and things like that, and you kind of see him struggling throughout the movie. So there's a lot of interesting storylines that are going on here, and all of them I found to be very compelling, and I really did find myself, again, despite knowing the successes that these actors are going to have after this show, feel really drawn to them. I think something they do really well in this movie is show a bunch of actors that not when they were in their heyday. These are not people that are well recognized yet. Chevy Chase was not where he was today. Dan Aykroyd was not where he was today. Billy Crystal was not where he was today. The only ones that are recognizable at this point are Andy Kaufman and are Andy Kaufman and also, George Carlin, who are people that they are trying to get as celebrity guests, but they are hesitant to really be a part of it because they're worried about how this is going to affect their careers. And so it really does a good job of putting you into a perspective where these actors are not household names yet and really making you think about what could have happened if Saturday Night Live was not a success. Would these actors have been as successful, and would they have been able to develop the careers that they really did have today? And so I found that to be very fascinating. But then in the center of it all, you have Lorne Michaels, who, all the performances here are fantastic, but Gabriel LaBelle, really just asserts himself as an absolute star in this movie. He already did a great job in The Fabelmans. I was very impressed by his performance here. But my God, after watching this film, the constant feeling I have is, why is this guy not in everything? Why is he not one of the big actors right now? Because he is just such an absolute showman in this film. He gives such a strong performance as Lorne Michaels, who is just trying to do everything he can to keep everything together, to make sure that this show goes off without a hitch despite all the problems that are happening. But you can also see how naive he is. He thinks that there are things that are just simply going to work out, and there are things that he's clearly overlooking, and there are things that he's kind of, shepherding by himself that he really should not be doing. And I think that, he does a really good job of diving into all of the insecurities, all the different demons within this character, and what he's really, feeling at this point. I thought that LaBelle just did a really good job at playing someone that you really are rooting for, but you also are frustrated by, because there's so many things that he is trying to do, and there's so many responsibilities he's mounting onto himself, and you're just kind of like, why are you making this so much harder for yourself when there's clearly other people who can help you here? And I think that, he just did a really great job in this movie. I was very impressed by his performance. All the performances here, like I said, I think are fantastic. Cooper Hoffman also very good in this movie. Another actor I really just wish we saw more of. He has this great monologue where he kind of just lets Lorne know, like, the seriousness of the situation. You've seen a bit of it in the trailer, but he just does a really great job at playing this character who is kind of the most level-headed out of everybody in terms of all the chaos going on. And I thought that that was something that they did a really good job with here. So I was impressed by, his performance in the film. Also, I didn't talk about J.K. Simmons. Really good as Milton Berle. I mean, he does a really great job of playing a Milton Berle that's kind of a bit more slimy and a bit more jaded and has become a little bit more, of this guy that is kind of against the whole idea of Saturday Night Live. Because his show is the one that they are trying to promote. His show is the one that is still superior, and so he's kind of like this adversary to SNL, and I thought that Simmons just did a really good job here. Listen, if this film was bigger, you honestly could have expected to see J.K. Simmons unexpectedly get another supporting actor nomination. I think this time it'd be a little more deserved than the one he got. Listen, I like Being the Ricardos, but that was still a very, very, very strange nomination. I think this one would have made a little bit more sense. So again, I think there's a lot that works really well. The way they recreate certain moments in SNL as well, generally is really impressive. Look, I have not really paid a lot of attention to early SNL. The SNL that I watched today, I think it's like a lot of people. It's like the one you grew up with, that's the one that you know. Even the actors who were in the, early 2010s and things like that, those are the ones that I remember. That's when I first really started watching. I never watched religiously or anything, but I've certainly watched a decent amount to where it's okay, Seth Meyers is the guy I think of when I think of Weekend Update, for example. I'm not immediately thinking of, I'm not immediately thinking of Chevy Chase for Weekend Update and things like that, which that was also interesting to see, but what they do really well here is even if you don't know those skits and those moments, they do a really good job of showing the importance of those. And I think what works really well is actually when you watch this movie, going back on YouTube and seeing those actual skits play out, the way they were able to recreate them so seamlessly, I think was generally very impressive. Because I found myself wow, this really feels like a side by side. There's almost no differences here. They really did a good job of staying faithful to those moments, but also showing why they were so important, and also showing how those skits became what they were today. I thought that was very fascinating to watch, and I thought that worked really well. And also, I think just the time period, the way they really just recreates the 70s and things like that, I thought all of that was very well done. So there's a lot to really enjoy about this. Also, John Baptiste's score is one that I don't think has gotten enough praise, but the reason the film, again, has this anxiety-inducing feel to it is really because of his score. It keeps you on edge throughout the entire movie, but it also gives you this, sense of energy, and it keeps you invested the entire time. And again, even though you know what is going to happen, I think his score is a big reason why this film does work. I think the pacing also works really well here. So there's a lot to just really like about this film. I think really the only things that do bring it down is that while, like I say, I think most of the performances are very good here, there are a couple that I wasn't the biggest fan of. The performances of John Belushi and George Carlin didn't quite work for me in the way that I think they were going for. Look, Matthew Rhys is a very good actor, and I did enjoy some of what he was doing in this movie. But there were many points when it came to his performance where it just felt a little too cartoony. And the same does apply to, Matt Wood's performance as John Belushi. I just felt like he wasn't doing a great job of really embodying the character. It felt more like he was making fun of the character. And I don't think that was, the intention. I think just the way the performance ended up going, it was just a little too goofy, whereas I think all the other performances, they do a good job of giving them a sense of humanity and giving them a sense of heart to where they still feel genuine. They still feel like they are this actor. It doesn't feel like they're making a mockery out of them. I feel like these two performances were the only ones that just didn't really end up working out for me, and I think that did bring the movie down. The only other issue I really did have, I would say, is while, yes, I think the film does do a good job of giving each character something to do, there's also a bit too much going on. There was a point in the movie, and it wasn't an issue the entire time. I think that, really, there was just a scene that ends up happening with Gilda Radner's character, and I was like, this is great, but I don't really feel like the film has done a good job of really building this arc. And there's a couple other arcs in this movie that I can really say that for, where sometimes it feels like there's just so much going on, they're not able to balance it all. So they do a good job, I think, of, really delegating it to a few characters and focusing on them. But sometimes when the film is trying to dive into some other storylines, it just feels a bit convoluted, and it did feel like it was hard. It did feel like they had a hard time like balancing everything, and I think that maybe if they were given just like a few extra minutes, like if the film was like 10 to 15 minutes longer, I think some of these arcs would have felt a little bit more fleshed out, and I don't think it would have been as much of an issue. But the ones they do well, they do very well here. Rachel Sennett, also another actor I really do like. I think her performance does work really well, but hers is another arc that I just wish we got a little bit more from. Her marriage struggles with Lauren and things like that, but also the importance of her role in all of this. Another character I just wish they did a bit more with. So again, I think the things they do really well. I just think there's some storylines that they could have dived a bit deeper into, but it really doesn't take away from just how much of a blast Saturday Night really is. It does a great job of showing you the importance of, the show that we ended up getting today, how that show became what it is, but also really showing all the issues and all the shenanigans that were going on behind the scenes that makes this film a very fascinating look at a show that by all means should not have succeeded in the way that it did, and really shows you just how difficult it really was to make the show what it is today, and how it really did get to that point. It has some really great performances, a very strong script, and it overall is just a film that I wish a lot more people really did end up talking about. I can understand why it's kind of gone under the radar, but I think it's a film that definitely deserves a lot more attention. So A- for Saturday Night. I really do think in terms of like, we're supposed to be like these big awards contenders that really have not made a dent in terms of the categories it was supposed to go for. I think this is just one of the best examples of the ones we've gotten, because I think this film is a lot better than you really are expecting it to be. Alright, let's just cut to the chase. Venom: The Last Dance is not very good. And look, I really shouldn't be surprised at this point, but I think the reason this one really just like threw me for a loop as much as it did is the fact that I did feel like, despite how much of a disaster the Sony Marvel side of things has been, which this is not the last time we're talking about a Sony Marvel movie in this video. Just wait. We'll get to the other one later. This is definitely the lesser of two evils for sure. It did feel like Venom was the one franchise that was starting to kind of get its shit together. I am not a fan of the first film at all. I know there's been like a bit of a like renaissance for that film where, after it's come out, a lot of people think it's just like a lot of fun. I've never really enjoyed it at all. I find it to be just really boring and stupid. And I just found it to be like super generic and just kind of stripped all the interesting stuff away from Venom. But I felt like Venom: Let There Be Carnage started to get more of an idea of what it needed to be. It was a lot goofier. It was a lot more over the top. It did not take itself too seriously. And I think it worked for what it was. I didn't really enjoy that film, but I at least felt like, okay, they're starting to head in the right direction. It felt like Venom: The Last Dance, since is this the last one, that they're just going to pull out all the stops. And unfortunately, it ends up being probably the most frustrating of the three films, because there is stuff that I think does work pretty well here. Tom Hardy is still giving a really good performance in this movie. When it comes to the dynamic between Eddie and Venom, that's really when this film is at its best. That's been the best parts of all three of these films, and it continues to be the best part here. I just think that the banter between them works really well here. Venom continues to be a really fun character. His, like, childlike persona I've always enjoyed. It was grating at first, but I think as these films have gone on, I think it's become something I do really enjoy, and I think they did a good job when it came to that. And the last, I would say, like, the third act of this movie, there is this really good sense of finality. It does feel like, okay, they have done a decent job at kind of wrapping up some elements of the story and things like that. I do think there are some okay performances in here. Like, I really did enjoy some of the performances that we did get in this movie. Risa Fons in particular, I thought was a lot of fun here. I did really enjoy, his character in this film, and I thought that he was probably one of the better I thought that he gave one of the better performances. Same with Alana Ubach. I enjoyed them in the film. But there's just a lot of stuff that does not work here at all. I mean, let's just talk about the fact that despite the fact that this is supposed to be the last movie and probably should be the easiest of the three, I mean, you're coming off of Let There Be Carnage, a film that did really well, a film that has a bigger fan base than it really ever has. I mean, my showing of this in my theater wasn't sold out, but you could tell that there was a lot of excitement when it came to this film. This should have been easy to pull off. For some reason, they instead decide to devote the majority of this film to a plethora of new characters that we haven't seen before, therefore we don't care about, but also don't have enough time to give a shit about because the movie doesn't really know what it wants its focus to be. Some of the film is focusing around Venom and Eddie, and this weird this weird mythology going on called Codex, where essentially Eddie is, Venom's going to be hunted down if he comes alive, and the way they explain that is so needlessly confusing, and I didn't think they did a good job with that. And so they're kind of on the run throughout this entire movie, and it sort of turns into this road trip film where they encounter this other family, and there's all these different things that happen, and it feels like this buddy comedy, and it's like, okay, maybe this can kind of work if that was the tone throughout the entire movie, but that's not all we're focusing on. We're also focusing on Juno Temple, who for some reason has this ridiculous, this very needlessly prominent role in this movie as this character that is one of these scientists, and she herself has had this experience as a child, and as a result she is trying to be the scientist to figure out more about the symbiotes and things like that. And you have Chiwetel Ejiofor, who's this other scientist who is a lot more hardened, and he kind of is demonizing symbiotes. And it's anytime we cut to this part of the movie, the film is so incredibly boring, and I really don't understand what they were really thinking by inserting this part of the film. It doesn't really feel like it has that much of a role. It feels like it really is only here so there's some sense of stakes, but you already have that because, I mean, you're literally introducing Null in this movie, who is one of the biggest Venom villains out there. I don't understand why you don't just have Null be the main antagonist, but instead you give Null 5 minutes of screen time the entire movie and barely really show him as a threat. You don't feel his presence throughout this entire movie. He's not even really the villain here. These minions of sorts, they're these horses that are hunting down Venom. They're really the big threats here, and every time we cut to them, they're basically doing the same thing every single time. You also don't really care because they are pretty much just nameless characters that don't really feel like they have much of a role in this at all, other than they're supposed to be a threat. Then, like I said, this family that Venom and Eddie encounter would have been fine if they were in one scene, but they try to do this other arc with them where they're trying to prove that symbiotes exist, and that's their whole thing. They're going on this mission because they want to prove the existence of it, and it's what are we doing? What are we supposed to be focusing on? Why are you introducing all of these new characters in this film? If they had gradually built up these characters in the other two movies, this maybe could have worked. If Juno Temple was a prominent character from the start, I do feel her arc could have really worked. They clearly are trying to give her a lot of emotional depth. Unfortunately, it all falls flat because, again, we have no attachment to this character. We don't know who this character is. When they cut back to her, I was is this supposed to be Michelle Williams at first? Generally, I was really baffled by what they were doing. I didn't really understand why they were inserting her character in the way that they were, but like I said, she's kind of a co-lead in this film, and it's really weird the way they decide to use her here. They also are trying to dive a lot deeper into the experimentation side of things with the symbiotes, but they don't do it in a way that's interesting. It just feels like it's shoehorned in here in order to give this film a sense of finality, but the problem is they haven't earned any of it, and that really is my issue with this movie, amongst a bunch of other things, is that it doesn't really feel like a final movie until the last 5 minutes or so. I would not be surprised if they did not go into this movie knowing it was going to be the last one, that they thought that there was going to be something else they were doing. You can really feel the impact of the strikes here. This does feel like a movie that, like, they had an idea of what they wanted to do, and then because of the strikes, they just had to rush it. And it's like, I don't understand why you don't just take the time to write this out. There's so much more you could have dived into here, and they really don't do it at all. So I was just very let down by that. So yeah, there's a lot that doesn't work here. For every moment. And then, there's a point in the movie where it does seem like the film is starting to kind of come together. We're starting to have a bit more of an idea of what's going on. And then we just randomly cut to, like, a dance sequence with Mrs. Chen, who, look, I guess is a fun character, but, like, completely superfluous to what's going on. Really just feels like it's here to be, like, a shot in the trailer of, like, oh my god, Mrs. Chen and Venom are dancing. But, like, it doesn't really work much at all. So yeah, the whole film is just such a incredible mess and didn't really need to be one. Like I said, I think with a couple revisions, this film honestly maybe could have worked. There's even some moments towards the third act where I'm like, okay, I see what you're trying to do, but there's nothing that you have set up to this point in the movie to make this moment feel as effective as it needs to be. This moment does not feel as monumental as it should for this story. It should be this very impactful moment, but you just have not done the legwork to get here. So it just feels kind of manipulative, and it feels like it's coming out of left field, and so it really doesn't work at all. And the other issue I had is Eddie as a character, I'm sorry to say, I've just never really been that invested in, and it really did hit me by the end of this movie that I don't feel like his character has evolved all that much. I don't really feel like you can watch the first movie and then this film and feel like there is a trajectory for his character throughout all three films. I don't really feel that here. I feel like his character has kind of just stayed stagnant the entire time because of his dynamic with Venom, and it really is something that frustrates me because, again, I think these films really could have been something, but because they clearly just had no idea what they wanted this final movie to be, it just ends up being such a giant mess overall. So again, I can't say I flat out hate it because there are moments I did ultimately enjoy. There are some moments that actually did make me laugh here. I enjoyed the dynamic between Eddie and Venom. There are some pretty solid moments of action in the third act, despite the fact that some of it you can't even really see. And also, it feels disconnected from the rest of the movie. Like, a lot of the film, yes, there's action sequences, but they're not consistent throughout the movie. The third act is, like, full-on action, and it feels like a completely different movie. So overall, like, I can't say I straight up hated this one, but it easily, out of the three, I think is the most frustrating. I think if you're a fan of these films, this absolutely is the one that is going to piss you off the most, and I can completely understand why. So yeah, C- for Venom: The Last Dance. I really was hoping that this was going to be, like, the first one, the franchise, to kind of win me over, that this was actually going to be the one that, like, they knew what they wanted to do, they had an idea in mind, but it really just feels like any sense of creativity or thought was kind of thrown out the window here, and as a result, we just have a film that has just no discernible idea of what it really wants to be. Alright, so Conclave is a film that I feel like kind of needs no introduction at this point. It's a big awards player. Everyone really knows what this film is. But still, going into it, I was still really excited to see how it was going to turn out. And yeah, this is a fantastic film for many reasons. I think one of which being the subject matter of this film. This film is centered around the Pope suddenly dying and them having to elect this new candidates, but really dissecting what that process is like and what it really means for all of these characters. They all have some sort of belief system, and they all have, similar belief systems, but there are different things that they want. There's different traditions that they are tied to. There are things that they have been told that they're supposed to do, but then there's this other group that is trying to bring about new change, and I really like what this movie is trying to say about the idea of these traditions that we have been accustomed to. Are they actually still good in a modern society, or are they outdated? Is this something we need to pivot away from? Should we welcome in new candidates that are, giving us new sort of ideas and have different ways of maintaining these traditions, but maybe in a way that is a little bit more progressive? And I think all of that is really interesting in this movie, what it has to say about all the different candidates that are being selected and what they really want to bring to the table, and whether or not they actually want to uphold these views. The movie does have a lot to say about how deceitful a lot of politics can be, how they will constantly say this is what we're doing, but in reality this is actually what they plan to do, and that they don't actually have like a discernible path and things like that. It's a very timely movie to come out for this year in particular after such a tumultuous election with the worst outcome possible, but that's a whole different story. I'm not going to get into that on this channel, but I'm sure you know what I'm trying to say. But I just was very impressed by the way they decided to go about it, and all these characters are so much more complex and layered than you are expecting them to be. I mean, you have a character like Stanley Tucci's, for example, who at one point seems like, he's kind of the perfect candidate for this, but then as the movie goes on, you start to kind of learn more about him, and you dive a little bit deeper into him, you start to realize the complexities, the mistakes his character has made, the things that he's, the things that he's following, and I found his character to be very fascinating, because he's kind of the one that is rejecting a lot of the old traditions and things like that. And then you have, say, like John, then you have like, say, John Lithgow's character, who's kind of the antithesis, where he is kind of someone who is very strictly wanting to follow these traditions. And what I like about the movie is that it doesn't really give you an answer as to what you really should feel. Some people here, again, some of the characters feel like these are the traditions we need to follow. Some of them feel like we need to do something different. We need to change the way we do things. We need to, redeem our reputation. We need to, be more inclusive towards certain groups of people. And I thought all of that was really well done. But then in the center, you have our main character, Cardinal Lawrence. And Ralph Fiennes, Ralph Fiennes is a fantastic actor. He always gives, phenomenal performances, but I think this is easily one of his best in a while because of just how much nuance he brings to this character. I mean, Lawrence is someone who seems to have like a very specific way of looking at things. He has a very clear belief system. He is very much dedicated to honoring the legacy of the Pope that has like passed away and things like that. But as you get further into the film, he starts to learn more knowledge about, what's really been going on. He really starts to shift as a character, and he becomes someone that you really do feel latched onto, because, he's constantly being told by everyone, like, why wouldn't you run for this? And you can see that he doesn't really have a desire to do so, but even as the film goes on, the election starts to become tighter and tighter, you really see him start to shift as a character, and I really thought that, Fiennes just did such a great job in showcasing that. But again, also the way the film treats all of this like a mystery, I think is really well done. It keeps things riveting, it keeps things really exciting, and Edward Berger, I think, just really establishes himself as a director to watch out for. 2 films in, I am just so impressed by the way that he goes about helming films. He takes, stories that we are used to, and he finds a way to put his own spin on them, whether it's like All Quiet on the Western Front, which really just is, such a bleaker and hopeless sort of war film compared to, many that we've seen. And then now with this, taking a, religious movie and making it a little bit more mysterious, a little bit more controversial. And I think that, a little bit more mysterious, a little bit more suspenseful. And I thought he did a really good job in finding ways to kind of turn certain concepts on its head. And I really did enjoy that. So, and the score also, I believe it's the same composer that did All Quiet on the Western Front. And look, I've heard some people say, oh, it's a little too theatrical, it's a little too, bombastic and things like that. And I understand those complaints for sure. I just was really impressed by, I just really enjoyed the score a lot here. I think it goes with the riveting sort of feel that the movie's trying to go for, but also, again, keeps you just so engrossed in what's going on at all times, and it heightens the tension at many moments. So I was definitely a fan of that. And then even Isabella Rossellini, look, this is someone who has like 6 minutes of screen time in the film, but she really makes every second of it what her character stands for, what she's really all about. I thought was another really interesting layer to the film. So there really is just so much that this film does so well. And then even after all of that, when you think that you've seen all this, you've seen all this movie has to say, then the film takes a different turn in the third act, and it's like, Oh, that's what you were trying to say this entire time. That's really interesting. I really like that. I think it really helps bring all the themes together. I know I've heard a lot of people say that they felt it kind of came out of left field and that the movie didn't really build up to it, and I would very much disagree with that. I think the film was doing everything it could to build up to that moment, and I think that that final reveal makes it that much stronger. It makes you re-question everything that you have seen, and ever since, watching the movie, I wanted to go back and watch it. I haven't had a chance to rewatch it since that first time, but ever since doing so, that scene, the twist that this film takes in particular, makes me really want to watch back the film and really understand, what the themes really are, what it's really trying to say. There's just so much to really enjoy about this one. So, yeah, I mean, overall, I think this is just a really fantastic movie. I think the only things that really do bring it down is that there are some characters that I just wish we got a little bit more of of a little bit of more insight with. There's a lot going on in this movie, and sometimes it can be a bit overwhelming. There's a lot of information that is thrown at you kind of quickly, and I wish that the film maybe just took a bit of a step back to kind of soak it all in, but I understand it would ruin the pacing and things like that. And there are some events that occur that I just wish we dived a little bit deeper into. Like, for example, there are all these, like, protests going on against, like, certain policies that the papacy is, like, implemented and things like that, and I wish that that was given a little bit more depth than it was, because it kind of is just something that's like looming in the background, but I understand you want to keep the focus on the Cardinals. You want to keep the focus on the voting and, how everyone's feeling and things like that. I understand that's what the movie's trying to go for, but again, I mean, there's just so much that this film does so incredibly well. I think this is a movie that is really going to surprise you from what you are expecting to be. I think you're going to go in and you're going to expect a certain type of movie, but it is starkly different from what I even expected, and honestly, I think that much better as a result. So yeah, I mean, I can see why this has definitely become a big awards contender. I don't think it's one of the best films of the year or anything, but it's certainly a film that I have not been able to stop thinking about since seeing it. So yeah, definitely A- for Conclave. Definitely a film that, if you have not checked it out, is very much worth seeing. It's great to see how big of a success this one was as well. I was not expecting to be as big of a success, like, theatrically, but I think, again, it really is just how it takes this concept that, like, you think you know where it's going to go, and it turns it on its head in such an interesting way. And it's probably one of the most interesting films centering around religion that I have seen in a very long time. Alright, we approach another film that I just really wish I got to do a full review for, because, my god, what is there to even... How do I even begin to talk about a film like Anora, especially in a brief amount of time? And by brief, I mean probably like 10 minutes, because that's how much I've spent on most of these movies. Look, this is just one of the absolute best films of the year, no question about it whatsoever. I think there's so many things that I am just so enamored by when it comes to this movie, but I think what I really have to talk about is, and I'll talk about the things that, I love so much, but I really got to start off with Sean Baker's direction, because I just think the way he has evolved as a director over the past couple films has been nothing but extraordinary. He's always done a good job at centering on these, like, very, like, low, like it's sort of like focusing on these individuals that are mostly from, like, very, like, poor environments and things like that, and they're struggling to, like, make ends meet, and they're living in these terrible conditions, and he makes them, very relatable and sympathetic and things like that, but also, like, peeling back the layers of those characters and making it feel very authentic, making it feel very documentary-esque. But what I think he does so well in Anora is really take that concept to a different level here, because this film almost can be viewed as two distinctly different movies. The first half of this film is almost this, like, very light-hearted romantic comedy that's one of the most wholesome that you'll ever see, where you have this character of Annie, and it just seems like everything is going right for her. She's meeting this dream guy who just seems to appreciate her. He's, but he's also rich, but he's also someone that is, trying to, he's trying to become, like, a legal immigrant and things like that, and she's trying, they form this really close bond, and it just seems like everything is going right, and you really find yourself latching onto these two characters because of the chemistry that they really do have. The characters of Annie and also of Yvonne are two characters you just really enjoy watching. Yvonne is kind of this very careless type of individual. There's a lot of choices he's making, and but you're not really thinking about the consequences because it just seems like everything is going right for these two characters, and you're just really enjoying watching their love story progress despite how fast it happens. You just find yourself really just sucked into these two and just watching them go through the most like the most like rapid romantic love story of all time. And the film works really well as that. The film is very funny, they have very good chemistry, there's a lot of really sweet moments between them, and you think at first it's gonna be like this like Cinderella type of story of sorts, and it's a really fun one to watch. But then there's this rug pull that ends up happening, and when it ends up happening, the entire film pretty much ends up changing. The entire energy ends up shifting. Things become so much more high stakes. Things become so much more elevated in terms of thrills, and the comedy is excelled to levels of screwball, slapstick nonsense in that way, and it becomes something that you really aren't going to expect in any way, but it also feels like this is kind of everything that we've been leading up to. As the film goes on, you start to realize, like, okay, I should have kind of seen it going in this direction, where it kind of becomes this like heist, this like chase mission that's very reminiscent of like Uncut Gems or something like that, while also being this like screwball type comedy, and it really throws you for a loop. But the thing that surprised me is how well it really does work, and I think the reason it works so well is because these things were always there. The movie always hinted at these things happening, and when it does shift, it really does become something a lot more impactful in that way, a little bit more introspective, and I think they just do such a incredible job with that. There are moments in this movie that have you absolutely howling with laughter. There's this like 25-minute scene, I think it's like 19 minutes or something like that, that takes place entirely just in a living room, and there's like this whole commotion that ends up in, and it turns into this just this very tense sequence, but yet it's also really funny to watch, and that's really the point of the movie where I'm like, oh my god, this is so fucking good. This is everything that people have been saying, because this was like basically like the predicted frontrunner for the Oscars. I don't know if it's going to be that anymore, considering what happened. I'm filming this after the Golden Globes, and well, we know what happened there, but I don't think it changed the fact that like it is a very wild and very unpredictable, and it goes in directions that I really didn't expect it to. And the movie from that point forward, it just kind of keeps getting better. There are characters that are introduced that like I thought, okay, they're going to be just like very just like one-note mobsters. They're not really going to do much of anything, but they really start to add more layers to them. That all of these characters actually have a lot more complexity than I expect them to. There's this dynamic between two of them in particular that I really find myself latching onto. It's a bit of this like buddy comedy type dynamic, but yet it also works really well. And then you have Honora as a character who is just so well written in this movie, especially when it comes to the way that she presents herself versus the way others see her. You constantly see her in this battle throughout the film where people are talking about who she used to be versus who she is now, and you can see her constantly try to reject any sort of emotional attachment because she is used to just being this very like alluring, and she's used to being someone who is engaged in these very like transactional type relationships. She's not somebody who tries to have a lot of emotional attachment, and you really find yourself latching onto her character as a result because she's in this constant battle with herself throughout the entire movie. And what I think they do so incredibly well is make you think Honora is a certain type of way in this movie, make you think this is who her character is, and then as the film goes on, you start to see more layers to her. especially when it comes to the character of Igor, who is someone who you think he's going to go in a certain type of direction, but he kind of becomes like the unexpected heart of this entire film. Like the bond that these two end up forming, it's one of the most genuine, it's probably the most genuine in the entire movie, and there's a conversation that the two of them end up having towards the end of the movie, and it just kind of gets you to recontextualize a lot of what you saw in the film, and I think they do a really good job with that. But then the final shot of the movie happens, and you're like, holy shit, I did not expect them to go in that direction at all, but yet it also feels so fitting. It's like you've been slowly peeling back layers of this character, but doing it in a very subtle way, and it all comes back around at the end, and you're like, oh, wait, that's what was happening this entire time. That's what this movie really was, and that, to me, is when you know you have a great film on your hands, is when you can have a final shot, like the shot you have in this movie, that ends in this way that is generally like really heart-wrenching, and it really adds this emotional core to the film that really wasn't there before, because like I said, a lot of this film is just very funny and wild, and you don't feel like you're going to get a second to breathe, but then you do get a second to breathe, and once you do, you realize the tragedy behind it all, and it's not something that you really do expect because of just how much of a fun time that you're having. But I think that what they do so well is slowly zero in on these different events that end up happening and how it's affecting these characters, and I thought that was really well done. But of course, I mean, really, the glue that holds this film together as well as it does, aside from Sean Baker, really is Mikey Madison, who is just such a absolute revelation in this movie. And look, I've always been in her corner. I've always been a huge fan of her ever since like Better Things and things like that. I've always been someone who's like, Mikey Madison is an actress to watch out for. She was great for her small role in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. She did a great job in Scream, but this is really the film I think that is going to put her on the map, and I think we're deservingly so. Like, everyone has been saying she's the frontrunner for Best Actress. Again, I don't think that's going to happen anymore, but I do think that she is going to be a household name very quickly, and this is the perfect kind of film that just showcases why, because what she does so well is present these different layers to Annie, but do it in a very subtle way, not do it in a way that is obvious. It's a performance that you really have to pay attention to. There is so much going on just through her eyes and just through her facial expressions, but not the ones that she wants to convey to everyone, the ones that she is afraid to convey. And I think that's what Madison does so well throughout this movie, is just really understand this character and really understand the life that she has been dealt with. Honora is a certain type of way, but it might not necessarily be the way she wants to be, and you see her constantly battling with that throughout this film, and I think that Madison just really understood that so well in this movie, because at one second you could just see Honora as someone who just enjoys being a stripper. That's what her life is. That's what she enjoys doing. She likes what she's doing. But then there's this other side to her that you really don't start to recognize is there until the film goes on. And I just thought they did such an incredible job with that. But also just giving such a show-stopping performance. She has such amazing screen presence. There's so much she has to do in this film. There isn't a single scene, I believe, aside from maybe a couple, that isn't centered around her, and she really just gets to sink her teeth into this role. Honora is, like I said, very complex. At one point, she can be very feisty, very, very, very sensual in that way. And then she can be very vulnerable the next. And I think that's something that, Madison just does such a great job of walking this tightrope throughout. She wants to be someone who is seen as tough, who is seen as this way, but also has a lot more vulnerability to her. And I think a lesser actress wouldn't be able to convey that, but I think that Madison really understood that in this movie, and that's why this film hits as hard as it does, especially in its final moments, which honestly I think might be my favorite ending of the year. It's a tie between like that and The Substance, but it's very high up there for sure. I have not been able to stop thinking about the ending since I really saw it. And what also works so well about this movie is that they intentionally throughout this film keep Nora as a character like ambiguous. There isn't a lot that is known about her. We're kind of like brushing aside details. She doesn't like to talk about like her past self, and I think, I've seen criticisms where people say it makes her character feel very one note. It makes it feel emotionally hollow. But I think that Mikey Madison's performance really adds layers, but also the ending of the movie shows that that was all intentional. We aren't supposed to know enough about her because the movie wants you to kind of fill in the gaps yourself. And I think this film is very effective in doing so. The way that we, the way that we kind of, are perceiving Annie's actions in this movie at one point can be viewed very differently by the end of it. And I think that's what this film does really well, is really kind of keeping you on your toes and not really, telling you the full story of what's really going on and how these characters are really feeling. It is so much more internal in that way. And I think that's what works so well, is just how subtle but also unexpected it really is when the movie takes these sharp turns. Every single one of them, while yes, it might throw you for a second, feels expected. It feels like it fits in the movie. It feels earned. It's because the film really has done the groundwork to get there, even if you didn't realize that they were doing it. I think that's what works so well about this movie, and that's why the ending is as powerful as it really is. So there's really just so much it does well. The cinematography is also incredible here. I love the soundtrack that goes with this film, and like I said, the movie is still hilarious the entire way through. There's so many moments that had me just in absolute stitches, but then also had me, really affected by what was going on with these characters and really feeling an attachment that I didn't realize that I was really feeling until the scene had happened. And Nora is just really everything you look for in a film. I think every element is operating at the highest level possible. It feels like this is the film that Sean Baker as a director has really been leading up to. You have such incredible performances here from basically everybody. I also got to highlight Yura Borisov as Igor, fucking phenomenal in this movie. I'm really hoping he gets a supporting actor nomination because he just does such a great job playing this character. Mark Adelstein, I'm so excited that he is going to be in Mr. and Mrs. Smith Season 2 because he really does a great job at just showing so much potential as an actor. The character of, the character he's playing of Yvonne, like I said, there's so many layers to him that you're not really expecting. And it's one of those films that really does keep you on the edge of your seat, but also keeps you thoroughly entertained the entire way through. There are revelations that happen that you're not really expecting. There are themes to this film about, like, the upper class and things like that I don't really think you're going to be expecting them to make in the beginning, but as the film goes on, you really start to recognize it. And it really is a film that keeps you on the edge of your seat until the very last moment, that makes you kind of redefine how you feel about the entire thing. What it has to say also about, like, exotic dancers and things like that, and the respect that it pays to them, but also shows you, like, exactly what they have to go through in that career, I think is just really well done. It's, just as authentically done as most of Sean Baker's films, but again, it has this a bit more of an emotional core to it that I think his other films just haven't really had. So overall, I mean, I was just so blown away by this film. This is by far one of my favorite films the entire year. If you've noticed, I really can't think of anything about this movie that I really have any sort of issues with or anything, so I think you just got to go ahead and give it Nora an A+. What I love about a movie like Heretic is that this is a film that if you were to look at the premise of, you feel like it could go in like one or two directions, where basically you have these two like missionaries and they are essentially trying to like convert people to their faith. They're failing to do so. Hugh Grant is someone who's able to kind of lure them in, and it seems like he's going to be the person that they're able to recruit. And then they realize that, oh my god, he has his own agenda. He has power over us. And you think it's going to go in like one of two directions, where either he's gonna like hold them hostage and he's gonna do something really like despicable and sinister, or he is like, or the film's like turning things on his head, where like actually, there's something deeper going on, and like he's trying to, there's like some deeper conspiracy that we're not aware of, and there's gonna be this like big twist and things like that. And I can tell you, neither of those things end up occurring in this movie. Instead, this is almost a very, like, play-like type film, where most of the movie is literally Hugh Grant talking to these two characters and lecturing them about their faith and what they have really committed themselves to, and whether or not what they have committed themselves to really aligns with who they are as people. And I think the way this movie looks at religion and attacks it is some of the most compelling is one of the most compelling ways I have seen really in any film. I mean, what it has to say about the idea of conformity, especially, I think is really interesting. There's this great moment where Hugh Grant's character Reed is kind of comparing religion to like board games, and on the surface, you're like, that's kind of weird. I don't really understand the connection. But once you see in the movie and you realize what they're doing, you're like, oh my God, that actually makes a lot of sense. And I really like what they are trying to say. And you really do put those puzzle pieces together and you really do piece it together very well. And that was something I thought just worked really well about this movie, is what it has to say about religion, but also what it means for these two characters who are really not as they seem. They both have a little bit more complexity to them. You have Sister Barnes as well as Sister Paxton, and their personalities could not be any different. Sister Barnes is a lot more assertive. She's very direct. She wants to know a lot about what's going on. She is really, just very. She really wants to get to the bottom of things. Whereas Sister Paxton is a lot more lighthearted and is someone who is a lot more willing to be swayed and isn't quite as sure, and is a little bit more, willing to open up to some of the ideas that Reed is trying to get at. And I thought that also works really well. We'll talk about Hugh Grant in a little bit because he's fucking phenomenal in this, because he definitely gives a very noteworthy performance that we'll talk about. But Chloe East and Sophie Thatcher, I don't think have gotten enough praise for this movie, and they're both just so good in these roles because of the contrasting between these two characters, but also slowly starting to realize the similarities between the two. There's a lot more going on with the both of them than you are expecting. There are things that you kind of start to recognize about both characters and kind of why they are a part of this faith and what that really means to them, and I thought all of that worked really well. Chloe East in particular gives a really good performance here, especially in the third act of this movie. I really loved where they end up going with her character, and she's another character where, for a while I was like, I don't really feel like they're giving her enough to do. I don't really feel like they are, showcasing enough of, her past and things like that, but towards the end, we start to kind of recognize why that is, and I thought it actually worked really well. So that really didn't end up being an issue for me. But it has to be said, Hugh Grant really makes this film as amazing as it is, because holy shit, I mean, this is the perfect example of a actor that was known for one genre taking a shift late into his career and just finding the best way and just making the best use of it and showing a side of him that we just haven't really seen before. And what I think works so well about his performance is that Reed is not a guy that is shouting a lot. This is not a guy that is scary in the sense that he's shouting and he's doing all this really crazy shit. No, he remains, the charismatic, good-natured type guy that we expect him to. He's just as charismatic. He's just as suave. He's just as he's just as sort of well put together we expect Hugh Grant to be. He isn't doing anything different in terms of his appearance. He's not doing anything different in terms of the way that he speaks. In fact, there's never a point in this movie where he ends up dropping that. There isn't a point where he becomes a lot more unhinged throughout the movie, but I think that's why the performance is so effective here, because he's able to maintain this level of this very inviting and very sort of calm nature the entire film. But you realize that there's so much more beyond the surface. His agenda throughout the movie especially is so interesting to watch, and I think Grant's performance really is just doing so much to add these layers to this character and get you to recognize what he really is trying to do. What is his real agenda? What is his real plan here? And I think that it makes that performance so much more sinister as a result. I think it was a great choice to have Hugh Grant here. I think this film really does show that he's so much more capable as an actor than we have given him credit for. And sure, I mean, he's given great performances lately, like Paddington 2 and The Gentleman, but this is a whole other side to him that I really haven't seen before, and it really makes me hope that he continues to attach himself to projects like this, because this very well may just be the best work of his entire career. There was an argument for a little bit that he was going to get nominated for an Oscar for this film, and I don't know if that's going to happen anymore, but I mean, I would definitely not be opposed to it, just considering the amazing work he does throughout this entire movie. And like I said, so much of the film is resting on the shoulders of these three actors. It really is just them having these, very meaningful conversations and not really knowing where it's going to go. The way that he's constantly like twisting their logic and getting them to question every decision that they've made is just so compelling to watch because of what the film is really trying to say, but also the way that Reed ends up going about it, you're not really expecting. And I thought that also worked very well in this film. So I was very impressed by all of that. But also Scott Beck and Brian Wood's directing is something that really has to be commended here, because the film, it mostly does treat things pretty small scale for the most part. It isn't a very it is definitely a boundary-pushing horror film, but I think the reason it's so boundary-pushing is because it doesn't go to the places you're expecting it to. Like I said, this is not a film that's riddled with jump scares. It is something that is a lot more introspective in that way, and I think for some it could cause them to become very bored, but I think, like I said, all the dialogue that's happening is just so invigorating and something I really just found myself latching onto and really wanting to know more about, and what this film is really trying to get at. What is its real message here? I think all of that is just handled so well throughout this movie, and I really just appreciated the screenplay, the directing, as well as the screenplay, and the way they're able to build this tension steadily throughout this entire film. I mean, the tension in this movie just really cuts you like a knife, but again, not in a way that you're expecting it to. Something as simple as just a conversation or a gesture or something that ends up coming about, the way that a character phrases something, it just really ends up, sending chills down your spine, and I think that's when you know you have such a great screenplay, in mind, and I think they do a really good job when it comes to that. So again, a lot to really love here. I love the cinematography as well. The setting from the house gives you this very like claustrophobic and unsettling feeling, and I think they do a great job with that. The score, when it's here, works really well. There's not really much of a score of this movie, but when it's there, I mean, Chris Bacon always kills it. He's a great composer, and I thought he did a great job. And the editing, the movie is almost 2 hours long, but it really did end up flying by for me. Like, by the time we were at the third act, I'm like, wow, this is actually ending already. Like, I wasn't expecting it to end in the way it does. And I think, well, yes, it does end on a very abrupt note. I think it's a very fitting one. I think the way the film wraps back around to something that's discussed earlier in the movie actually worked really well, and it brought a whole new layer to the film that otherwise wouldn't be there. So I really didn't take issue with that. That being said, there is one issue I do have with this movie, and unfortunately it concerns an actor that I really do like in Topher Grace, which this is not a spoiler that he's in the movie. They was literally in like the marketing of the film, but throughout most of the movie, like I said, it is taking place in this one location, and you're seeing him, question these two girls, and it's extremely riveting, and I really found myself locked in. But then every so often, the film will cut to the elder of, the church and him searching for these two girls, and I hate to say it, but any time that they cut back to him, it just completely cut the tension for me, and I just did not feel nearly as riveted by that moment, because you know exactly where it's going to go. The film is constantly coming back to it. It feels very repetitive, where he's kind of just questioning if you've seen the two of them. There's not a lot of depth given to his character, and it feels like this is a part of the movie that honestly could have been cut entirely. And it's not like it, I'm not saying that you remove this entire thing from the film, but it just felt like this is something the film is trying to cut back to so it can give us a bit more hope that we just don't really need. I don't think that this part of the film was necessary. There's even a moment later on, with his character that it does end up playing a bit of an integral role, but I think everything before that scene didn't really need to be there, and anytime we cut back to it, I just wasn't really into that part of the movie, and I didn't really think it, and like I said, I think it kind of lessened some of the just how it did end up unfortunately taking me out of the movie at some very key moments. Now it reeled me back in real quick once we got back into the main plot. Like, it reeled me back in very quickly, but I do think that it doesn't change the fact that anytime we cut back to outside of the house and seeing Topher Grace, looking for these two girls, I just really kind of ended up checking out, and I didn't find find that part of the movie to be nearly as exciting. But other than that, I mean, this is just such a fantastic horror film. It's kind of an example of like what a film that's distributed by A24 really does do best. It is not a jump scare filled movie at all. It does start to become a little bit more of a horror film by its third act, but it has so many interesting things to say about religion and you know, conformity and you know, things that we value, but does that actually align with who we are? Does it make sense with our actions? Are we all hypocrites in that way? I think the film just has so many interesting questions. You have 3 really great performances here, all of which I think are just really excellent and really do make this film as great as it is. There's this fantastic sense of tension, this great sense of atmosphere. This really is just everything I hope for in a horror film, and it's by far one of the best of last year. So yeah, overall A for Heretic. I feel like this is a movie that kind of came and went, unfortunately, and it's great to see that despite Hugh Grant picking up awards and at some places getting some nominations and things like that, the film has kind of came and went, and I really do think that this is one that if you did miss it out is very much worth checking out, because I don't think it's anything like the movie that you are expecting it to be. Alright, so if you recall, back literally like 2 days ago, at least when I'm filming this, I don't know when this video is going to be up, but in my Golden Globes live stream, you know, I talked about how The Wild Robot was a really great movie. This is when we thought it was going to win. Everybody thought it was like the front runner and that there was no competition whatsoever, and then Flo won. But I said in that video that as much as I love The Wild Robot, it's actually not my favorite animated film of the year. There is one that actually I would put above it, although Wild Robot is very close to my favorite. Well, I think it's time to actually get into that, and believe it or not, it's actually Memoir of a Snail. And look, not something that I predicted. I thought for sure, like, after seeing Wild Robot, like, that's the best animated film of the year, nothing's going to surpass that. But then, watching this one, I mean, look, there's just so much, I don't know what it is, but when it comes to, like, animated films that are, you know, having all these like very deep and profound themes for like mainly for like adults and things like that, those are the ones that just tend to like really strike a chord with me. You guys know my favorite film of the last decade was Anomalisa, and that's one that I have not only watched a multitude of times, but I've shared it to quite a few people, and they've mostly gotten the same appreciation. Some of them didn't, but like there's quite a few people who have watched and said, wow, that's like one of my favorite movies, not just like of the decade, but of all time now. And it's like, yeah, exactly. And Adam Elliott as a director reminds me a lot of what Kaufman does. Now, he's not tackling like very like existential themes in the way that Kaufman does, but I think what he does so well in both of his movies, because I've seen both this and Mary and Max, I watched Mary and Max before this, is he finds a way to take these like normally very whimsical and like, you know, childlike moments and imbue it with this sense of darkness and this sense of emotion, and tackle some very heavy themes about like loss and grief and depression and, you know, addiction and all kinds of stuff like that. But he does it in a way that isn't completely depressing. While yes, it's not necessarily a positive film, he still finds a way to insert like all this dark humor and still have these themes of, and still end the film in such a way that has a sense of hope and triumph. And Memoir of a Snail is really no different. I mean, this film, we are quite literally sending on a character that has had nothing but tragedy throughout her entire life. The character of Gracie is someone who, every time it seems like something is going to work out for her, something ends up happening. And I don't want to say specifically what ends up happening, but lots of death. That's all I will say. There's lots of death throughout her life, and it's really sad. On the surface, it sounds like a very depressing movie because you're just watching this character consistently seem like her life is going to turn around, and then the absolute worst thing happens, and she's just kind of back to square one. But the thing I love about Memoir of a Snail is the fact that it's not necessarily as depressing of a film as you expect to be. Yes, there are moments that are very hard to watch. This can be a very tragic movie at points, and there definitely are moments that got to me. There's a lot this film has to say about the ideas of grief and things like that, but especially when it comes to crippling depression depression. I mean, Gracie is someone who, throughout the film, she has this very deep-rooted insecurity where she's constantly blaming herself for things that have happened around her. She feels like she's cursed. She feels like she is somebody that isn't able to really get on with her life. She has this, affliction for collecting snails, basically. That's because she becomes this, like, and she basically, becomes this, like, kleptomaniac of sorts, just like collecting snails because she feels like that's kind of her only purpose in life. But what I love, she's constantly feeling this sense of regret throughout the entire movie for the choices that she's made. But I think what the film does really well is try to frame it in a way that is actually somewhat relatable. The character of Gracie, the way you can look at these snails, you kind of see these snails as a symbol of her past, something that she is afraid of letting go of. And that makes her care, and that is something that I think a lot of us can relate to. We all have things in our life that we just constantly feel like we need to continue thinking about. I myself have had that happen a lot recently, where there have been things that have happened in the past and I'm just constantly hearkening back to them. And that's the problem with Gracie, that she can't seem to let go of it. And you can kind of see the snails as a metaphor for that thing that is holding you back. And I think that's what works really well about Gracie as a character. The arc that she goes on throughout this movie was pretty unexpected. I kind of expected her character to just kind of be this vessel who like constantly goes through all these terrible things. But she really does transform throughout the film. You see her throughout this movie start to she tries to remain hopeful. She tries to remain positive, but you can see how hard that is throughout the movie and how much that starts to dwindle throughout the film, and the state that she ends up being in. Because the film is told almost as like a frame story, it's really saddening to think about, and I think that's something that this film does. But her arc, the way it ends, especially, just really impacted me, and I found to be very relatable in the way that they did it. Obviously, I haven't had nearly as much terrible death and things like that happen to me, but I think in the way that Gracie is kind of holding herself back from moving on with her life and moving on from these things that have afflicted her. I think this film really just does a great job with that. And Sarah Snook is so good voicing Gracie in this film. She gives her so much sense of humanity and personality, but also really just gets you to latch onto her. And I think she just does a really great job with that in this film. I really enjoyed her performance here. But also what this film has to say about the idea of connection. This is something that Mary and Max very much touched upon. These two unexpected, these two like kindred spirits coming together in a way that you wouldn't expect. One of them's a lot older, one of them's a lot younger, but they have so much relatability. This film is kind of similar to that, but in a very unexpected way, especially when it comes to the people that are in Gracie's life. What I like about this film is that though a lot of it, similar to Mary Max, it's all done through voiceover. There's not a lot of moments where we are pausing to, see these moments happen. A lot of it is done through narration. I feel like we still get a sense of who all these characters are. For example, when it comes to Gracie's brother in the film, I think we get a really good sense of who his character is. He is someone who's like, super into magic, and there's a lot that is going on with him, a lot of insecurities that he's having, and you kind of see that come into full force throughout the film, and I really enjoyed the arc that his character ended up going on, and goes in some really, in that arc in particular, goes in some really dark directions that I should have expected from Adam Elliott, but I think, again, just because of how sucked in I was hoping that things were just going to work out, but it goes in such a dark direction, but yet I also felt like that character was just so well written that way, and Cody Smith-McPhee just does such a great job at playing that character. But then also Jackie Weaver, who's sort of her character is sort of like this mentor of sorts to Gracie. I really enjoyed their relationship throughout the film. I thought that they did a really good job when it came to that. But also I think, so I think there's just a lot that they do well in terms of all these different characters that Gracie comes upon. But also I think the screenplay is very well done in this movie. Because of the fact that that things are going to go in a tragic direction, you would think the film would end up being predictable. But there are multiple times throughout this movie where I was legitimately genuinely shocked at the places that it went. There is one moment in particular where, like, okay, I think this is actually maybe going to work out, even though you know that, because the movie starts off and you kind of know where Gracie's going to end up, you know it's going to go in this, you know things are going to go in a negative direction. But it's the way it actually happened. I was like, holy shit, I did not expect them to do that. And I thought they did a really good job with that. But also, having this sense of humor throughout the movie. There were multiple moments here that made me laugh in ways that you aren't expecting. Because the movie knows that if it was just doom and gloom the entire time, it would be very easy to take you out of it. So what they do is they have these very subtle moments of comedy. Sometimes it's something as simple as just something that's in the background. It might not even be something a character said. It's just the way something happens or something that's in the background. It's a good way to kind of alleviate a lot of the tragedy going on within this film. I think it makes it so it goes from a film that is so incredibly depressing that, like, you don't want to watch it, to a movie that actually is a little bit more hopeful, and I think they do a good job when it comes to that. The animation also is just so distinct here. 2 films in, I'm just really enamored by Adam Elliott's animation style. It's really different from anything I've seen before. The character designs are, like, intentionally, like, very, like, grotesque looking, and in a way that is supposed to really be very, like, off-putting and things like that, but he does it in such a way to where you still find yourself endeared to them, and you still find yourself really just impressed by the way these designs are done. The stop motion of it all, it's just really incredible to see, and the fact that this movie took him as long as it did, and, you know, you really do see just how meticulously done so much of that animation was, and I'm just really impressed by the animation in this film. It's so incredibly fluid, the places that they go with it. There's one scene at a carnival in particular that just really impressed me with how they were able to animate all of that. So I think the animation is great here. Also, the score, I just really love in this movie. It's very, like, haunting and eerie, and it kind of casts this, like, dark shadow, but also similar to, like I said, with the humor, there's something sort of, like, playful about it, and I think it makes it, again, go from these really, like, tragic scenes to something that's a little bit more, you know, amusing in that way. And I really just enjoyed the score throughout this movie. I think the film also is very well edited. And then the ending happens. And look, there are going to be some people who see the ending as sort of a cop-out. You know, it seems like the movie's going to go in a certain direction, and then things maybe seem like they're a little too neat and tidy. But I think just considering how satisfying things were towards the end, I was actually okay with the way the movie wrapped up. I thought it was honestly a very, very satisfying end. It really worked for the type of story that they were trying to tell, so I really didn't take too much issue when it came to the ending. Overall, I mean, I just really love this film a lot. This is easily one of my favorite films of the entire year. It's the kind of movie that, like, you go into and you're expecting it to be something a little bit more, it's the kind of movie where, like, I do recommend seeing Adam Elliott's previous stuff before going into this, but I do think this is a good one to start out with. I think you're going to go into this movie and you're going to expect it to go in a certain direction, but I think you're really going to find yourself touched and just affected by just how relatable so much of this is. Like I said, what the film has to say about clinging onto your past and how much this is holding you back, and this self-loathing that you have, and, you know, learning to, like, shed yourself of your demons. I think those messages are just so well communicated here, but also about the idea of community and finding and making those connections and things like that, and, you know, trying to do what you can to find your path in life. I think that the film just does a really good job in diving into all of that. This is just easily one of the best films I have seen all year, and if you haven't guessed, I really don't have too many issues with this one at all, so I'm also going to give Memoir of a Snail an A+. Alright, so Emilia Perez, big Oscar contender, really big Oscar contender, literally just won a bunch of Golden Globes, and you know, if you watched my stream, you know, I'm really not a fan of this movie, very much at all, and I don't, but the thing is, I haven't really gotten a chance to express what I don't like about this movie, because, look, this is what I will say about this film. These are the things that, right off the bat, I do appreciate about this movie. Jacques Audiard, however you pronounce his name, his style to this film is definitely something to behold. This film is very audacious. This film is trying to do something that is distinctly different from really anything I've seen before. It's like this crime drama, but it's also this musical, but it's also trying to be this, you know, this sort of, you know, trans story. It's also supposed to be a film that is trying to be something that's a little bit more uplifting. There's also this dark comedy of sorts. It's trying to, it's an amalgamation of so many different things. And I really do appreciate the ambition. I will always appreciate a film that is trying to do something different and isn't just trying to copy off of something else. And that's not something that I can say about Emilia Perez. This film is absolutely an original film. Everything about it has that sense to it. And I think that, you really do feel that creativity come through, and I think that does really work here. The other thing I do like about this film that is not at all something that I get really negative, because trust me, I have a lot to say about this film that is not really on the positive side, are the performances. For the most part, I think the performances are very good here, particularly Zoe Saldana and Carla Sofia Gascon. I think are both fantastic here. Saldana has always been an actress I've been a really big fan of. I think even going all the way back to like the first Avatar, like Star Trek, I mean, she really just showed just how incredible of an actress she is, especially when it comes to like very rich emotions. Her performance in the first Avatar in particular, I think, is an Oscar-worthy performance. I think she did more than enough in that film to definitely get a supporting actress nomination. So it's definitely been a long time for her to get one, and I think it's great that she's finally getting the recognition here. And I think, the way she brings layers to the character of Rita, someone who is completely adverse to what she's really getting herself into, and is kind of this like, she's just this lawyer of sorts, but she starts to get so involved in what's going on. I think she does do a good job with that, and I really did enjoy her performance throughout this film. We'll talk about Rita as a character a little bit later, but I do think that Saldana does make up for, how I feel about many aspects of her character. And then Carla Sofia Gascon, I think, is phenomenal in this movie generally. I think she gives a fantastic performance here. And any time, I'm saying something negative about this film, it's never going to be against Carla Sofia Gascon, because I think she just puts her heart and soul into this movie. She is technically playing like two different versions of this character before the character transitions and after the character transitions, and we'll talk about how I feel about that in a little bit, but it is very impressive, the way that she is able to do it. I don't really know why there were certain things that she was okay with when taking this role, but I do think her performance is very well done here, especially towards the end of this film. There are definitely some moments emotionally that I think she does a really good job with, and she adds a sense of heart to this movie that just would not be there if it was not for her performance. She does give the film this sense of, something that feels a little bit more genuine, something that feels a bit more authentic, and I think that her performance is really good. I really enjoyed her performance here, and Selena Gomez also, I don't think is bad here. I know a lot of people have been saying negative things about her. I just can't really buy that. I don't think as an actress, I don't think she gives a bad performance here. She's kind of playing this character that is like very ignorant and just very stuck up, and I think she does overall play that well. This is not really a likable character, and I think that Gomez does do a good job in adding this, conniving sort of sense to her, and I didn't necessarily dislike her performance here. That's kind of it, to be honest with you. There's really a lot of things that I just really hate about this movie, starting off with the fact that there's so much this film is trying to do. As I said, the movie is both this, trying to be this story about trans people and about how trans people should be looked at as individuals, and trans people are, we should be more accepting towards them and things like that, and we shouldn't put people into boxes, and, that we should try to, give them the life that they deserve and things like that. And I think that message is a great one, but then it's also trying to be this very high octane like crime drama involving this gang of sorts that's killing all of these families and women and all this human trafficking stuff that's going on, and you have Amelia try to track them down and things like that, and that's part of the movie. Then it's also this really soap opera-ish family drama involving Amelia and her basically impersonating as the aunt of her son, because she doesn't want her wife to know that she's alive and that she's transitioned, and so she's now doing it under the guise of like she's the aunt, but you know that something's eventually going to happen, and there's just, you can see the issue. There's just so much going on in this movie, and it just is an utter mess to watch. It doesn't blend as seamlessly as the film thinks does. In fact, it doesn't really blend at all. Every time the film shifts to something else, it just feels so incredibly jarring. I really do feel like, you hear about the fact that this was supposed to be like a 4-act opera. You really do get that sense throughout this movie, because it just feels like there is so much more that could be done here that just isn't. It feels like the film is rushing through so many events, and I think that really does end up hurting this film. But representation-wise, also, I think this movie is incredibly reductive. And look, this is coming from somebody who is a cisgender, straight white male and things like that. So I am not going to say whether or not this movie is bad representation, because that is not for me to say. Similar to the Mexican culture and things like that. That's not for me to say either, whether it's good or bad representation. But what I will say is, from hearing, from those who have voiced, against this movie, I very much agree with those sentiments. I think that, especially for a film that is clearly trying to uplift trans people, the film is incredibly reductive in that way. I mean, Amelia as a character barely really feels like one. She doesn't really have a lot of agency of her own. She starts off the movie and, she's supposed to be this, like, really, evil, like, gang leader and things like that, and she's transitioning in an effort to, like, rid herself of that, and you would think that at that point, the film would basically be us getting to see her live her life authentically and get to see her, enjoy herself and make this great life for herself. But no, the film doesn't want to do that. Instead, the film wants to put her through more shit, having her be with her with her family who they don't recognize her. They don't know who she is. She doesn't really have any connection aside from Rita, who we'll talk about in a little bit. There's also this, like, romance eventually that she ends up getting into, and that also feels so incredibly one note. There's never any time to really dive into that, and I don't really feel like that part of the movie was anywhere near satisfying. I never really felt like I got to know these characters in any way. So you see the problem here. Amelia just feels so incredibly underwritten as a character, and I feel like it's honestly insulting to see that, because again, the movie is trying to be this, like, great representation, but it never lets Amelia just simply be Amelia. It always is trying to talk about how, because of these terrible things that she's done, she never really gets to live her life. Yes, she's committed these terrible acts before, and now she's like this voice of sorts that is trying to be an advocate for finding the human trafficking victims and things like that, and that part of the movie doesn't work either, because it just feels like, again, you are reducing her to just being this, voice that is uplifting other people. You're never letting her just be herself, and that really bothered me throughout this entire movie. The film just never lets Amelia be happy. Anytime that it seems like she's going to be, there's something that ends up happening that's, like, stripped away from her, and I found that to be just kind of disgusting to watch. I found it very hard to, enjoy. I found it very hard to really, latch on to her character when it just felt like terrible thing is constantly happening to her, and she's never able to really live her life in the way that she really does deserve. And I really just wish the film would be a little bit more positive in that way. I wish we got to see Amelia, make this transition and it really changing her life for the better, but the movie does not really go in that direction at all, and I thought that also just didn't really work. But also, the way that Jacques Audiard, like, clearly sees, Jacques Audiard, like, sees trans people, I think is incredibly just dated in the way that he seems to do it. I mean, you've heard him say in interviews that he has no experience when it comes to trans people. He never contacted any doctors when it came to gender reassignment surgery and things like that. He never, like, tried to, listen to other, like, trans advocates or things like that. He never listened to other trans people. He doesn't know anybody that is trans, and it really does come across that way. This really does feel like a director that had no business tackling this subject subject matter. There is no reason why he should not have gotten somebody who has more experience with this, whether it be a writer, whether it be a director, because it just feels like he has no idea what he is really talking about. The way that he sees trans people, I think, is incredibly problematic. The way he tries to show them the way he tries to show them as like, oh, the film basically says like you're not fully trans unless you get surgery, which is absolutely disgusting and a really horrible way to look at it. And just again, there's so many outdated ideas in this movie, and it very much does feel like this movie is specifically made for people who do not understand trans people, for people who do not understand the ways that, trans people are, the people who do not have anybody that is trans. And that's really the problem, is that this should not be the case. And, and that's why this film is just so offensive in that way. And that's why I just have a really hard time latching onto so much of it. So that really does end up hurting a lot of the film. Not to mention the abundance of times they are constantly misgendering Amelia and referring to her as, who she used to be and things like that. And the film even makes it so, like, they're still, like, punishing her for things that she did. They try to do this thing where they make it seem like she hasn't changed at all. There are moments where, she encounters, like, her wife and suddenly her voice is a lot lower. Like, it just really rubbed me the wrong way in so many different ways. Just very a very misguided film in the way they decide to go about that. I think the best way to describe this movie is this is a film that people who know absolutely nothing about trans people, have no trans friends of their own, they're going to watch this movie and they're going to feel empowered. They're going to feel amazing. They're going to feel like, oh my God, I am an ally to this person for life. Bow down to them. Like, we've done such a great thing, when they don't realize just how incredibly misguided so much of this film really is and how much it goes against the messages that it really is promoting. That's why this film really just made my blood boil in the way that it did. Ending in particular is really something that just has not sat well with me at all, and I think there were just a lot of things that they could have done differently. There were a lot of script revisions that need to be done. I just think that this whole thing is just such a utter mess, and that coupled with the ways that they decide to frame trans people, I think is just really disgusting overall, so I'm not really a fan of that. Let's talk about the music aspect in this film, because the movie is a musical, and look, I was very much on board with that. I was like, okay, Selena Gomez is here, clearly he's trying to do something, let's see how these songs are, and look, there are like 2 songs that maybe are somewhat catchy, and they happen to actually be both of the songs that are nominated for Best Original Song, El Mal and Mi Camino, but here's the thing, in my opinion, I think the reason why those are nominated is because they are literally the only songs that are somewhat listenable. Every other song in this movie is a complete and utter disaster. They are not catchy in any way, shape, or form. The lyrics are terrible. They feel more like they are just elongated monologues that have now turned into songs. They feel incredibly jarring. They don't move the story forward in any way. They do everything a musical is not supposed to do. A musical is supposed to be something that helps tell the story, that helps shed light on these characters, gives you insight into them. And aside from those 2 songs I mentioned, that's not what this movie is doing. Instead, the movie is using these songs as a way to, rush through many elements, and it doesn't really work at all. The lyrics also are so cringy and just laughably stupid. There's literally a song about Rita's character going to a doctor, going to find out more about, gender reassignment surgeries, and that whole song, I mean, I have been making fun of that with friends since I've seen the movie. It is so incredibly stupid. There's another one where she's talking to this doctor who has very dated views of trans people, even more so than, which are probably many of the same views that Jacques Audiard possesses, just based on things that he has said. So, there's that, and that's just really bad. The songs are just terrible, and I hate to say that, because you guys know I'm a huge musical fan, but I will say right now, if this is the first musical to win Best Picture since Chicago, I mean, we are really doing something wrong. Like, that just really shows just how out of touch the Academy is, because what the fuck are we doing? Seriously. The fact that this film is being praised for these things just really baffles me. And you guys know, I don't try to be somebody that, like, attacks people for their opinions and things like that. And if you like the movie, that's fine. There's a lot of things I have a very hard time getting behind when it comes to this film, and that is very much one of them. Also, Rita, as a character, I didn't even touch upon her. Look, the first, 40 minutes of the film, there is an arc for her where you see her be this lawyer, and she has this very, time-sensitive mission, and she has to pull it off, but I kid you not, after that, she has nothing to do in this movie. She is literally just, basically just kind of this, observer. She's observing situations. She's a friend to Amelia. Other than that, there is nothing for her to do in this movie. And unfortunately, the same goes for the majority of the characters here. Selena Gomez's character doesn't really have an arc, and then when she does, it's too late. The direction her character goes in, they very clearly are doing it just so the plot can go in a specific direction, just so we can have this, really thrilling climax, and it's there's this whole conversation that could have just been said immediately, but because it's not said until the last second, her character just feels incredibly stagnant and very unlikable throughout this entire thing. Edgar Ramirez, his character also, I found to be honestly pretty unnecessary. I didn't really know why he needed to be here. I felt like it was just another thing to overcomplicate things, so there's just a lot of things here that just really pissed me off about this film. There's a lot of things I have a very hard time getting behind. So like I said, I give it points for its ambition and its creativity. I do think that there was a vision for this film, but I really think that Jacques Audiard just needed a lot more time to really think about, what did I really want this movie to be? What do I really want to focus on? He wanted to focus on all these different things that he clearly has, very little knowledge about, and as a result, you have pissed off a lot of different groups of people, whether it be, Mexicans who are putting down the movie because of the way it depicts their culture and the things that he chooses to focus on, whether it be trans people who are saying that the movie is not a good representation of them and feels like a movie that came out in 2005, because it does. Even when it comes to just the story in general, it's just such an utter mess, and the way the film ends in particular is just so deeply unsatisfying. So yeah, safe to say, this is just a movie that I just find so incredibly baffling. I had a really hard time latching onto it. There are moments that are laughably stupid, the direction that it goes, and there are things that do kind of work here and there, but anytime the film works, it is completely undercut by just how incredibly rushed and cobbled together so much of the screenplay is. There are some decent performances in there that definitely are noteworthy. Zoe Saldana, if she wins Best Supporting Actress, look, I would love Ariana Grande to win. That's very much who I'm pulling for, but if Saldana wins, I don't have a problem with that. And same with Carla Sofia Gascon. If she started winning things, I wouldn't really have a problem with that either, because I do think their performances are noteworthy, but really, and the two songs that are in Best Original Song, I do think are pretty good. Mi Camino in particular, I've been listening to a lot since I saw the movie. But really, other than that, it's just very hard to get behind a lot of this film. This is easily one of the most, I think, insufferable films that I watched last year, and absolutely insane that this film is actually being considered for Oscar nominations, let alone potentially being a frontrunner for Best Picture. I just don't even know what to think anymore, but I think I've said all I needed to. D+ for Amelia Perez. I know it sounds like I hate this movie a lot more than I do, and trust me, I really do hate this movie. It's just, there are some things to admire. There are definitely things that I do somewhat like about it, but they are completely held back by just how much of a disaster the film is from a screenplay and direction perspective. Just a really baffling film all around that, again, I know has some fans, and that's great if you like it, but for me, I really just could not stand this one at all. And out of the recent Best Picture contenders, this is easily one of the ones that I am the most confounded by as to why it would even be considered for Oscar potential. Alright, so we go from a movie that I clearly had a lot to say about to a film that I honestly don't really have much to say about, and unfortunately that is Lord of the Rings, War of the Rohirrim, a movie I was really pulling for. I really did feel like, okay, you're bringing back Lord of the Rings. It's an animated film. It's a completely original story for the most part. It is a prequel, but, you've waited to release this until December. Naturally, there should be something about this movie that is worth watching. Naturally, you think that this is going to be like a really big film that everyone's really going to love, and it's really not. Look, it's not bad. There are things to like about it. I actually like the animation here. I think the animation is really interesting. It's very distinctive. I think that, the look and feel of like the character designs, I think, are really well done. The locations and things like that, I really do enjoy. And there are some really good voice performances. I mean, Brian Cox, look, you put him in something, he's probably going to give a really good performance, and he does do so here. I think he is very well cast as this character who's like the matriarch of this family and really just doing everything he can to protect his family, and I think you really do find yourself latching onto his character because of the performance that he does give here, and I think he does do a really good job, particularly this one scene involving this character, this person that he is going after, and like him trying to defend his family, I thought was just really strong for me. Also adds an emotional core to the film that otherwise wouldn't be there, so I thought that he actually did do a really good job here, and I really enjoyed his performance throughout this film. Gaia Wise also, I thought, was very good as Hera. I think that, I haven't really seen her in much of anything, but I think that her voice performance is very good here, and I did find myself, appreciating and I did really find myself appreciating her performance throughout this film. I think that she does a really good job. Luke Pasqualino, also as Wolf, I think is very good in this movie. Wolf is probably the character that I connected to the most in this film. I think that his character is easily the most well-developed. He's actually a very interesting villain who has a motivation of his own, but he also has like this mentor of sorts that is like constantly like influencing him to do these things, and I think that his performance works really well. You realize just how conflicted this character really is, and kind of adding these layers to him that I think, worked really well, so I really did enjoy his voice work here, and I think that he does do a really good job, and I do think there is some potential in this film when it comes to like these feuding families and things like that, and you have this, royal family that's on the surface, they're all really good people, and, they seem to, have this very, like, royal stature. Everyone looks up to them. There's, like, a lot of revere for what they've done, but then you have this other family who feels like, no, there's a debt to pay, there are things that they haven't done, and you kind of see this conflict, come to a head. I think that's a really good idea, and I think there's a lot that you can do there. Unfortunately, I just don't think the execution of it is one that I found to be very interesting. I found a lot of this story to just feel very underwritten. The characters themselves, I really just had a hard time latching onto. Hera, in particular, I don't think is that well written of a character. She's kind of just like the daughter of this family that's like tough as nails, and she wants to fight for her people, and there just isn't really much else to really get behind. There's not really an arc that she goes through. And there's an arc, sort of, but it's not really one that is anything that is all that interesting, and it doesn't really feel like we got to dive much into her character, so I didn't really find her to be all that interesting. The rest of her family as well, there's a lot of other characters here that I just really had a hard time latching onto, and I don't think they did a very good job in developing them. And even Brian Cox's character, Helm, like I said, I think that he does do a good job in adding this emotion to this character, but the relation between Helm and Hera, I just felt that we didn't get enough of. There weren't enough scenes between these two. You really are supposed to feel latched onto their bond. There are some moments that do sort of work, but there just isn't enough, and there wasn't enough to really make me feel like, oh, this is really sweet, and I really find myself, latching onto these characters and really wanting them to succeed. I don't think they did a very good job when it came to that, so I just felt very disconnected from a lot of the story, so I didn't really care about that side of things. And also, when it comes to it being Lord of the Rings, I think that honestly does kind of hold this back. I think if this was just kind of its own thing, if this was just like a story about these two feuding families, I actually think the film would be a lot more successful, because anytime they try to incorporate references from, Middle Earth and things like that, I think it really does end up falling flat on their face. And look, Lord of the Rings is one of the greatest, fantasy sagas out there. I've seen both films now 2 times. I watched, the theatrical cuts all in the past like 3 years, and then I watched the extended cuts actually all last year in theater. I got to see them in theaters actually with my dad, and it was a great time. Love those movies, easily some of the best of their kind. But I really do feel they are doing themselves a disservice by calling themselves Lord of the Rings, because one, immediately there's a expectation to live up to, but also the story itself, I just don't know if it fits in this particular, if it fits in this particular franchise. I don't really know if it fits there. I think it really does end up hurting them. There are many moments where they are referencing things, and they do it in a very obnoxious, like, hand-holding way that I found to be just really obnoxious, and that I found to be just really alienating, and I didn't really enjoy it at all. Like, borderline, there's one reference in particular, like, towards the end that's, like, borderline, like, jingling keys in your face, and I really did not like that. And then Kenji Kamiyama's directing just feels very uninspired to me. It doesn't really feel like there was that much of a vision in this film. It doesn't really feel like there was a lot that she was trying to do, and it makes sense because you find out when, after watching this movie, I saw a tweet that basically said that this entire film was basically just made for Warner Brothers to retain rights to Lord of the Rings. They don't want to branch it off to anybody else, and it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. There's not a lot of passion put into this. There's not a lot of effort put in. It's just another great decision by David Zaslav, who doesn't want anybody to have creative freedom, who is constantly stifling his directors and writers from pushing boundaries, and this feels like another film that is just way too safe, and that's the best way to describe it. It's just way too safe of a film. It doesn't really feel like it is going the extra mile to do something exciting and different for this franchise that we haven't seen before. It just feels very standard, and I think that's the best way to sum it up. There are some alright action sequences here and there, and even the animation, like I said, I like some of it. Sometimes it can look a little bit dodgy. There are moments where it feels like the backgrounds and the character designs are not really meshing together. There's like two different styles of animation, and they're kind of clashing, and I think that does hurt the film. So yeah, overall, I really just was very let down by this one. I really thought that this was going to be something exciting. I really thought that them, holding off until Christmas, that this was going to really make a splash, but I should have known with just how little they were promoting this, and also the fact that it was basically just like buried when it came to theaters. I mean, the movies already went to streaming like 2 weeks after it came out. That just tells you right then and there just how little confidence they had, and unfortunately doesn't really do much of anything to move the needle. There are some alright sequences here and there. There are some characters, like I said, I think the villain actually had a lot of potential. I thought there were some really good moments with his character in particular that I really did enjoy, but other than that, there just really isn't that much to remember about this one. It's probably one of the more forgettable films that I watched last year. C+ for Lord of the Rings, War of the Rohirrim. It's watchable for sure, but a memorable, exciting adventure, that's not really something I can say at all. Very much just a forgettable, entry in a franchise that Warner Brothers clearly doesn't know what to do with, and so they just decided to throw this into theaters because Lord of the Rings is successful, so this will be successful without really any thought put into it. Just a really big disappointment overall. Holy shit, where to begin when it comes to Kraven the Hunter? Look, this is a film where I went into it and I thought, okay, this film, yes, it's been delayed plenty of times, but a lot of those times, yes, one of them was because of the strikes, but also because of reshoots. And it made me think, okay, they know how disastrous Madam Web was. They know the complaints that like that and Morbius has had. They know that how terrible, how little of a success they have had with the Sony universe. So maybe by some miracle, this will turn out better. It's rated R. They are clearly shifting directions with what they wanted this to be originally. The new trailer they put out, like a couple months before the movie came out, I actually thought was pretty good. I was like, okay, I actually do feel like I was thinking, okay, maybe there is some hope here. But no, this movie is somehow the most baffling of the films they have put out. It's not the worst. I think it's I mean, look, it's not the worst arbitrarily. Like, to be honest, when it comes to this, Madam Web and Morbius, they're all like the worst. But what I will give this one is that out of the three, I do think it has the most potential. There are moments where you do feel some potential in this film. And most of that comes from Alessandro Nivola, who I think is really the only actor here that is putting some amount of effort into this movie and does actually feel like he's doing something different when it comes to the Rhino. The way they explore Rhino in this film is different from what you have seen before. It's not just, this guy who is in a rhino suit. No, this guy is like turning into a rhino, and he's constantly like holding it back throughout the film, and we'll talk about how it's done, but I think that was a really interesting idea, and Navallo does do a really good job at just really sinking his teeth into this role. He's not taking it too serious. He knows exactly what kind of movie he's in. He really does chew up all the scenery, and I think that he does give a pretty solid performance in this movie. And even when it comes to the actual, Rhino look, I don't think is a bad one. They've shown, there's been a lot of people making fun of it on Twitter, but I think that compared to some of the other effects, it honestly doesn't look that bad. I actually like some of the ideas of what they're trying to do, and it kind of made me think, why don't we just do a Rhino movie? Because this is a really interesting idea, but it feels like it's trapped in a movie that otherwise has no idea what it really wants to be. And it's just trying to do so many different things at once. I guess we start off with the fact that the screenplay is just such an utter mess in this movie, even more so than you really are expecting it to be. Because on one hand, yes, you are telling the story about Sergey, or Craven, and how he's kind of become the way that he is, and, sort of like how he's now like fighting for justice and things like that, and why he's gone on to, become this fighter of sorts, and I think that could be, somewhat interesting. But then you also have the story about his brother, and sort of this very complicated relationship they have, where on one hand he wants to protect his brother, but then he also has his father who's like a mob boss, and he's, constantly trying to interfere in his life, and that's a possible plot point. But then the film suddenly becomes this sort of like kidnapping film, where basically now he has to like find his brother who's been kidnapped by the Rhino and things like that. Then you also have Christopher Abbott's character who's in here, and he's doing stuff. So there's just so much happening in this movie, and similar to all the Sony films, it just feels like they have no idea what they really want this to be. The film gets worse and worse as it goes on, and it honestly is just baffling to see at this point, because again, they had so much time to polish up this script. There's so much they could have done, and yet for some reason they still are struggling to figure out, how do we properly tell this story? What do we want this to be? The structure of it just seems so unfocused, and that's insane to me considering just how much time they had to work on this movie. It honestly is pretty inexcusable. But it's also what they choose to focus on that I just find to be so baffling. There's so much time in this movie spent on Alexei's brother kidnapped, and him, basically being held hostage by the Rhino, and I'm supposed to care about the fact that his brother's kidnapped, but the film has given me next to no reason to care. There's not enough time to really see these two bonding. There's not enough time to really latch onto them as characters. You don't really understand what his brother really means to him. So I don't really feel like they did a good job with that, and I felt pretty disconnected from that side of things. But then you also have this whole kidnapping plotline where, again, you don't really understand the point of this. Like, why does he need to be held hostage? What is his brother's entire thing? He supposedly, steals he finds a way to steal voices from people, which is literally just him copying their voice. There's a scene in the movie where basically we cut to a nightclub where he's singing Harry Styles, but he's not singing Harry Styles, he's just lip syncing Harry Styles, and it's probably the hardest. My audience ended up laughing the whole movie, and honestly I was right there with them because I was like, what the fuck is happening? And then randomly starts singing Tony Bennett's, and then Russell Crowe talks about how much everybody loves Tony Bennett and how could you not love Tony Bennett, and it's the whole thing is just such a utter utter mess in that way. And so again, you feel really disconnected from that. The film also spends an inordinate amount of time on the origin story and how Alexei became Craven, and it's so dragged out that I just did not care about it. It's like literally, it should only be like 10 to 15 minutes of the movie. No, it's at least like 40 minutes of the film is dedicated to this origin story, and it's like, if you wanted to tell this story, why didn't you just make that its own film since you spend so much time on it? But again, it's done in such a then even though they spend so much time, it's still done in such an uninteresting manner that you just find yourself not really caring. The way it's done as well, with him literally getting bit by a lion, it's so laughable the way that's done, and really, again, feels like the movies like a superhero movie we would get back in like the early 2000s when they did not know how to make these, like the majority of these have felt, and this is like one of the best examples of that for sure. So there's that issue. Then I haven't even talked about the character of Calypso in this movie, who, you know, she's here and she's supposed to be this like, you know, sort of like she's supposed to be like this sort of love interest, but also sort of, you know, sort of sidekick to Craven. Completely wasted in the movie. And look, this is not just anybody. This is Ariana DeBose, who is in this movie, who, mind you, signed on to this film after she had been winning Oscars for West Side Story, and they give her such a thankless role in this film. There is literally nothing for her to do in this movie other than spout the most ridiculous dialogue talking about how her grandmother died and she never saw her again, and it's like stuff like, and you know, having all this like very like drawn out exposition that you just don't find yourself caring about, and just really feeling like she has almost nothing to do. Then suddenly they give her a little bit to do, but it doesn't feel like we've built up to this at all. So again, it's just a complete waste of her talents. All of the acting in particular, aside from Alessandro Nivola, is terrible in this movie. I mean, Fred Heckinger, very good actor, not convincing in this role at all, especially towards the end of this film. There's a turn that he ends up taking that I really did not buy into at all, because the film has again done nothing to really get us there. So his performance just really ends up falling flat in this film. There are moments where you're like, okay, there's potential, but it really doesn't end up coming through. Russell Crowe, look, I know some people have said that he's like one of the bright spots of this movie. No, I was not a fan of his performance. I thought he was just really overdoing it as like this, like very, intimidating mob boss. I could not get past his voice. I could not get past the mannerisms. He felt like he was in like a completely different movie, and I don't think his performance worked here at all. Christopher Abbott is an actor I normally really do like. I think he's someone who usually is very charismatic. He's done a very good job at playing like a lot of very like emotionally complex characters, but here he is just so incredibly dull and stoic, and it just does not really seem like he wants to be here. And I was not really convinced by his performance at all in this film. And then Aaron Taylor Johnson, look, I think fantastic actor. There's a movie I'm going to be talking about a little bit later that he is very good in. Unfortunately here, while I do think he does show potential as Craven, it's mainly through like physicality. I think physicality-wise, like he has that down pat. There's a lot of moments here action-wise that are actually pretty decent, and I do think that does somewhat save the film. But unfortunately, whenever this character opens his mouth, he's just kind of like a deer in the headlights. It's like everything he says, he's so confused about. He doesn't seem convinced by anything. It doesn't really seem like Johnson is really into the material, and I can't really blame him because he's not really given much to do, rather than just consistently repeat that, no, my name is Craven. I'm a hunter. This is what I do. I'm a hunter. I gotta go avenge my brother and things like that. Like it is the most like obvious dialogue, and it takes you out of the film every single time. But his performance is just so incredibly one note, and I just had a really hard time, and I just really found myself unconvinced by what he was doing, and it sucks because like I was like, okay, I think Aaron Taylor Johnson's very good casting, but I can't figure out whether it was the dialogue just being really bad or if he just wasn't the right role. But his performance just was not working for me. And then unfortunately, I have to say, as much as I love Ariana DeBose, she might be the worst performance in this movie, because it just seems like she does not want to be here. She seems so incredibly bored throughout this entire film, too. She is easily given the worst dialogue possible. There is a lot of ADR in this movie, which, again, there's a lot of complaints when it comes to Madame Web that you can very much take from this film, and there's a lot of similar things that I can say that film, there's a lot of similar problems that film has that both films have. But the ADR is something that I just didn't think would be, as bad as Madame Web. And look, I don't think it's as bad. It's not as consistent. But when it's there, it is incredibly noticeable. And unfortunately, she is the person who gets hit with it the worst. And as a result, her performance is so bad in this movie. I did not feel convinced by anything she was saying. There was not a single point in the film where it felt like, okay, I'm really finding myself latching onto Calypso. I really feel like I understand her backstory. I felt like they changed a lot of her dialogue throughout the movie, and you really do feel it throughout this film, so I really did not enjoy her performance here. So yeah, unfortunately, the majority of the acting, it's just really bad in this film. The CGI also, like I said, the look of the rhino is fine, but everything else is so bad. It looks like a PS2 video game at points. There's one action sequence involving a plane, especially, that I found to be so laughable. I literally started howling in the theater, with just how bad it was. And so, again, things like that, it's so incredibly baffling the way that was put together. Also, the action in this movie, the opening scene is actually pretty good. They released, the first, 7 minutes before the movie came out, and you can kind of see why, because it's easily the point where it feels like the movie has, the most teeth. There's this genuine, sense of momentum. The action is actually pretty great. It gets, pretty graphic and violent, and it really feels like they're utilizing that R rating. But every other action sequence after that feels so tame in comparison, and it's generally shocking to me because it feels like they were really trying to let loose with this film, but yet it feels like they wanted to hold back for some reason. No, we can't go that far. We can't really see, Craven rip these people to shreds. No, we gotta cut away from that. We can't possibly show that. I was generally so taken aback by just how terrible things got so quickly, because I was ready to say the action was one of the better parts of this movie, but after that opening scene, it just felt like all the like I said, the somewhat pulse that this film had was completely just flatlined, and it's kind of crazy how quickly it ended up going downhill from there. And then there's Christopher Abbott's character, who, like I said, his performance already wasn't that great, but a lot of that is due to the fact that the character himself feels so superfluous to the actual story. Especially when you get to the end of this film, they build him up, and he seems like he's gonna be this threat of sorts. He has a really interesting power where basically he becomes invisible, so you never know when he's actually going to be coming after you, so you never know when he's going to be coming after you, and it could create this sense of tension there. But they do the same thing with him every single time, and then by the end of the movie, things get wrapped up so quickly, and it just feels so but then by the time things get to the end, it is easily the most anticlimactic end to a villain that I have seen in such a long time, and it just left me thinking, what was the point of this character? Why did you even need him here? You already have Alessandro Navallo. Why did you even need this other character here? Was it just they wanted to include him and they didn't know what to do? He just feels so shoehorned in here, and it sucks because, again, I love Christopher Abbott, but this is just such an utter waste of him as a character, even more so than Calypso, who at least Calypso has somewhat of a role here. This guy, the agent that he's playing, really just has nothing to do. That's the name of the villain. He has truly nothing to do in this movie, and it's just, again, I know I keep saying the word, but baffling to me that they decided to even include this. Score also is so incredibly generic. The editing is so bad here. The scene I talked about with Fred Heckinger singing Harry Styles, that is, a scene that is preceded by this really dramatic sequence of Craven, mowing down all these different people. And so again, it's just really really horribly put together. There's so many moments where it feels like there are scenes that were either cut or reshot, and it's just so obvious the way the editing is done. And then you get to the ending, and look, there are moments where, like, it's one of those films where, like, you think it's about to wrap up, you're okay with it ending there, you're happy that the movie is finally getting towards the end, and then it just keeps going, and then you're like, okay, where are we gonna go? And then they go in this direction that is very clearly supposed to be like setting up for a sequel. And one, the film has not done anything to really get us to that point. Two, it almost feels like this could be a whole film in itself. It feels like the way they end things off, it's like that should be the second movie. That could actually be a really good film if they had really taken their time. You really recognize just how rushed so much of this is, but also how little has happened to get us to this point. So yeah, it's just a complete disaster on basically all fronts. There's so much here that is just so incredibly laughable. The direction by J.C. Chander just feels like he had no idea what he was supposed to. I don't even know if he's to blame for the directing, because again, same with S.J. Clarkson, like, I don't even know if it's him that's directing or if it was, like, a higher-up that's directing. I mean, look, there's that guy who said that, like, oh, Madam Web, Kraven the Hunter, they weren't bad movies, so I feel like he's actually the one who directed these films. He's the one that's responsible here, because he knows, because he clearly is the one that has the passion here. The actors, they clearly don't have the passion. Alessandro Nivola is doing the best that he can, but everybody else really ends up falling flat. There are some alright action sequences, like the opening scene of this movie actually does show some potential. It's like, okay, this might actually be something good, but anytime the characters open their mouth or we have to progress the story, everything just feels so incredibly off. This is clearly a film that needed a lot more time, despite the fact that it was delayed and they had so many rewrites. They needed more rewrites, honestly, because they clearly had no idea what they wanted this movie to be. It is absolutely insane to me that this just keeps happening, but I'm really just hoping that this is the end. Like, I know they're saying that this is the end of the Sony universe, but something tells me that Sony, in their infinite wisdom, they're gonna try this again at some point, and it's going to continue to fail dramatically. Again, I'm just continually just so, perplexed at what the point of any of these movies are. I understand, like, I think that there's an idea that can work with, like, focusing on these characters and getting them to a certain point. Kind of like dissecting these villains and trying to kind of show how they get to the point where they are becoming this, like, adversary for Spider-Man. But one, they've completely cut Spider-Man out of it. This one doesn't even try to, like, reference him. Although there is one reference in particular where I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. There's no way we are doing this again, doing what Madam Web did, foreshadowing a character and not mentioning that character. It's not as egregious as, like, the moment where there is, like, a sound that upends what May Parker is supposed to be saying, but it comes dangerously close to that, for sure. What Mary Parker is supposed to be saying, but it comes, like, dangerously close to that for sure, with just how terribly with just how laughable so much of the dialogue, but also just how obvious so much of the reshoots are. Again, I really do feel like, but also I feel like, again, they needed to find a way to tell these stories in a way that felt different, in a way that felt like they were doing something creative here. It just feels like any sort of vision, any sort of creativity was just stripped out of these movies, and what we have is just a shell of what these films were really supposed to be. They just feel so cobbled together. They feel so, inept from what they were supposed to be, and despite the fact that, again, I should not have been surprised, I still found myself just at a loss for words as this film ended, just unsure to figure out, like, how this really turned out to be as disastrous as it was. Again, I feel like I've said all I needed to at this point. Kraven the Hunter, once again, gets the same grade I gave Madam Web and Morbius, and that's a D. Just what the hell is happening? I don't understand how these films just continue to be of the same terrible quality as they go on, but I sincerely do hope, after just how much that they have just completely just mishandled so much of this franchise, how they've had 3 films in a row that have underperformed in the way that they wanted them to be, I really do hope this does end up actually being the end, and hopefully Sony can learn from their mistakes, but because they're Sony, who even fucking knows at this point? Just, my god, what a disastrous film that is honestly so much worse than I expected it to be, and especially in a franchise that that has had so many failures, this one might just end up being the most baffling of them all, especially considering just how much time they had to perfect it. Alright, so originally I was planning to stop here. I thought, this is a good place to end things. We had 20 films, why not just go ahead and wrap this up? But here's the thing. I have 3 movies left from 2024 that I was planning to individual reviews for, and we're getting to a point where, yes, they're fairly new, but there's 2025 movies coming out, there's other stuff I want to do, I just don't know when I'm going to get around to filming them, so I figured, why not just throw them at the end of this video and be able to, just feel like I can get caught up and not have not have a plethora of videos that I need to upload. The best way to do that is just to throw them in here. So we're going to continue with the next movie here. And this next one is really one that I think kind of needs no introduction, and that is Sonic the Hedgehog 3. And look, this franchise in particular has honestly been kind of a novelty, because if you remember, back when it initially came out, we had that terrible looking Sonic, and I think as a result, that movie kind of had this dark cloud over its head where even when they reanimated and it looked a lot better, I think a lot of people were going into it with this very cynical mindset of this is another video game film, it's going to not be very good, it's going to feel very generic, and it caused even me, I think, to really not enjoy the first film when I first saw it. I found it to be just very generic, harmless for the most part, but mostly just a film that's strictly for kids, doesn't really have a lot to offer. A lot of things just felt very underwritten to me, and I don't know what it was, but rewatching it, I actually found a lot more enjoyment out of that film. It's not perfect. It definitely can go into some very stereotypical, directions that a lot of kids family films tend to live action hybrid animated films tend to go into. But I do think that it has a lot more charm to it. It's actually very witty in terms of its humor. There's some really fun moments. The bond between Sonic and, the bond between Sonic and Tom actually feels a lot more genuine than it does in a lot of movies. James Marsden's putting a lot more effort into it. So, yeah, I ended up liking it a lot more on a rewatch. And then the second film, I've always really enjoyed. I always felt like that was a huge improvement over the first movie. And now on a rewatch, it's not a huge improvement, but it's definitely, I think, a little bit better than the first one because they're able to dive a lot deeper into the world. You have the addition of Tails and Knuckles, who really just add so much more to this film. It feels like you have this dynamic that wasn't there in the previous film, and so it really did feel like going into the third movie, they were just going to pull out all the stops, and that this had the potential to maybe be the best of the franchise, and that it is. This film is really just everything that I was kind of hoping that it would be. First thing to really talk about here is really just how much more depth we get when it comes to a lot of these characters. The stakes feel so much higher in this film, and I think a lot of that is due to just how threatening of a presence that Shadow really is. He gives this level of menace and this genuine, threatening presence that we just haven't seen in other Sonic movies. Yes, we've had, Dr. Robotnik, but it's Jim Carrey. He's always very goofy. I wouldn't necessarily say that he is a, formidable presence. No, Shadow is someone who is genuinely very stoic. He's very serious in what he wants to do. He has a very direct mission. He doesn't really plan to deviate from it. And he's very driven in what he wants to do, and he's so relentless in that way. And as a result, it creates a lot more of a sense of stakes and a sense of danger that the other films just simply didn't have. And I found his presence to really work very well in this movie, but also you really do find yourself caring for Shadow here. They dive a lot into his backstory and what has really gotten him to this point, why he is so motivated by this sense of vengeance and this sense of darkness, why this has, clouded over him. And you really do find yourself sympathizing with him as a character, really understanding what has gotten him to this point. There is this great message about there's this great message about anger and kind of being pushed to the brink and, what the idea of loss can really do to a person and, the idea of vengeance. And I think all of that is very well handled in this movie. It's this great theme that's shown both through Shadow and through Sonic, who really is pushed to the brink in this film in a way he really hasn't before. Constantly throughout this movie, something is going wrong for him. He, normally is someone who's very snarky and optimistic, and Ben Schwartz still does a great great job with that, but he has so much more baggage that he's dealing with here, and you really do feel that throughout this movie, and I think that they did a really good job of contrasting the differences between Shadow and Sonic, but also showing the similarities between the two, and I thought that they did a really good job with that. And Keanu Reeves, I gotta say, I know that there was some hesitancy over, whether or not it was actually going to work, if it was just going to feel like Keanu Reeves, but I thought he did a phenomenal job in this film. I mean, like I said, you really do kind of understand Shadow's motivation, but he also does a great job of providing this sense of relentlessness and this sense of grit that we just haven't really seen before. And I think it's contrasted really well with, like I said, Sonic's more optimistic sort of feel. All the other characters here, they're as like fun as we expect them to be. I think Shadow contrasts that really well, and it works because, again, it feels like we have led up to this, and I think it works really. I think they did a really good job when it comes to that side of things, so I really like what they did with Shadow here, and I think Reeves just does a really good job of playing into all of that, and I think it was honestly very well cast within this film. But then you have the other side of things with Dr. Robotnik, who, look, there was a time when Jim Carrey was not going to be a part of these movies anymore. He said he was going to retire after the second, and by God, I am so glad he didn't, because this is easily the best he has been in this franchise to date, which is crazy to think about, because he's been such a highlight the entire way through. But what he's able to do here is just bring so much more to the table of Dr. Robotnik that we haven't really seen before, whether it be a little bit more complexity when it comes to his grandfather and sort of the confliction that his character has, where like he's evil but he's not really sure how far he wants to go. You kind of get to see more of his origins and things like that. You get to also see him have this father, this grandfather, this parental figure that we haven't really seen before. Their relationship is very fun to watch. There's this great montage of sorts that is just really great, and also just seeing Jim Carrey play against Jim Carrey. I mean, this is one of the things he's always done best. This is not the first time Jim Carrey has played multiple characters, far from the first time. In fact, he's done it in a ton of other stuff, but we know how great he is at physical comedy. But what I think was so impressive to me about this one is that he plays both characters so differently. The way he plays, Dr. Robotnik versus the way he plays Gerald Robotnik, I thought worked really well in this movie, and I really enjoyed just his performance throughout here. He's such a master when it comes to like physical comedy and things like that. And the thing I will say is that I've heard people say that, they feel like he's just doing too much in these movies, but the way I look at it is, if it was anybody else that was not Jim Carrey, I don't think this performance would work. But because it's Jim Carrey, someone who is such a master at like just physical and over-the-top comedy, that's why it works as well as it does. That's why I laugh as hard as I really do, and that's why it never ceases to amuse me in the way that it does. So I was still a really big fan of what he did here, and I feel like Robotnik also, they give him a little bit more dimensions in this movie. They dive more into his relationship with his assistant, especially. Always really enjoyed that character, but I don't really feel like he's ever really gotten the boost that he's gotten in this film when it comes to, his character, Agent Stone. I mean, they give him so much more to do in this movie. I thought that he was just such a highlight. I really liked the arc that they ended up doing with them, and it generally went in like an emotional direction that I wasn't expecting. I wasn't expecting to get somewhat teary-eyed over Dr. Robotnik in a Sonic movie, but this film somehow made me do it. And I think, again, that's just a credit to how well they did in developing this character. And honestly, if this is the last we end up seeing him, because I don't know if Jim Carrey's going to continue after this. He said that, like, he came back for this movie. I don't know if he comes back for Sonic 4. But if this is the last we see of this character, I am more than satisfied with how they wrap things up here, because I really enjoyed what they end up doing with him throughout this film. So I think all of that works really well. And then I said Sonic's arc, I thought also was very unexpected in this movie, just the direction that he ends up going in. I mean, it goes in some pretty dark directions with a climax that generally had me just like gripping my seat. I found to be so incredibly thrilling. I've heard people compare it to like anime fights and things like that. You guys know me, I'm not much of an anime person. Might try to watch an anime show in a little bit, more on that in another video, but I definitely just loved every second of the third act of this movie. It was every bit as intense and kind of just epic as I really wanted it to be, and I thought that they just did some really cool stuff there, so I really did enjoy that side of things. The other thing to talk about, though, in this movie is that this film does do a pretty good job of kind of lessening some of the elements of the previous films that have been criticized. Like, for example, a big thing that has kind of been levied at this film with the first two movies is that they are a little too slow-paced. This film is the complete opposite. It's like breakneck pacing. There's barely a second to breathe. There's almost always some sort of action set piece happening, and it's one of those things where you just get so focused into what's going on, and it's very hard to lose focus when it comes to this movie, and I thought that was definitely a big improvement. But also the human characters that aren't Dr. Robotnik are used a lot more sparingly in this movie. And look, I've always liked Tom as a character. I enjoyed James Marsden in the first movie, so I don't have a problem with the fact that he's been in these movies a lot. But yes, his screen time is definitely a little bit more is definitely a little bit more reserved in this movie. There's not nearly as much for him to do here, but I still think they made the most out of Tom and Maddie as characters. I didn't really have an issue when it came to their side of things, and I did think that, they did enough when it came to them. But some of the other characters here, like Natasha Rothwell and Adam Pally, they really don't do all that much with them, and I found that to be just a little bit disappointing. I've always enjoyed Natasha Rothwell in these movies, so her not being here I thought definitely was a bit disappointing for me. But overall, there's just a lot that they do really well here. The action also is very tense in this movie, like I said, especially towards the end. I mean, they really go all out with it, but there's a lot of action sequences that I was very impressed by. There's also this heist sequence of sorts that I thought was really well done, so there's a lot of cool stuff they're doing creatively there. In terms of cinematography, I mean, this film is just so gorgeous to look at, the different colors and things like that. All that stuff I think is really well done. I also really appreciated the score in this movie. I really enjoyed what they ended up doing there. So again, there's just a lot to really enjoy about this one. I think really the only things that do bring it down for me are just a couple things. One, like I said, they do use a lot of the human characters sparingly, and that's both a good thing and a bad thing in this film. It's a good thing because it feels like we are solely focusing on the things that are important, the Sonic and the Dr. Robotnik things of it all. But that wouldn't really be an issue if the film didn't also try to set up some other plot lines that it kind of just retroactively, just forgets about. There's one plot in particular involving Kristen Ritter's character, and I was really invested in it. It involves the military and kind of this sort of rivalry that's going on when it comes to gun, and how they have this and how they're their sort of like distrust of Team Sonic, and I thought there was some interesting stuff that they were trying to do there. And then they kind of forget about it. They cut back to it every so often, but it never really felt like that plot line was in the forefront, and it kind of just made me think, like, what was the point of this? Why do we even introduce this if we're not going to do anything? I found that to be very frustrating, because I like Kristen Ritter. I like, I was excited to see what she was going to do here, but I felt like her character, honestly, was just kind of wasted by the end of this movie, because they just really didn't give her anything else to do. I've heard people say that they think that she's going to play a bigger role in the fourth film, but it's like, why not just introduce her in that movie? You didn't really need her here because she didn't really play that integral of a role, so I was kind of let down by that. And then also, as much as I do enjoy Tails and Knuckles, who, I gotta say, Knuckles after this movie might just be my favorite. They've taken him in basically like a Drax type direction, and I love every second of it. They have taken him in this direction of just this guy who's like super out of touch when it comes to Earth, and he's clearly developed a bit more of like this soul, and I thought that he has a lot of fun moments in this movie. Idris Elba is just so good as this character. But there's a point of the movie where it feels like we're not really doing all that much with him. Tails in particular really does not have all that much to do in terms of like his own individual plotline, and I thought that the both of them, I enjoyed their presence in the movie, but I felt like they could have given them just a little bit more to do, because there were points where I just felt like they were just a little bit underused in the way that they were in this movie. But really, other than that, I mean, this film really was everything that I kind of was hoping that it would be. It pushes this franchise to new heights in ways that I wasn't expecting. It adds some really interesting new dynamics when it comes to Shadow, and also the way it deepens Dr. Robotnik's character. It goes in some darker directions that I think we kind of expected, but not nearly in the way that they end up doing it, and ends in a way that just has me really hopeful for this franchise moving forward. There are 2 post-credit scenes after this movie, both of which my audience just completely lost their shit at. I have not seen an audience this excited since, like, Spider-Man No Way Home. Like, that's the level of excitement they had at these post-credit scenes. And you know, look, me not being a huge fan, I didn't really know, but I'm really excited to see what they end up doing. I think that they are headed in a really great direction when it comes to this franchise. I feel like at this point they know what works and what doesn't. Jeff Fowler, I have complete faith in as a director moving forward, and I feel like as long as they continue to do what they do in this movie, I think that this can very well end up being one of the most consistent video game franchises out there. So overall, this film really just lived up to the hype in pretty much every way I hoped it would. So A- for Sonic the Hedgehog 3. I think this is easily out of the, you know, I think while this franchise has always been a lot of fun, this one just ups the ante in a way that I was just really hoping it would, and really just took this whole thing and really just showed the potential of what this franchise could be, and it just makes me that much more excited to see what we're going to do moving forward. Just such a blast overall. Okay, so Mufasa, The Lion King. Look, you guys know I was absolutely dreading this movie. The Lion King remake, I might have originally given like a C+ in my review. I would honestly bump that all the way down to like a D+. I really hate that movie a lot. I think it is just such a soulless and cynical remake that completely misunderstands, like, that just completely misrepresents like the heart and the epic feel that movie's trying to go for. There's so many complex emotions in The Lion King. Simba is just such an incredible, there's so many different the humanity of those movies was just completely stripped away in the live action one. And knowing that they were going to do another live action movie, and knowing that they were going to do another, like, film with, like, photorealistic animation that they can pass off as live action, and it was going to look like a National Geographic documentary again, and you were going to have the same voice cast and things like that. I just really was not excited for this film in any way. And look, this is what I will say. This is not as bad as the remake. Definitely a better film in some aspects. There are definitely things that do work about it, but it's not a good movie. Like, in any way, shape, or form, this is not a... But a good movie, I would definitely not call it that. There are a lot of things that really do not work here. The things that... I will talk about some of the positives. Barry Jenkins, right off the bat. I was very unsure why he was... I was very nervous about how little this film was really going to give him to do as a director. I felt like one of the biggest problems with the remake was you had Jon Favreau, a director that clearly has a lot of passion usually, but felt like he wasn't really given any sort of vision. Like, any vision he had, Disney said, no, don't do that. We're just going to do an exact replica of the first movie, and so he wasn't really given much to do. And so I was really feeling bad for Barry Jenkins here, because it's like, this is one of the best directors we have right now. Why are you subjecting yourself to just, I hate to use this term, but absolute slop in the way that you are? But I gotta say, I do actually feel like they did kind of let him cook at points in ways that I didn't expect. You do feel like there is a little bit more of a soul to this movie. You do feel like there is a actual, like, directorial flair that Jenkins has for this film. He clearly is trying to tell a story that is kind of reminiscent of stuff he has done before. This story about these two brothers and kind of going down different paths and the different directions they end up going in, and sort of how, their love turns to hate and things like that. These are all themes he has explored in his other movies. Themes about, brevity, themes about, themes about rivalries, themes about adversaries. These are all things I think he has done well in other stories, and there are moments in this film where it's like you definitely see that potential, and I think his directing does work in some pretty key moments. There were moments in this movie where I was like, okay, I actually do feel like Jenkins is doing a good job of really letting these moments, really heightening some of these moments in this movie. I think he does do a good job with that. And also, when it comes to the voice performances, one of the issues I had with the first movie is besides Seth Rogen and Billy Eichner, I felt like everybody else was just kind of sleepwalking. I can't really say that when it comes to this movie. Calvin Harrison Jr. and Aaron Pierre especially are both very good in this film. I really did buy them as young Mufasa and Taka. He's not Scar yet, but Taka in this movie. I really did buy them as these characters. I think Aaron Pierre in particular did a very good job as a much less, confident Mufasa, someone who isn't really sure if he wants to be in this role. He doesn't really have that royal stature that he does. He's kind of seen as this stray. He has a family that's like torn away from him, and so he's kind of feeling like an outsider this entire time. And I thought Pierre did a really good job of just showing the complex of the confliction that Mufasa has throughout this movie and the direction he ends up going down. I thought that he did a really good job in this film, and I really enjoyed his voice performance here. And then Calvin Harrison Jr. does do a good job of showing a Scar that is not nearly as menacing as we're expecting him to be, someone who is a little bit more lively, someone who has a little bit more hope, and, you really do kind of buy into that. And while I'll talk about Taka overall, I think that Harrison Jr. did do a really good job here. I enjoyed his performance here a lot. All the performances I think do work pretty well in this movie, and I think that, I don't really take any issue with any of the voice cast here. I thought that worked pretty well, and also I gotta talk about the photorealistic animation, because that was something else I was very concerned about. It is definitely better here. There is more of an effort in this movie to give the animals a bit more of expressive, and it does work. It isn't like, to the point of the 2D film, but it's a little bit more subtle but the thing is, the subtlety works. Like seeing, Rafiki generally smile, seeing, things that happen with Mufasa that are supposed to be upsetting and him generally looking upset, it goes a long way. It feels like the bare minimum, but we've come a long way since The Lion King, where the lions didn't express themselves at all, and it was really hard to get attached to them. At least here, I was like, okay, they are making an effort. They actually have listened to the criticisms, and I will definitely give them that. And I do think that definitely does help the movie at several points here, and there were moments where it was like, okay, I actually am getting somewhat invested in what's going on, and I think that the story they're telling actually does have a lot of potential. I thought that there was actually a lot of some interesting things they do. The way they start things off, it was like, am I actually really gonna like this? I kind of like the story that they were telling. Unfortunately, that's kind of it when it comes to positives, because virtually every other element of this movie is incredibly mediocre and really does end up hurting this film, particularly when it comes to the script here. Really is just the main thing that ends up hurting this film quite dramatically, because while yes, I do think the story they're telling is a good one, the way they end up telling it, it just feels so underwritten, especially in terms of character developments. The relation between Taka and Mufasa, you do buy into it. Like, I definitely felt the chemistry between them. I felt like there was a genuine bond that they were building. I think they do a good job with that. But what they don't do a good job with is showing the different paths that these two are going on. When Mufasa is starting to be respected and Taka isn't, there's never really a point where you're seeing that Taka is bothered by this. Taka still seems to care about Mufasa, still treats him like a brother, still has all this respect for him, still sees the absolute best in him, and so you're wondering how exactly things are going to get to the point that they do, and we'll talk about that in a little bit, but immediately you feel a bit disconnected from that. It doesn't feel like they're doing as good of a job. But the movie especially goes down, I think, but the movie especially feels underwritten when it comes to the threat of the outsiders in this movie. These other lions that essentially are strays, they form this pack, and they are trying to make sure that, like, all other like, lions are, like, eliminated, and they're the only ones that remain, or whatever, and I just did not give a shit about these villains at all. It sucks because I love Mads Mikkelsen, but this is unfortunately another, like, very just thankless role for him. There's not really much of anything for him to do here. He's kind of just Kilos, very just one-note villain. It's cool that we actually have a villain in a Disney movie, because we've seen quite a few films now where it's like, oh, there's a villain, but they're not really a villain. But this is very similar to, like, Wish, where it just feels like this is a very, like, copy and paste generic villain that we've seen in other films before, and there's not really much that sticks out about him. And unfortunately, when you match him up against Taka especially, it really does end up paling in comparison. So I didn't really think that part of the film worked at all. But especially when it comes to Taka's storyline, I just didn't really buy into it. His actual reasoning for turning dark, turning evil in the way that he does is so unconvincing because it happens so abruptly. There's a moment where it's like, okay, you think maybe this is what's going to cause it, and then it doesn't happen. And then when it actually happens, it just happens so quickly that it really just catches you off guard. And you're like, no, there's no way this is what's actually going to happen. They're misleading us again. But no, it actually does go in that direction. And I was just so unconvinced by what they were doing. I was like just not, I just found myself really checking out of the film after this point, because it's like, really? That's what's causing this? This is so lame, because to me, there was a perfectly good reasoning for why Taka would turn to the dark side, that the film just, why Taka would turn evil and would turn against his brother, that the film just completely overlooked, and I don't understand why they did that. Suddenly things that Taka was okay with, he isn't, and it just isn't believable, because again, there's no moment where it seems like Taka is generally affected by what's happening. So I didn't think they did a very good job with that at all, and the way they shoehorn in certain characters, like a Rafiki or like a Zazu also, just really did not work for me. It felt like these guys are only here so we can insert them into the movie. We don't have Zazu enough, so we need to put him here. Rafiki is narrating the story, so we need to put him in here, and then Sarabi has to be here in some capacity, so I guess we'll just throw her in there, but it just didn't really work for me, so I didn't really think they did a great job with that. And then the way they try to also, like, give you a sense of, like, the origins of how things happen, like, they kind of tell you how, like, Pride Rock developed and things like that, is not something that I was interested in, but also I don't think the way that they did it was done in a way that was interesting to me. It was not done in a way that felt like this is necessary to the story. It feels like this is just something you're throwing in here to make this feel like it's more important than it is. So, again, I just was really let down, because I felt like this side of things really could have worked. This could have been a really great movie on its own, but the writing just really ends up ruining it. But then there's also the fact that, unfortunately, this is not the only part of this movie. If this film was simply just a prequel, and that's all it was, I would say it's fairly forgettable. It has some potential. It just doesn't quite live up to it. But unfortunately, that's not all this movie is. There is a whole other side of this movie that I have not discussed yet, and that is this frame story of sorts that is going down with Rafiki recounting this story to Kira, Simba's daughter, while, Nala is giving birth. I just found completely unnecessary in this film. There is no point in this movie where we are cutting back to it and it feels like this is adding something. If anything, it felt like this was detracting something from the film, and similar to Zazu and Rafiki, it felt like it's only here so we have a vehicle, as it feels like this is only here as a vehicle for us to include Timon and Pumbaa, who, I'm sorry to say, are maybe the worst part of this entire movie. Like, look, Billy Eichner and Seth Rogen, they're still good in the roles. They're not doing anything bad. It's just the jokes that they're given this time and what they're here to do are so incredibly unfunny, but it also is so repetitive. It's basically the same joke over and over, where they're continually being like, well, what's our role in this story? Or when do we come in? Or who's Taka? Or, oh, this is so sad. It's them, like, constantly breaking the fourth wall, and every time they come back, it just completely ends up diffusing all sense of investment. Anytime I was somewhat engaged in the movie would cut back to Timon and Pumbaa saying something really fucking stupid, and I was just like, can we just cut back to the prequel side of this film? I really don't understand why this part of the movie was there at all. I guess they were trying to say something about like legacies and things like that, but anything they were trying to say just fell completely to the wayside because Kira also as a character is really not given much to do here. She's just kind of here to listen to this story. There is sort of a journey that she goes on, but that also doesn't really end up working. So again, I don't really know why we needed this side of the movie. Is it really just here so we can have Timon and Pumbaa and also, oh, Beyonce's here and also her daughter, so that way we can like prop them up and get people to see the movie? I mean, I guess it's working because the movie's doing really well, but I was just really baffled by that choice. I don't understand why they needed this to be in the movie, because I feel like as a prequel, the film works just fine. If anything, I think the movie would have been better as a prequel because there's many moments that feels like we needed more time for this to develop. I wish we got to see more of Taka and Mufasa and, you know, meeting Taka's family and their sort of distrust when it comes to Simba, flesh out the outsiders more, flesh out Taka's turn towards darkness, flesh out, you know, Mufasa and his like reluctance to become what he ultimately does become, the relationship between Mufasa and Sarabi. Like, there's so much more they could have dived into, but because we're constantly cutting back and forth, it feels like we just didn't, it feels like we are doing a disservice to the story, and it doesn't feel like we are getting to fully flesh out these elements that we need to, so it really undercuts a lot of what makes this film good, and it's very disappointing overall, so that really didn't work. And then unfortunately, the music in this movie also, I was very let down by. I love Lin-Manuel Miranda. He did not come back from Moana 2. He did the score here. I'm like, this is going to be really good. There's like one song, I Always Want a Brother. It's not bad. I know it's getting like memed up on Twitter and things like that. And yes, there's some moments that are kind of awkward, but compared to the other songs in this movie, and then also like the betrayal song, the like Scar that Taka sings is fine. But every other song just feels so incredibly disposable. I wouldn't say that they're bad, they're just disposable, and honestly feels like they were just such an afterthought. I don't even know why we needed music in this movie. It feels like it's only here because the first movie was a musical, so this one has to, and yes, it does, but I wish the movie would commit to it, because anytime they cut to a musical number, it just feels like we're stalling. It feels like we are halting the plot because we need to now insert a song here, and it just never felt like it actually fit in the movie. There's also not enough of them. There's only 5 songs here, and the song, and I kid you not, the movie stops being a musical the last like 40 minutes of the film. After Taka's song of feeling betrayed, the movie's no longer a musical, and so it's like, wow, this really was not that important to you. It really just feels like they got Lin-Manuel Miranda at the last second and decided that, well, he's on board, so therefore it has to be a musical, and it just really did not work at all. So yeah, overall, this is just such a like straight down the middle type film. There are elements that do work. The animation is a little bit better. Barry Jenkins directing, definitely, you know, he heightens some of the emotions in the film. Some of the voice cast, most of the voice cast does work really well here. There are some elements in the prequel side of things that can work, but any element that does work, unfortunately, it feels incredibly underwritten and one note, and it doesn't really feel like they are diving as deep as they want to. The movie also, unfortunately, because it is trying to be both a prequel and a sequel, just doesn't really feel like it meshes as well, and it feels like, again, Disney intervening stopped this film from really reaching its full potential, and it's very disappointing. This is yet another follow-up to a beloved Disney film that just really feels like it doesn't understand what made that first film great, doesn't really get to communicate its ideas fully, and if this is what Disney is going to do moving forward in terms of sequels, I'm really not on board. Ever since Frozen 2, I feel like they've really been struggling when it comes to telling a satisfying story, and unfortunately this is yet another victim of that. I do wish it was 2D animated. Maybe that could have helped this film, but just considering how subpar the writing is, I really don't think there's much that you could have done to really save this one. Barry Jenkins, like I said, does somewhat help the film, but he only can go so far to really keep this film from being as mediocre as it is. So yeah, unfortunately a C for Mufasa the Lion King. It wasn't the complete disaster that I expected it to be, but a memorable film, it very much is not. Alright, so I know this has been a longer video than anticipated, as usual, but finally we have made it to the last film, and we are going to end here with Nosferatu, a movie that I was just mightily excited for, and for the most part, I think it really does live up to the hype. Now, what I will say right off the bat is that I do think compared to Robert Eggers' other films, this is probably his weakest movie. I've seen it twice now, and I will get to what doesn't quite work a little bit later, but there is still a lot to really love about this, and it really doesn't take away from he is by far one of the best voices in directorial forces in horror working today. Coming down to just his directing is just absolutely spectacular here. I mean, the thing about this movie that's really interesting is that Eggers has had a, script of this made since before he was a known director, before The Witch, before The Lighthouse. This has been his main project forever, and you really do feel that throughout this film. You feel his passion, you feel his commitment to the source material, you can understand how important this story really is to him, and you really just feel him going all out to make sure that this version is as memorable as it really can be, and he does a great job of maintaining that very eerie and unsettling feel that most of his films do have, but also adding that gothic sense that also you expect to see in a movie like this, and I think he does that really well here. There is this sense of hopelessness throughout this entire movie, and I think he just does a really good job of that, but also this looming darkness that is just constantly in full force that you really do feel throughout this entire film, and I think he just does a really good job when it came to the directing here. I was very impressed by his directing in this film, and I think the changes he makes to this movie as well, the things he does, screenplay-wise, because, look, for the most part, this film does kind of just follow the story of Nosferatu. If you're familiar with the original film, this movie isn't doing anything all that different, but there are some deviations he has made, and I think they really do pay off, particularly when it comes to Ellen, a character who just has a lot more agency in this film. You feel a lot more of her connection with Nosferatu and how threatening that really is, but also how hard it is for her to get rid of. They almost treat Nosferatu in this movie almost like he's this abuser, like he's this presence in Ellen's life that just won't go away. He is constantly upending anything that is good for her, and how he's this setback, and you really do feel that throughout this entire film. Anytime that she is feeling this sense of hopefulness and feeling like, things are going right for her, Nosferatu always finds a way to intervene, and I thought it added this level of intensity and, sympathy to Ellen that just otherwise wouldn't be there. And the other, I haven't seen the Werner Herzog version of this story, but of course I've seen the original film. And the thing I will say is that while, yes, Ellen did play a role, she did not have nearly as memorable of a role as she really did here, and I thought that they just did a really good job in giving her just a little bit more to do in this film, and really making her feel like the main character here. A lot of this movie, she is very much under Nosferatu's spell, but she also is trying to be the person that is warning everybody. She knows exactly what could happen, and I think they did a really good job with that. But also when it came to the other characters in this movie, particularly Aaron Taylor-Johnson's character, I really liked his, what they did with him in this film. He's kind of the guy that is just blissfully naive of what's going on around him, the plague that's happening, the, threat of Nosferatu. He's constantly downplaying it. He's looking for an easy solution because he does not feel the danger that is, that is imminent. He doesn't feel that in this movie. He wants to believe that things can just go back to the way that they were, and so you constantly see him trying to revert that, and I thought that his character worked really well as almost this foil to Ellen. There's this scene especially where she kind of just lays it all out to him and lets him know the danger of what's coming, and I thought they did a really good job when it came to that. So I really did like his character here. Nicholas Holt's character of Thomas also is very good in this movie. You really do feel how he's trying to be the best possible husband that he can, but also some of the some of the flaws that he does have as a person, the mistakes that they have made within their marriage. I thought that was also dived into very well here. And also the plague itself, what Nosferatu ends up doing to everybody is far more pronounced in this movie because they can show it in a much more pronounced way. And you really do feel that throughout this film. You feel like Nosferatu is this sickness that just won't go away, that is just constantly spreading rapidly to everybody. And there's just nothing they can do to really get rid of it. And again, I feel like it was a really good way to just represent the darkness that Nosferatu really is. He isn't just some vampire. He is this parasite that is just absolutely destroying this town. And you see the effect that he's had, and it becomes so much more dire throughout the movie. And I thought that ended up working really well. So changes like that, I really did enjoy what he ended up doing. And the performances in this movie are absolutely extraordinary. I think all the performances here work really well. We gotta talk about Bill Skarsgård, though, because even though, yes, we have heard how extensively he has, spent time, working on the voice for this character, working on just the mannerisms of this character. We've seen them, keep his face hidden throughout the entire movie. I mean it when I say you truly are not prepared for just how transformative a performance this really is. And transformative, honestly, might be somewhat of an understatement in this movie, because he is just completely a almost different person in this film. His mannerisms, the way he decides to go about playing this character is unlike anything we have seen him do before, and it makes Nosferatu feel that much more threatening, feel that much more of a feel that much more monstrous. And he does a really great job at just showing how great he is at playing these really menacing figures. He did a great job with it in It, but he takes it to a whole new level here in Nosferatu, and I was just really impressed by what he decided to do, especially when you realize that, there is no, special effects happening to his voice. That is something that Skarsgård has done all on his own. Obviously, the makeup is, something that was done with, makeup department and things like that. But the voice is pretty much all him. The way he moves, the way he decides to carry himself. I just was really impressed by the way he decided to go about playing Nosferatu. I know some people have taken issue with the look and things like that, but I really dug what he ended up doing. I thought it worked really well for this iteration of Nosferatu, for what they're trying to communicate, a much more realistic version of what Nosferatu might actually look like if this actually occurred back in the 1800s in London. I thought he did a really good job at doing all of that. But Lily Rose Depp is truly a force to be reckoned with in this movie. She gives a incredibly ferocious and commanding performance that just really will blow you away in terms of what she's able to do. This is by far, I think, the best performance I have seen from her to date. The way that she just completely dives into the paranoia and fear of Ellen, but also showing her complex feelings around this situation, but also showcase somebody who, for most of the movie, is not in control of what she's able to do. A lot of the film, she is very much possessed, and the way she's able to, contort herself and things like that, I was just really impressed by. Again, I know there are people who are making fun of certain scenes out of context, but I found it to be an enthralling performance, and I just really loved what she ended up doing here. It really did impress me. I've seen her give great performances before, but this was just a whole other level that I did not know she was capable of, and I really love what she ended up doing here. Nicholas Hoult is also very good here. I really enjoyed his performance as Thomas, who's kind of the voice of reason in this movie. He's kind of the most rational person in this film, and I thought that his performance worked really well here, but also his moments that are in fear of Nosferatu, I thought also were very was very well done here. Aaron Taylor Johnson, though, like I said, is really the other big standout, though, to me, that I don't think has gotten enough praise. I think that, especially, we just talked about him in Craven, this really shows his range as an actor. There is a moment in particular that I was just very impressed by, the way he goes about playing this character. I thought he just did a really good job, and honestly ended up being one of the highlights of the film for me. I really enjoyed his performance throughout this film, thought he did a really strong job here. here. Emma Corrin is also very good. Willem Dafoe is pretty much just doing what you expect Willem Dafoe to do. Same with Ralph Ineson. All the performances are very good here. And then the cinematography in this movie also is just absolutely gorgeous here. It is mostly all done with this very like dark sort of filter the entire time. But again, it does a great job at representing just the hopelessness that is emanating throughout this entire movie and how things are getting worse and worse for everybody. I mean, the film starts off and there's a little bit more of color, but that color really does fade away throughout the film. And that color really represents, I think, the darkness that is eroding this town, and I thought that it was a really good choice. And there's a lot of shots here that are just absolutely spellbinding that really did end up taking my breath away. That's something that Eggers has always done a great job with, but he continues to employ some really great cinematographers that just really understand how to make this film look as dynamic and as scary as it really can, and I think he does a great job with that. The score also I was a really big fan of here. Really does heighten the tension and the frightening moments that the film is going for. And then also I think when it comes to the editing, I think the film for the most part is very well paced, although this is where we get into some of my negatives here. I do think out of Robert Eggers' other films, this is definitely, like I said, the weakest, and I think the pacing is definitely the weakest that we have seen in all four of his films. There are some moments that are just a bit too slow, but then there's also moments that I think cut away a bit too quickly. There are scenes that happen and I'm like, I'm really into this, and then we just abruptly cut to something else, and I thought that was definitely a hindrance to the film at points. And really, I think, when it comes down to my issues with this film, there are just a couple things that, aside from that, do bring it down. And that is that I think out of his other films, this one just feels a little bit more simplistic. It doesn't have nearly as much rich, complexity as some of his other films do. There isn't as many, themes and things like that are attached to this one. Again, what he's doing with Nosferatu as an abuser is a really interesting idea. And I think, again, adds a lot more emotional weight to the situation at hand. But aside from that, it just feels a little bit more straightforward to me. The film doesn't really deviate from what you're expecting it to be, and that's not necessarily an issue. I think it's more so just what I expect from Eggers. This film just isn't as on that level for me. There's also some humor in this film that I think was just a bit misplaced. There were moments where I'm like, was that supposed to be funny? And I saw this movie twice. My audience laughed the first time, but the second time, I don't think my audience saw that as jokes, and I thought some of that just didn't really end up working. There's this other character as well that's kind of obsessed with Nosferatu, and I feel like we just needed a little bit more with him. He definitely felt like they just kind of threw him to the wayside, and they didn't really dive enough into that side of things, and I wish they could have dived deeper into that character. I did forget to also mention this in the initial video, but the film, like I said, does not have nearly as much rich characterization as it has in other Eggers films. I think a lot of that, again, is due to the fact that he is working with other source material that has been done before. Yes, he sort of did that in his other films, but it was mostly original stuff. This one he's borrowing it from other works, and so he kind of has to be faithful to it, but it sometimes causes a bit of a disconnect from some of the characters. There is one character here that I just felt like they did not do enough with, and that was really Emma Corrin's, who, look, they give a good performance in the movie. I have really no complaints when it comes to their performance. I think we get what we need to in the sense that, they're really good friends with Ellen, but aside from that, the character that they are playing, I just didn't really feel like got enough to do in this movie. I felt like the character of Anna is really just, she is this she's wife to Aaron Taylor Johnson, and she's kind of just happy-go-lucky. She, very similar to him, is just kind of naive of what's going on. But they don't really do all that much with her beyond that. She doesn't really feel like she has much going on of her own. And so she was the one character that I just felt like there's a lot more you could be doing with her. And I just felt like I was a bit disappointed by just how little they had to do in the film. I think this is a great actress, and I think they give a good performance, and they definitely do heighten some moments for sure. But I just felt that as a character, I just felt that, compared to everybody else, they just felt very one note to me, and I was a little bit let down by that. But really, other than that, I mean, this film really just really was just everything that I was hoping that it would be. This does feel like the film that Eggers has spent the most time on. There is a lot more of a focus into just how much of a problem, just how much of a, just how much of a menace Nosferatu really is. You have some incredible performances in there, some really great cinematography, some very haunting moments. I don't think the movie is like, so scary or anything like that. I think by far The Witch and The Lighthouse are still his best films in terms of horror, but this film still is very effective in what it's trying to do. I think it still shows Robert Eggers as one of the best, voices to work in any sort of gothic, sort of story, but specifically when it comes to horror, I think this film very much does continue to maintain that, and I will very much be eagerly waiting to see what he ends up doing next. So overall, I really did love this film, and I am going to give Nosferatu an A-. Alright, so with that, we have finally made it to the end of this video. Like I said, I know that this one was a little bit longer than I initially thought that it was going to be. I only planned to do like 20 films, and then I ended up doing more than expected just because like I had these other ones on the back burner and I wanted to get them done. But overall, let me know what you thought of any of these films. Would love to hear your thoughts on all of that. What to look forward to in the coming days? Well, now that I have done all of these videos, there are some videos left to do regarding 2024 films. I'm going to be doing a what I watched January through April. I'm going to do May through August, and also September through December. And then we will go into the best and worst list. And then everything else. I will be reviewing, 2025 movies, hopefully a little bit more consistently than I was with 2024, as well as some TV reviews that are coming out. So if you're interested in any of that, definitely consider checking out my channel also. And definitely, check out my channel. Also consider subscribing. Would love to have you be a part of all of that. But that's really it for this video. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And I will see you guys later. Okay, bye. Bring